Up, Track Capital? Have not seen you around. Um, you got verified on October 7th, I suppose. Mm. I would assume you're a flat earther, but I don't know. Just from a profile picture alone. Probably talking to myself, though.
Hello.
Hello there.
Um,
I
so
was
you,
speaking, I guess, to myself. I was saying how you are a flat earther, I assume.
yeah,
And right. Am I right?
yeah,
I knew it. I can tell a profile picture to be a flat earther really quickly.
because of the picture, you understood that I'm a flat earther?
I estimated it. Yeah, it was like
Okay.
a good guess.
What makes it look like it's a picture related to flat Earth?
Because you're into some symbolism stuff, you're trying to look into that, so it must mean that you're also looking into other things. So
I
flat
ha
earthing is one of them.
I had that picture before I was a flat earther.
Mm, fair enough. Well, you know,
So
sometimes
I'm
you
like,
make.
so I'm like a free thinker, you would say.
Well, I guess maybe I was wrong then, if that's what I thought. I don't know. If you thought, what does that picture signify to you? What does it mean?
Because of my name, it's Drake Vital. So it's vital, meaning vitality. And so this is like the elixir of life. That's what it symbolizes for me.
I see. Um, and I forgot. I knew stuff about the snake coil with the pharmaceutical symbolism, but I forgot what that meant. Did I just hear a register? Thought I heard something peculiar. Anyway, it's beside the point. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but
I can.
I was gonna I was gonna ask you. So you joined our server. I guess you got verified yesterday, and what are you looking to find here?
Today I wanted to ask about Thelema.
Dilemma, Aleister Crowley stuff.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
Um, it's evil incarnate, as far as I know, but I don't know much about it. I haven't really read it. I mean, read works about it. I've read. I've read the Corpus Hermeticum, which is, I guess, a bit of in that realm. The Hermes Trismegistus, who they worship.
Oh yeah, the
Um,
Hermetica.
yeah, yeah.
What, from Master Key Society?
What did you say?
From Master Key Society?
I'm not sure the correlation there with that, but
No, it's like a YouTube channel.
no.
They.
I read the document, the
Oh, okay.
actual the body of Hermeticum, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
But I didn't read
the.
all of it. Yeah, it says like an origin story similar to the Bible, and kind of explores how creation was brought into the world and how you should view consciousness and behave and all that. Uh, Interesting stuff. Not intrinsically evil, but there are evil concepts attached to it. As far as how Aleister Crowley views things, in the sense of do what thou wilt, is quite evil. Um, just doing whatever you please without any consideration for the repercussions, and desensitizing yourself to the bad because there is no bad.
Hmm.
That thought process is awful. I did
So
read some of the magic stuff that he would describe about how you would need to draw a circle because a circle needs to keep in the energy. If you were to sacrifice a living being, an animal, a goat, or the best thing to sacrifice would be something I'm not going to say on here because this is streamed on YouTube and Rumble, so we might get censored. So I'm not going to talk about that. But
Chihuahua.
no. much worse than that. But yeah, we do try to keep it on the subject of flat Earth here on the live stream because certain things are kind of not welcomed in the YouTube plane, and also we do like to just kind of just keep talking about this one thing, which is the subject of the server. But if it relates, I guess I think it does relate because it's kind of part of the deception as far as the magic spells and all that.
But the thing is, I agree with the fact that like people should do what they want, as long as they don't hurt anyone else.
Doing what you want is cool and all that, but of course there's kind of checks and balances where you can tell what you should and shouldn't do. You have an inner feeling which gives you feedback. I did this, I feel good. Did that, feel bad. So if you try to kind of suppress that feeling and maybe even numb it, and that's a process which is unnatural and will lead to destruction. As you see, this man, Aleister Crowley himself, looks like a vampire because God will show you the result of going down such a path. You will reflect in your appearance which you are. So
Right. Have you heard of Mumble?
Mumble, is that like a similar application to Discord?
Yeah, it is.
I've heard like the name, but I don't really know about it.
Well, in there it's like open source, and although your IP is public, so you need to use a VPN if you want to hide your IP address. It's like Discord, although there's no screen sharing or camera, and
Yeah,
I guess you can talk about whatever you want there, no restrictions, because it's
yeah, we
open
kind of
source.
do talk about other things. Like if we go to chill chat and other sections of the server, we can talk about other things a bit more. But since we do stream on YouTube and we want to reach a wider audience with the stream, that's kind of why we are stuck here doing that.
Is there anybody
Because
who
all the
actively
normies
watches?
are on.
The people who
All the
actively
normies
watch
are
the
on.
stream?
Okay, never mind. Please finish. What did you say?
Are there people who are actively watching the stream?
I mean, I don't know about right now, but yeah, we have concurrent viewers all the time, basically. When there's more kind of heated discussions, there's more of them. Also, you have people coming in from there. They're like, "Oh, I heard you on Rumble or something." We just had a guy come from Rumble in the VC check-in, so yeah, people come over and either from here to there or from there to here. But yeah, they do watch. Which I guess you should be vigilant of what you say in that sense, because you are, kind of an influence on others in a way. Of course, everybody should think for themselves, but you're still gonna influence people if you especially debate somebody. You might sway people in one direction or another uh, based on how you perform.
Hmm. What were
I don't know
what
how
were you
new you
about to
are to the
say?
subject. You were saying?
Well, I was asking what you were about to say before I interrupted.
I was asking you how new you are to the subject. Would you be comfortable debating somebody, or is that like something your pay grade right now?
Uh, mm, I'm kind of new. I don't know, like from July this year.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. If you hang around here, you're gonna see how the interactions go between the flat earthers and the globies and all that, and maybe you might pick up on some of the ways of exposing the fallacious reasoning that they use. How at the end of the day, everything they have is beliefs and made up fairy tale stuff. So,
Oh wait, did I
but
say July this year? Oh my god, I did say that too. It's not true. It's not July this year. July last year.
ooh, how time flies.
Yeah. You're not the first person I said July this year.
Well, yeah, July just happened, so maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm, a lot of smart people here, which I mean, if you do try to argue with somebody, try to be honest. Like, if you don't know something, just actually say you don't know it, because people will smell it. Even some of the Globers are quite uh, maliciously clever. They like to do their sophistry. And if they can pinpoint that you don't know something and you're still talking about it, they will run with it and kind of assassinate you on that front. So, try to not overextend about
Hmm.
things you don't really know.
Like what's beyond the ice wall?
Yeah, usually we don't like to just make unfounded claims about things we can actually verify. So, yeah, things like that's probably not a good thing to get into as far as like saying it's this or that for sure. But like, I'm just saying, like, in terms of like, let's say a subject like um, atomic clocks, for example, or something like that. Somebody might have information on that, and if you don't have information on it, probably best to sit back and let somebody else handle it, because if they're going to claim things, you're not going to be really able to maybe dispute them on the information that they have, because you haven't really researched that subject. Although that one is quite laughably easily to dismantle, even if you understand very little, because the claim is kind of founded on time being something that's tangible in the real world, when time is just a concept, and you can't have it as an independent variable that you manipulate. Of course, even though they will claim that you can, but you can't. So yeah, you want to talk about dilemma or something? Like, what are you trying to get out of that, though?
Um, just trying to guess pull my thoughts together on these subjects.
In what sense? Trying to understand how the evil people think.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, well, the best way to understand is, I guess, from the horse's mouth. Just to read what they say, and it will reveal itself. Mm,
Look,
although some of them are. Yeah, please continue.
because they're it's not necessarily like I don't think do what thou wilt is necessarily evil. It's how you view it is what makes it good or evil.
Well, if you will to do evil, then you can just do it, right? If you just want to do it.
Well, I listened to like somebody explain this, and like, according to the law, the book, The Law that he wrote, Aleister Crowley, he does mention that don't like hurt others in while doing thou wilt. Sort of. So it's basically
But
do what you
that
want, don't hurt others.
contradicts when he speaks of sacrifice and all that, and who you should sacrifice. So
He actually talks about that in
yes,
his book. Which book?
I believe it's the law one. Mm. I did like even look this up like this past week. If I might be able to find this in my history. Mm. Let me see.
I think maybe a lot of Hollywood is acting that way, like do what thou wilt. That's their philosophy.
Well, yeah, they are in that whole world of worshipping the material and doing what they will, which coincidentally is evil, uh, which is not really coincidental, but yes. Let me find this. Okay. Okay. I found it. I think it's from the law book, but I'll send you. I'm not gonna say it's live on air, and hope you don't repeat it as well. But
Okay.
I'll send you in the PMs a quote from. I think it's from the law, but yeah. uh, this quote. This is one quote. Mm, Okay, actually, this is not from Aleister Crowley's book. This other one. This is from some other magic thing, but mm, don't quite recall where this is from. But this is also an interesting quote. This is the one I was talking about. This is from actual practitioner of magic, quote unquote. Mm, mm. So this is how these people think.
One sec. I'm back.
Did you hear what I said?
Can you repeat it?
No, before you left.
Can you still repeat it?
Yeah, I was saying that I was going to send you some quotes. So the first one is from
Oh
Aleister
yeah.
Crowley, and the second one is from somebody else. I'm not quite sure, but um, supposedly it's from some practitioner of magic, quote unquote. So this is how these people think. So mm, if that is their will, then uh, that's not cool.
The first one is from Aleister Crowley.
Yeah.
Okay. So whatever he was meaning when he said "do what thou wilt," it wasn't a good thing. He wasn't talking about like, oh,
No, it's
freedom and
both.
sovereignty
It's like
for
just
everyone.
it just means do whatever you want, literally. Whatever you want to do, just do it because it doesn't matter. Like it's atheism. It's like doesn't matter.
Your will is the highest of all.
Yeah. Also, he writes his name with a capital A that looks like a phallus. So, which of course is the worship of Lucifer. You know.
Really?
Yep. The fertility god.
Really, he's the fertility god?
Yep. That's why Masons also cover have a cover their lower part with an apron. The apron is covering the the phallus. That's where the eye is. Anyway, let's not talk about this
On the air?
on here. On the area. Yeah, flat Earth is a cool thing. Flat Earth is where we live, and that's it, pretty much. Oh yeah, well, the one thing you can bring this back to is when you watch some SpaceX X launches and all that, you can see how the rocket is modeled in a phallic shape as well. And sometimes the camera might do a jerking motion, which is quite comical, but also not coincidental, quite purposeful.
They'll probably say, well, it's because the phallical shape is the best shape to penetrate the atmosphere.
Yeah. It's just perverse, just standing into God's realm of phallus. Uh, wait, let me let me show you this picture of his signature.
I, I remember someone did a presentation for the class about rockets and about space, and he drew a rocket on the board, and he was motioning towards it like it was a phallus, and everybody was laughing, and he didn't notice
Mm.
it himself when he did it.
I guess, yeah, subconsciously it's very much makes sense. Yeah. He's just trusting, There's a lot of trust.
Have you heard that they're filled with helium? They're just balloons.
Yeah, I've seen some footage which makes it quite apparent that some of those are that. I mean, I guess partially that happens, but also I think most of it is just like stuff being sent into the air, and then people think it goes somewhere, but it actually just lands in the ocean.
In the Bermuda Triangle?
Yeah, one of them. One of the areas that they say, oh, this is for military training or whatever else where you can't go. But yeah, people still find this stuff and they have pictures of it, of course, just debris. It's kind of funny.
What are satellites?
Um, they also seem to be traveling on balloons. From the footage I've seen, there's balloons attached to the satellites and they just kind of going up in the air and, they're within our known world, up in the air, high in the air. And that's as far as it goes.
And how are they moving like so quickly around the Earth?
I don't know if they are. I haven't verified that myself.
Like
Gonna
I've
have to
heard,
go with belief on somebody else telling me that. And if they would be, I mean, I guess air currents could be playing a part in that, but could also have, I don't know, could have aircraft just circling and have some device inside. Eh, Probably not that though. But yeah, the data that you have somebody input, like a guy that works at one of these stations that inputs the data, I mean, he doesn't really know if it's actually correlating with reality. He's just inputting numbers, so it's really not verifiable, at least not to me, as far as if they are doing these circles, orbits.
how do you explain like galaxies?
Why would I explain a thing which hasn't really been proven?
Like, how do you explain the galaxies that people see in the night sky?
I explain it in a way that it's very obvious what it actually is. Lights in the sky, and you made up a bunch of things about them, which you can't verify, and you call them galaxies.
Just
Um,
blobs of light?
I don't know what they are. From my perspective, they just look like pieces of light. Whatever their makeup is, their properties, I don't know. If you're gonna guess about it and you're gonna tell me it's this or that, I'm gonna say bullshit. But the intellectually honest position is to say you don't know because nobody knows that I know of. Maybe somebody knows, but nobody I know knows, and I don't know.
I'm right now looking at pictures of amateur astronomers taking photos of galaxies.
Well, they admittedly do artistic renditions of that stuff. They add color palettes and express how they should look, how they think it should look, based on the hypothesis that hasn't been substantiated with any evidence.
Wait, I'm seeing someone who is failing to take a picture of a galaxy. He's just taking pictures of stars.
I mean,
He tried
is this?
taking a picture with the iPhone, the smartphone.
Well, they can just say it's a galaxy far, far away. The star is, already dead, but it's there. It used to be there, but you can see it. Cool story, bro. So they have a lot of cool stories. None of them tangible, but they're cool stories. Although even when I was a kid, and I used to be a Globe believer, I fell asleep during Star Wars because I wasn't too into it. I was like, it's kind of boring. But I know a lot of people like it, and I sympathize with those people because if they come to Flat Earth, they're like, oh shit, all my fantasies are now not real. Quite a sad state of affairs, but it is what it is. Turns out Captain Kirk is as much of a authority on space travel as Buzz Aldrin. Turns out. We had somebody earlier also in the call, a Globe believer, that was saying like, okay, yes, we did have hypotheticals about things in the sky, but they make sense to me. And wouldn't you rather have this be taught in school than not knowing? And I was saying, why would you teach something which you can verify instead of admitting you can't know? Why would you teach something as fact which you can't verify? And replace that with not replace that with something that
Why
obviously.
wouldn't they teach astronomy like watching at stars in school? Maybe it's not a good idea.
Yeah, it would be too real. It would be like people actually paying attention. You don't want people to pay attention. You want people to just read stuff and just go with it. You don't want them to actually. Because when I was a kid, I remember whenever I looked up to the sky, I had these moments where I would go, am I really moving?
Yeah.
Am I really.
You need to imagine yourself moving, and you need to imagine that these lights of the sky are millions and millions of miles away, even
Yeah.
more.
But as soon as you pay attention, you start thinking. But they don't want you to do that. They don't want you to start thinking. They just want you to accept the story. I mean, at school, you're gonna get an A if you answer correctly, not if you come up with your own hypothesis or whatever. You're just gonna have to accept their doctrine, which is what it is. It's basically a way of just teaching something which supposedly is real, which isn't real, but you have guidelines about it. You say how this and that happens, and you can actually verify it. There's eclipses and all that, but actually, it's just cyclical. It's it's something that repeats, and it's a post-diction, not a prediction. So just correlations that are made pretending to support a claim, which is not really supported by that whatsoever.
Is there any astronomer who's like a flat earther, and he has explanations for why things look that way? Is there
Probably.
anybody any source of like knowledge? Like, is there flat Earth science? Anything?
Well, science refers to things you can verify. So things in the sky wouldn't be science. It would just be pontification, pseudoscience. So, but yeah, there's people who speculate about the ether and all that. You can check out. I don't know if you know about him. Probably know about him. Vincent Gets It. You can look him up on YouTube.
Vitsit gets it?
Yeah, Vincent Gets It.
Like gets it like he understands it?
Yeah, all one word. Vincent Gets It. He's also on this server. Sometimes pops in. Very smart guy. Some people don't like him, but he's cool. Um, yeah, he talks about data and all that, which, to my understanding, has not really been proven, but it's interesting to think on. Yeah, he digs deep into actual experiments of the past, or what they claim as experiments. You know, Michelson Morley, the Sagnac effect, all that stuff. You can see him also debate this PhD guy, which is
Yeah.
quite funny. Um, wait, let me look it up. What's it, uh, Brian? Uh, yeah. Okay, let me send you this. This is a funny one. Mm-mm.
But I'm looking at these galaxies and some of them look so fake. I don't know.
What do you mean some of them? All of them look fake, bro.
I mean, they're claiming these are like real photographs that they've taken, but the stars look so shine like they spark. They look like a
Sparkle.
CGI star, basically.
Mm. Things in the sky do look quite amazing in certain perspectives, but still can't say what they are. So yeah, this is a Bachelor of Science in debating with, which is quite funny because this guy is full on in the sauce. Also, it has some good playlists like Schooling the Globers. Also, Schools Flat Earthers, really, because a lot of us don't really know this stuff. So it's good to watch that. Mm. Have you seen the documentary, the 5 hour one by Ivar Anand?
No.
Okay. That one also has some speculation. You should take that one with a grain of salt, but we'll send you that one as well. Mm. Uh, uh, mm. I don't know if I can find it. Yeah, the guy who made that documentary did kind of pull some things back on his claims, which is reasonable. But Still, I can't really find it. If I do remember, if you can maybe remind me later if you're interested, when I'm on my computer, I can send you. Because right now I'm not gonna find it, especially with that attitude. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know where that goes. Probably. Well, you should.
I'll have to go in like 2 minutes.
Yeah, no worries, man. Uh, do pop in whenever. Yeah, good to see you here. Hope you stay for a while. Do have some fun times quite often. Right now, it's a bit dead because we also have people going to other servers. Talking about this, trying to spread the word. A lot of people on the politics server. I don't know where you came from, but yeah, that server. There's quite some heated discussions going on, and a lot of people migrating from there to here, which is interesting to see.
There's like a server of politics,
It's not
and
our server. It's a different server entirely, and we just invaded their server and became like the most popular VC on there.
oh, so there's like a flat Earth VC.
Yeah, on that server. But I mean, probably wouldn't really go there. I mean, I haven't gone there myself, really, but yeah, I've heard tales of it and people coming over here saying they came from there.
Hmm. I came from here by watching an Eric Dubay interview.
Oof, Eric Dubay is cool, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people came from that one. I was in the VC check-in on the day that that one released, where he talked to Flat Lloyd, right? Flat Earth Lloyd.
Maybe. Don't
Yeah,
remember the name.
yeah, that guy is also in here. Yeah, yeah. A lot of people came that day. A lot of it. Which is, yeah, this is basically the best place to be, really, if you want all the info in one place. It's like we have so many channels there and additional information, so many conversations. Not really possible to archive all of this, to look through all of this. So many great conversations. We had like actual scientists coming in here. We had astrophysicists, like anybody, you name it. Debunkers, the guy that runs the
Astrophysicist.
flat Earth calculator. Man, if I could find you, there was a guy that recently, like a couple of months ago, who was a professor in astronomy. Still learning it too, though. Well, yeah, came in here, said a bunch of claims, did not substantiate anything. Just people like assume that somebody else is out there who has all the answers, somebody with a white lab coat. But we just keep going up the ladder, and just nobody knows. They're all referring to somebody else. They're all assuming somebody else in another field figured out something they don't know. And it's just a house of cards of just people not knowing things and assuming somebody else knows it. It's actually quite embarrassing from their perspective, but they're not embarrassed, at least not on the outside, I guess, not showing it. But they should be, because it is embarrassing. Lol. But yeah, that one replays on here when the music bot is on the live stream. It replays quite often. Well, not quite often, but I've heard it a couple of times. Um, when the guy first came in here, got pretty decimated there. Yeah.
All right. Nice talking.
Yeah, nice to have you, man. See you around, I guess. Take care.
You too. Bye bye.
Cheers. I don't actually know how many people there are on YouTube right now. So if I were to talk right now, I don't know if I would be talking to myself. Which I must say, I don't quite enjoy doing that, because when I'm alone, I don't really talk to myself. In my head I might, but everybody does that. But out loud is a bit psychotic. Well, I guess it depends on how you see it, but yeah. Well, let me look at this live stream here. Mm. Well, I have only 5 viewers, which is not a desirable amount, in my opinion. I can hear myself as well. But I'm on my phone and I can't really see the chat on my phone. So that's not cool. So if there's somebody talking, then I guess I can't really see it. Maybe if I had the app, but wait, I might have the app. Let me check. Yes, I do. All right. Oh, I see it now. Yeah, I found. Okay, I see the chat. Hello, Northern Rebellion. Yeah, we were talking about earlier about stuff in the PC check-in. I feel like that guy was genuine. I felt like he was genuine. I don't know about your impression, but I had a good impression of him. So it's good to have people coming in who are genuine. At least I feel like they are. The more of those, the merrier. And we do see quite a bit of new faces all the time. Kind of. For a bit, we had like the new crowd in here. Just the new trend was sitting in the chill chat. Maybe that's still the case. I mean, around that time, I was a bit distant because I was checking out the live stream. I was like, nobody's here. Everybody's in the chill chat, and then I'm hearing people are going to the politics server, so even more people kind of deserting. I mean, if you will. Uh, of course, a joke, but of course we're spreading thin, and the original server is a bit, starving for content a little bit. sometimes for those reasons. At the live stream itself. But yeah, we do have the new people here. And I don't know, like, I guess it depends on how we present the first impression because sometimes I can feel like, okay, this person isn't feeling us and they're just not gonna come back. And I don't know if that's something that's good or bad. I think it's good because it's kind of weeds out the people that we're not gonna get along with anyway. Like if you can't handle us on the first day, like if you just feel like this place is not for you,
Yeah.
it's
If you
probably
can't handle if you can't handle us asking you for your glow proof, I mean, this probably isn't the place for you, Snowflake.
yeah, it's not gonna go well from there. It's not gonna get better for you because we're probably not gonna stop holding your feet to the fire on that. It's just kind of gonna keep escalating,
Yeah,
especially if you're gonna
yeah.
try to talk. Yeah,
Yeah, if you're VC verified and you're in live stream, you're gonna get asked for your glow proof. That's what happened back in the old days.
yeah.
Still does. Still does.
We got
Still
Electricity
does.
in here, which is somebody that's I guess from September 24th, but no VC verified. So if you do want to get VC verified, I guess you should go up to the VC check-in, and we can maybe talk there.
He
And
might be on a deleted account. He's we know him. Unless it's a
is that
different guy with the same name.
is that the soap is a sin or somebody like that?
No, no, he's a flat earther. I believe so,
Oh.
from my recollection. He just may have had an account deleted, and he may be on a new one, or for some reason he's not verified.
Oh, so not for a bad reason.
Yeah. If he was banned on this server, he would be banned, and he wouldn't be on his original name because they would just ban him again because they know it's him. But he's probably on a new account, or for some reason he can't get into his email.
Yeah. I guess in that case, you just should just message some moderator.
Yeah, you need a gold or a mod. But yeah, I heard what you were saying with the new guy, and yeah, I've seen a lot of new guys like that come and go, and obviously different things happen in your life. Different people have different amount of times. I don't expect you to spend 5 hours or 10 hours on Discord or whatever. Like, just come when you can, come when you can't. You can leave for 5 years if you want. It's totally up to you.
Yeah, of course, nobody expects people to just like sit here and patrol, beyond under the bridge, if you will. Just
But
wait.
like I said in VC, there is there's no amount like spreading truth has unlimited rewards. So it's not going to give you financial rewards in this world, and you're not going to get all the supermodels, and you're not going to get a Bugatti, but you're going to get rewarded for spreading truth.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that because I mean, I taught my girlfriend about the flat Earth, and she's quite attractive, so goes in the supermodel category.
Yeah, it's in. I always try to make it short and sweet. It's like you either choose truth or money, pretty much. That's what it comes down to. Truth or materials, truth or money. God or atheism, truth or atheism.
It comes down to if you're willing to actually be righteous and stand by that and go, okay, I'm gonna actually not sell my soul. You saw a
How
lot of that.
about I'm not going to hurt anybody? I'm not going to hurt anybody, and I'm not going to force anybody to do anything against their will. And I'm a religious zealot for those two things.
And also, I'm gonna stand up for not having to do certain things where my right to act of my own will is infringed upon by another entity, which is another man telling me what to do. In
Well, there's two things. It's my body, my choice, but I choose not to hurt people, and I choose not to lie about like serious issues about earth and life and truth and history, science.
it's pretty reasonable. You would think it's pretty basic, but people can't really stay true to that. Actually, not as easy in practice as one might feel it is in theory, because the material
Yeah,
things do have their charms, and it's easier to go with those in many cases.
yeah. The best part is we have free will. We decide, and we are accountable for all our deeds and actions. So it's so perfect. It's like what you did bad. Guess what? You're gonna get repercussions. What you did good, you might get repercussions to the positive. It doesn't work perfectly equal. There's some martyrs. Some people get bad things happen to them over and over and over and over and over and over. They didn't deserve it. They didn't do nothing. It just happens. You just gotta stay a good person, not hurt people, despite who oppressed you.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm preaching to the choir, but it's a small choir.
Here.
But yeah, it's recorded. There's 3 people on YouTube. I'm trying to avoid any Discord TOS violations.
Or like in a black church or something. Like, amen.
Yeah, I know. I usually know when I'm being recorded, so I obviously obey the Discord TOS while I'm being recorded.
Oh yeah, I can tell because you could have said much more that you obviously uh, chose not to say. Other things we can elaborate on, but time and the place for that.
Well, I just picked your account. You're only joined in March, or what's up with that?
Yes, I was previously on a different server. There was one, I forget now what it was called. It was a different Flat Earth server. I think it was owned by Citizen FE. I don't know if you know him. He's on here too.
Yeah, I was like
I don't know if he
under
was
the
the owner, but
dome.
he was definitely a moderator at least. Uh, but yeah, a lot of good folks on there. So that was my first foray into like Discord Flat Earth stuff, and that server got shut down because of
Yeah, you
medical
don't remember me
misinformation.
on there?
Were you on there
Yeah, it was
too?
pretty much I was like one. Yeah, I was a mod on there. It was me,
Yeah,
Gwench, Citizen, Loggy, and a couple others. California,
yeah. Derek was
but
on there too. Yeah, yeah. Like
yeah,
your
Derek,
name is
Derek Nelson.
familiar to me. Your name is familiar, but I thought it's familiar because I've seen you here. But I guess it's familiar even before that. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, so that was like my first visit on a Flat Earth server on Discord. And that one got shut down, and I was like, okay, let me check out a different one. And I guess this was the most popular one. And I heard this one mentioned when I was on there. And I was like, at that point, I was like, I'm not gonna like go in two different servers of Flat Earth. It's gonna take up too much of my time. I'm just gonna stay on one of them, you know. And now I'm on this one, and I'm also on FED, which I don't really use that much, but I do visit the Bible studies there once in a while, which is kind of cool to partake in.
Yeah, when I joined Discord after the lockdowns in 2020, April 2020, somehow I found Under the Dome first. It was
Oh
it
yeah,
was
that's what
my
it's
main
called, Under the
server.
Dome. Yeah, exactly.
I did join here, but I didn't really want my name known, or I didn't really care, or I didn't know this was the main server, so I just mainly spent my time there, and then slowly migrated here because the activity, and obviously you meet more people, and so it's more action. But
Yeah, so
yeah, that server got shut down.
the day I joined here is you can actually use it as a marker of when that server got shut down because it's the same exact day, March 28th. It's when it happened.
Yeah, we got shut down like 5 or 8 times, I believe, something like that. Maybe 4 or 7, somewhere around there.
Wait, is it back or
Yeah,
something?
it's
Is it back?
well, there's a smaller version. It's there's like I don't know, there might be like 50 people or 100 people on it,
All right.
but
Well, most
there's
guys are with this
no
one.
active VC, and yeah.
Yeah, I feel like
Pretty much
most of the
people
people
go
are
where
here.
the active VC is. You want to you want to talk to new people, or you want to talk to globers and destroy them and practice, or you want to talk to new people and hope they stay around, or you want to talk to veterans and learn whatever. Everybody's here for a different reason, different moods, different time zones, different. It's morning for you, it could be night for me. So
Yeah, everything's here, really. Everything you need. It's really the best resource. Which annoys me a little bit when I
yeah,
listen to Flat Earth Dave Weiss. In his interviews, he says the best resource is his app, and I'm like, no, it's not the best resource. It's this server. But I get it. He has to sell his
yeah.
app. So
No, I would say if I had to pick, like in 5 seconds, the best flat Earth location would probably be here. Just all the channels, the voice, the 40, 50 different sections, have like 100 different posts in each section, and it's
it's
like
like
even the
instantly.
mods and the knowledge.
It's like right away you can get in contact with a flat earther. Somebody's gonna talk to you. It's like a 24/7 hotline of flat earth. Whoever comes in, they just got questions. We got somebody ready to actually fire off answers.
Yeah, in VC you can, or in VC check-in you can maybe be a bit more liberal. Like I said, I'll any questions, I'll answer it. I'll give you a 10-second answer, and I'll get you to the bottom of the rabbit hole as quick as possible. You may have to research it. The links and videos may be unavailable now, but
I do try to gauge how like genuine they are. I like to ask them a bit more questions when I'm in there. So I'm like trying to understand if they're a troll and all that, where they're standing, which is also quite interesting to me.
Yeah, I'm probably more. I'm more the bad cop, where like I assume they're a troll before anything. So I'm just like, where's your glow proof? Show me the. Where's your 3 flat Earth proofs? Like I said, you're gonna be questioned. You're gonna be like, it's just like I said. And then after I told him, like I said, I want you to stay around. I want you to spread truth. I want you to be silver. I want you to be gold. Whatever. Like like it's not reasonable. Like it takes time, and a lot of people quit Discord for different reasons. You quit lots of apps for different reasons and focus on your life, so it's totally understandable. So
Yeah.
yeah, but it's not even just he has to be on Discord and talking to Globers or arguing. Like I said, are you ready for a life of truth? Like truth is a lifestyle. You don't hurt people. You don't force people to do things. You try to tell the truth. You try to be good. You try to help people. It's yeah, it's like I said, it's not just a casual thing where like you're gonna do this for 3 hours and then you're gonna go cheat on your wife and then come back to flat Earth and be a truther. It's like all in.
Yeah, I think he like that guy, especially. I felt like he was remorseful about whatever he did used to do, as he addressed like saying that he did something in the past. So probably there's regret there, and he's on to better things. Hopefully.
Yeah, that's one of the first steps is acknowledging your past and trying to make it right, and then trying to do the right things after that. And part of it is flat Earth, and obviously all the other discoveries about the government narrative lies, and and depending on what you did, how you got to make up for it. That's totally depends on what you did.
Yeah.
Can some things or can some things not? Like, how do you make up for somebody like you killed somebody? How do you make up for that? It's going to be very difficult. Like you say to the
Well,
mother, "I'm sorry." Well, I mean, that doesn't make like that doesn't make it right.
it's also not gonna erase the feeling in your stomach. It's gonna meet you every day. You're gonna think about it. It's gonna be at your doorstep. That feeling is just gonna haunt you. So they're dealing with it, I guess, in that way.
Yeah, I'm not saying that you may not be able to make it right no matter what you did. There maybe is a chance you can make it right, but hopefully you lived your life and you didn't do that crazy bad thing that you how are you going to make it right? That's you should have never put yourself in that situation. You fell for the government lies and you did something really stupid, and now you have to try to make it right.
Yeah, once you
I do
pinpoint,
have
once you yeah, once you pinpoint the thing that's wrong, you can choose to make the fork in the road and be on the path of truth at that point.
yeah, a lot of people have like skeletons in the closet. So like say you cheated on 3 women and you beat up 2 guys at the bar and then you may have went to war, or who knows what you did. Like how do you correct those wrongs? Like the damage you did is on those people. So that's one of the red pills people have to face is like, shit, I did this bad. Hopefully you get to 30, 40, and you can look back and you didn't do something super bad and oppress somebody. Like like hopefully you didn't oppress anybody.
Well, the thing that's really I guess valuable as you can do is just now don't do it anymore. Just now that you know, don't do the thing. Be better. Because once you do know
Yeah,
and you're aware
for
and
sure.
you're still doing it, that's much worse.
Yeah, I agree. You gotta. That's the part of the healing or like the growing process is acknowledging the mistakes, acknowledging what's right and wrong, and attempting your best to not do it again or ever do it. Don't steal from stores. I don't care if you need the $5. Don't steal from stores. Don't steal from grocery. Don't steal from the quickie mart. It's not worth it. You don't need to steal that dollar item, that $5 item.
Well,
There's
wait. Wait. Is Quickie Mart an actual store?
I'm just I just wing it. Just wing it. I try to be I try to be funny.
I was like, is maybe he's right. Maybe it's an actual store. Because I'm not American, so I don't know what you guys have over there. I was like, maybe it's real.
Yeah, because like, and even if you're getting welfare, there's no reason to steal a $5 item or what. Like, there's no. I personally made the choice not to steal from any stores, from any person. From I would never steal from any person, but it's
Well,
just a
how
choice he
important?
makes. Like, no matter how much it takes, to never steal,
Yeah,
never
I
steal,
wouldn't do it.
like, never like.
I wouldn't do it. But the way I've heard people justify it is like they work at the place and they feel like their boss isn't there paying them sufficiently, or even feel like they're ripping them off, and at that point they might take cash out of the register to make up for it, and stealing in that way makes it okay for them, but I think it's still not okay, really.
Yeah, like I would try not to, but in the past, yeah, there's obviously everybody stole from a store, from whatever, so everybody's done it. I'm guilty. I just made the personal choice. No matter if I can do it, if it's easy money, if it's $5, if it's a water jug, like I'm gonna pay for it. I'm gonna tell you, like I'm gonna not gonna hide it in my cash car shopping cart and tell you charge me for the water. Like like I'm never gonna intentionally steal. And I'm not rich. I don't have. It's just a choice I made, and I'm not going to intentionally steal. So if somehow I accidentally get a free pack of gravy, it was hidden in the cart, and I didn't under the bag, under the paper, like I didn't intentionally steal it, and like they've overcharged me, they've double clicked the something, so like it's it's all about your intentions. If you intentionally steal it, or if you accidentally have extra,
Yeah.
it's sort of like if you're driving down the road and you accidentally hit a cyclist versus driving down the road and you intentionally hit the cyclist. Like you may get charged under the government law the same, but in the end, like your intent is what decides it, not the government laws. Although you may spend 20 years in jail or something, but
Yeah. Of course, it might reflect on your negligence, and that's wrong as well, but it's not going to be the same capacity of bad thing that you committed. Yeah.
were you on Ron's server? Do you know
Uh,
Ron?
I mean, I haven't been on
Is that
other
somebody else?
channels, so I guess not. I did. I was on.
No.
I was on whatever. There was. another application or another server, not Discord at all, like something else. It was something green, a green emblem. I'm not sure. I was invited by Citizen, but I forgot about it. Um,
There's
which
Element. Yeah, Element.
Element? Yeah, 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 yeah,
Element is green.
yeah. That's what it was. Is it still active? Do you know?
Yeah, you just gotta join a room, or to me, it's. I have an account there, but it's not the same as Discord. You may have more free speech, but not as many people there.
Yeah,
No
it didn't.
VCs. Maybe there.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Felt strange to me. But I guess, I mean, I'm just used to Discord, so at first Discord was weird too for me. I've been on Discord like
Yeah,
for
yeah, it was.
I've been on Discord like since 2016. Yeah, used to just use it for video game stuff, and also a server with Mahjong, which is a cool tile game. You probably know about Mahjong, like a traditionally
Oh no,
Chinese thing.
I I have a quote unquote satellite internet. I'm in an internet dead zone. I'm Gen X. I have low TV, low internet access, so I have no clue about.
Well, then you
I
actually,
watched my first anime like 2 months ago.
well, that's why you should know about Mahjong because Mahjong isn't like a video game thing. It's just like it's basically chess, but it's like not native to like the Western world, but it's just like a Chinese thing. That's like their poker. It's like a game with tiles. It's like a physical game, but of course it's been digitalized as well. Probably you've seen it. Um, it's like bamboo sticks and numbers, symbols. Quite a complex game. Yeah.
Yeah, it vaguely rings a bell, but like it's not a. You don't see many Chinese on Discord or. No,
Yeah, I'm
I,
a, I'm of Caucasian persuasion myself, but yeah, persuasion. Uh, but yeah, it's just I like brain teaser stuff, so that's that's one of those which kind of engages that part of me and has some gambling
well,
aspect.
I usually like
Because
to. I like to know a lot, like about everything, even if I don't care about it. I like to usually know about it, but you can't know about everything. There's too many things, but then you spread yourself super thin, but you know a little bit about a lot of things. But yeah, I never heard about that one really. But you can't know everything.
yeah, I'm in the same bag. A lot of things I feel like I used to know more than I do now. It just new things replace those old things, and my halfway expertise is kind of gone. And if I had to go back to those things, I'd be like very much lost.
Yeah, for me, it'd be a flat Earth help me ground myself into more reality and scientific method and observable, measurable, repeatable. And if you cannot do that, then I'm gonna be suspicious. And if you show me a video, I mean, I know it can be edited, so I'm not really gonna believe it off the hop. I'm gonna compare it with what I see and what I witness, and yeah, biblical cosmology. But
I used to just take people's word for things. I was very naive in that way, which I mean, it's precious. It's a cool thing. If I look back on it, it's admirable that people are that way. They just believe others. I mean, it's very innocent and beautiful in a way, but I mean,
They don't though.
it's some of them.
Some
Some of
like
them do.
if you they do like with fluffy stuff, they'll go, yeah, cool. But if you tell them like the whole cold hard truth, they're like, no way, or like they're like, yeah, it's like they're
Yeah,
just gonna
but in their
deny
head,
it, or like they're gonna their atheist materialistic religion, like unless it's like nice and cozy for them and it fits in with it.
yeah. I mean, I used to be an atheist, so I can understand how that goes. Especially if you're younger, your ego kind of battles like argumentation. Especially, you can't allow yourself to be wrong in certain instances. I was like very immature at like 16, and sometimes I would like even feel I'm wrong about something, and I would still argue and decide the wrong thing. And then a day later, I was like feeling ashamed that I would do that. And eventually, I would just like stop doing that because it's like obviously, why would you? What am I doing? Like, I grew up, and I was like, what am I doing? Stupid.
See, must have never had that because, like, even I never defended the globe. It just never came up. Like, I
Yeah, I never
accepted the
defended the globe
globe
either.
on the programming, but if somebody would have came to me and debated, I would have never been like just a hardcore glober. I'd been like, well, yeah, how do I prove the moon landing? How do I prove that? Just like all it took was one video of him saying water always sinks and finds its level. There's no real pictures of Earth from outer space. And within 5 minutes, I knew. I was like, holy shit, it's flat. Like I knew right away, and then yeah, obviously did way more research, but like I knew right when somebody said it, I was like, holy shit!
Yeah, it
Like
was a quick one for me too
I know
when
there,
the
I
subject got
like
brought up.
like I had a super. I was a truther from 2011 to 2015 when I heard flat Earth, and I had zero trust in any government narrative before that. And then when they said flat Earth, water level, no pictures in space, I was like, it made perfect sense. And then the biblical it matched the Bible, so it was seamless. It was like zero
Yeah.
trust in government. There goes atheism. There goes Big Bang. There goes evolution. Easy.
Yeah. My first instinct on flat Earth was like, okay, this is silly. Obviously, it's stupid, and it's like because I was a truther already, I was like, this is a psyop. It's like like this is just to discredit the real things, just making us appear stupid if we believe this. But I didn't really. I just said it as an offhand comment once, and just didn't even dwell on it. Didn't think about it. But as soon as I started thinking about it, it just took like 5 minutes, and it's over. Like it's just as soon as you like open your eyes and actually look at it, it's so obvious. Like it's so obvious when you think about it and you actually say to yourself, "You're not spinning. You're not feeling that you're
Yeah.
moving. Obviously, you're not moving. You idiot. What are you talking about?"
Yeah, that's why like I'm a bad cop where like I can tell within 5-10 minutes like if they're bullshitting, and I'm gonna lay down the cold hard truth, and then like if you fight it, then I know obviously like you're not ready. You're defending the government. Like if you defend the government, I got you. Like it's over. How can you defend those people? It's just so it's like e- to me, within 5-10 minutes, three questions, depending on how they react and what their answers are, if they're ready. There is some larpers. I've got fooled by a couple larpers. Everybody has, so it's not hard to lie and pretend for 5 minutes. But
Yeah, It's as soon as you ask the more detailed questions, it kind of shows very quickly because they don't really elaborate. And if they do elaborate, they say the wrong things. They use the word believe, and it kind of gives it away.
Mm.
You don't. I mean,
And
maybe some Globers are listening, taking pointers, but even if you are, still gonna give it away because you can't really keep it up. They always give it away. It becomes quite obvious at some point.
yeah, I can't think of any ex flat earther. There is the 7 or 10 that claim to be, but like they're all suspicious and they're all larpers and even Ranty. Like before he flipped, he was suspicious. He had videos talking about him with Freemasons, and he was trying to rebuke the Black Swan, or he's saying it's a dumb argument. And like there's a lot of red flags with Ranty and every single quote unquote ex flat earther there is.
Yeah, I
They
don't really
never
know.
were.
I don't know who that is, but I think I've heard people speak about this guy. Unless it's somebody else, but I think
Well,
it's
he was
this guy.
on Ranty was on Oakley's panel for like 200 shows or whatever it was. He did flat Earth, long distance observations, and then all of a sudden, like this one thing came up, and he's like, "Yup, it's a glob. It's a glob."
Seems legit.
Just, but
It's like there's no going back. Just just doesn't work. None of it's real.
well, even like the two most recent flip floppers, if you ask them for their glow proof, they just run and they're like, "You're not gonna take it anyways. You're not gonna do it." They're like, and I heard one of their like flat Earth to globe like return story, and it was like the dumbest thing I ever heard. It was just he's like flat earther said some speculation things, and then it made me think, oh, maybe they're wrong about this, and maybe okay, well, yeah, now it's a glob because this and it's a glob. It's like holy, like it
Well,
was it was a dumb flat.
the more popular this thing becomes, it's like there's gonna be people that are gullible that's gonna convert to our side, but they're still gonna be gullible. So you can just flip flop, go back and forth with those people. They're just not sure about anything because they can't discern reality. It's like those people are always gonna be there. The ones that don't really do the work, they're lazy or they just don't care enough. They don't have the capacity to process the
Yeah, yeah.
information.
Or they're like a Gemini and they play both sides and they flip flop or like this. So there's it's like there is people, whether it be zodiac related or not, that are just like I don't like. Some people are not gifted with the ability to see the full truth.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. I don't know if that's really a thing, but it seems like it is a thing. Because it's very obvious, and you should be able to see it once people mention it. Like, how don't you see it? Like, to me, it's so obvious. Like,
Yeah, like
it couldn't be more obvious.
I've talked to my buddies for 8 years, probably more in the first couple of years, but every argument, gravity, this, that, gas pressure, and the only one he was like, I told him about how come you can fly a helicopter, hover for 3 hours, land in the same spot, and it Earth doesn't rotate underneath. And he's like, yeah, holy, that's pretty good. That's actually the best thing you've ever said. It's like that doesn't make any sense. But does he care? No, he's got a wife and 2 kids and a job, and he's just trying to live his life and have fun.
I guess.
But yeah, he also told me that God exists and evolution exists. So it's just could be just his state of mind of just complete confusion based on the statist education or oppression education system.
Yeah,
That's
it's
what they
because
do
like
is going to make you
probably
confused so you can. Yep. Yeah.
it's just what you told him, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that makes sense." And after 5 seconds, it's just like, "Okay, what's next thing? What's on TV? Fucking NBA. Let's watch that."
Yeah. Well, they don't realize that all it takes is one debunk of the globe and it's dead. Like if Earth isn't spinning underneath the helicopter, well, then Earth isn't spinning underneath anything, and Earth's not spinning. And then obviously it can go into the water, fluid dynamics, fluid statics, and gas pressure without a container. But it's like I said, it's not enough to care. Too busy. That's what they do. The bread and circus and get you into your slave job, and all you care is coming back from your job and relaxing for a couple hours, and you got to do your chores, and you go back to bed, and you just do it again.
Yeah, it's not not really ideal, that state of living, but a lot of people go through that, and somehow, I mean, still able to find the truth. Some of them, but others not so much.
Well, there is something different about us. If we're on a platform, we are killing time, but we are trying to spread truth to as many people as possible. That is a rare trait that people want to actually just spend their time and help people, help them learn about their reality around them, help them make better decisions in their life, because every decision you make has a repercussion. So,
Yeah, it's like does feel like doing a good deed, putting people on the right path.
yeah, it's even the way I would say it is just like I'm just killing time, enjoying life, having fun, spreading truth, doing good.
Um, I'm not a fan of
And
the expression "killing
if you can
time," but
spend 5 hours, well, yeah, we're just killing time. Like we have extra time. Obviously, we're on Discord. We have a bit of extra time, so like we are killing time in the best way,
with killing for
potentially
me,
by
like
spreading truth.
killing for me associates with like something wasteful. Like you just like wasting away. Killing just doesn't matter.
Yeah, it might be the wrong word, but sort of like killing time, as in yeah, just yeah, maybe it's the wrong word, but it's it is a spell, so maybe yeah, it is it is a bad word. 'Cause technically, not killing time. Time is the most valuable thing you got.
Yeah, we're using it. We're making use of it because God knows, like spending a lot of time in my head already thinking these things, so might as well share them with others and maybe help them see the world in the light that it actually is, instead of delusions of whatever is clouding their mind.
Yeah. See, then one of the realer questions would be like, why do you do it?
Well, it's just like an inexplicable uh, attraction to that. It just feels right, you know. It's like it should be done. There's some also
Yeah,
like
I
I guess
agree.
gratification in it built in. It's just this feels like that's what's good. It's
Oh, I
like
totally
basically
agree.
the
Like,
same as helping somebody, right? If you help somebody, it just feels good. Give somebody a helping hand in a tough situation. It's kind of the same because I see it as a tough situation being in that world of just clouds above you everywhere. You don't see the world for what it is.
yeah, I don't know if you had it where you're like, I'm gonna quit Discord. I'm just it's pointless or whatever. But some reason everybody has that, and we want to quit. We want to leave. Some people delete their accounts. Some people leave for months and then they come back. But like, there's something, as I said in the VC check-in, like that. There's like, and you just said it. Like, there's something that we're drawn to about spreading truth, talking truth, finding new people, spreading the information, trying to help, trying to be good, trying to do good.
Yeah, with this place, I'm like, I need the recharge time. Like, I need the batteries to be recharged because sometimes I have the inspiration to just go with it, but then I get a bit worn out, and I take like a couple of weeks, a month away, a step back, and then I go back in with refreshed way of talking about it because it might also like if it wears on you, you're gonna also sour your way of getting across the message too. You might become a bit more caustic and abrasive, which, like, for me, that's not the best way to be. But I guess for some, that works. But yeah,
Well, yeah, I don't know if it's even suitable for live stream. Like, say you're in lobby and you're questioning a Glober and he's playing the victim card. And he's like, "Why are you asking me for glow proof? Like, I thought this was a cool place, and I'm a victim." It's like, dude, if you can't handle me asking you for your
yeah,
glow
no,
proof or your evidence, how are you gonna handle all these atheist Marxists telling you to do all these crazy things and calling you all these insults and going after your children and deleting your accounts and deleting your servers? I mean, I'm just asking you for glow proof and you're getting a snowflake complex. Like, are you ready for this? Really?
no. We do get a lot of children, I guess, too, who really been raised in that world of their phone is their dad and TikTok is their mother. It's like just a generation of complete
But
loss of guidance without any guidance.
yeah, like when I was doing research, I didn't have these servers in these places where like people would spoon feed me or give me information. I found out everything by myself. Thankfully, YouTube wasn't censored from 2011 to 2017, where I could actually find all the information I needed. So I guess I should give some leeway to these people because YouTube is skewed to the atheist agenda. So it is a bit harder to find some of the information. But if it takes an hour or two to explain to somebody about how level is like flat, level, horizontal, fluid dynamics, fluid statics, I mean, is this guy ever gonna get it? Like, after, like, you don't need an hour or two to explain gas pressure without a container. Like, I mean, there's no way that these people can be that slow. There's no way.
Also, I feel like you're gonna get this message heard in an authentic way, even if there's so much propaganda out there. Because if you're listening to some media that actually is on the side of truth, they're gonna bring it up in an authentic way. I mean, because that's kind of what happened with me. Like, I was listening to some stuff from people that actually were thinking and rational, not actually partaking in all this mainstream stuff. that's going on. And they addressed it in a real way. And I was able to digest it and go away and say, okay, I'm going to look at it myself. Let's check it out. But if you're going to do that, if you're going to be on that side, then you're going to find the truth, because the truth is always going to be a fruit in the garden of, you know, of other truths.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't even. Yeah, like I'm not saying you are, but it's like there's no age. Like I only became a truther at age 31, so I mean, some people are at 17 and 21, 25. So, like, there's no specific age that you become a truther. It's just whether you decide to seek truth or you get oppressed by the government and you wonder, why are these wars happening? And yet they claim to care about people, but they're aborting children and then they're doing all these other crazy things and killing people. It's like, what? There's mixed messages and hypocrisy. Or you got divorced and your wife took half your money and you're wondering why the system is rigged against you, and then you find out that red pill and then you slowly go on to that and then flat earth or whatever. So like very very rarely is a rich person like that has tons of money and no bad issues or nothing happens, do they care about any truth? Because why would they want anything to change? They have life good. Why would they question anything? All they're doing is partying and spending money.
I wouldn't say my life was good too, so, and I still kind of came to this. I mean, it had some roadblocks, some ups and downs, but overall, like it wasn't like awful. But the big thing for me was the way I just came on the side of truth and just understanding that things are suspicious in the world. Is I watched all these officials and whatever authorities, the way they spoke, the way they move their hands, it's all like very deceptive, and it was always very obvious to me. It's like magic tricks. The way they just, as if they're pulling strings on the audience, just like accentuating the words, pausing in between. It's all like rhetoric, so beautiful in a way to make you captivated, hanging on every word. And I saw through that. And I was like, okay, these people are liars. I can see a liar before me. So from there on, I can be on the side of truth, because if I can see the liars, my spidey senses will tingle and will show me where the lies are and where the truth is, because it's the opposite of the lies.
Yeah, oh, so mine would be like a high distrust in government from a young age, seeing all the hypocrisy, seeing all the homeless people while there's empty houses and empty buildings, and seeing all these billionaires with mansions while other people starve. So it's just like, then once I saw Zeitgeist, I realized like the 9/11 scam and the money scam, and
Oh, you saw
that
that
was the
too?
beginning.
I saw that when I was like 15 or 16.
Well, the funniest thing was like I just got my iPhone 5S December 2011, and my buddy he was an atheist, and he's like, "Oh, you should watch Zeitgeist." And little did he know that him telling me to watch Zeitgeist created the Northern Rebellion of today.
It's crazy. They were talking about microchips back then, and now it seems more real than ever.
Yeah, it was just once I saw like the 9/11 and the money, I was like, holy crap! It just put all the pieces, some of the pieces, most of the pieces together, just in that hour or two. And then from then on, I did 12, 16 hours a day of YouTube nonstop. They would feed me the best videos on like in 2011, 2015, or whatever. Like you could watch 12 hours straight of like any video any topic. Like, yeah, it was. I don't know if you remember that, but
Yeah, yeah.
it was
You could search up
yeah, it was just
anything.
like always a new suggested. Yeah, like every day would be like JFK for 12 hours. Next day would be 9/11 for 12 hours. Next day, Israel Palestine for 12 hours. Next day, this for 12 hours. Next day, Freemasons for 12 hours. Next day, it was just like never ending. But
Yeah, and
now,
you
yeah,
search
all those videos
something up.
are deleted.
If you search something up, you actually get results of what you searched up instead of some bullshit.
Yeah, if you search something, you watch a video, and you're suggested, you get 12 other ones of like all the same topic.
Yeah, now it's crazy out there. Like the Google searches are like so different now. You just search something and you just get something completely different. Like what the hell is this?
Yeah, like so, I would guess like 80% of those videos are all deleted. All Every time I go back to my playlists, there's always unavailable videos. I go to my old YouTube accounts. I search the history, and the history's deleted. And it's just a scrubbing. Just like I can't remember what video I saw years ago where it said that they're gonna try to make everything digital because digital they can just erase, delete, but the physical paper copy is a bit harder to like get rid of. You got to burn it physically, and it's just explain how the physical hard copy is a lot harder to destroy than when they put everything on digital and they can just manage it and algorithm it and then shut it down or delete it.
I mean, it was so easy back then because it was like a changing of the old guard and the older people that were in control didn't really understand it that well yet, but the ones that inherited the
But
control, they
have you
can.
ever seen the Social Network movie about Facebook?
No, no.
It just explains how like he started it, and then the one owner is like, "Let's put ads, let's do this," and then he's like, the Zuckerberg supposedly is like we don't know where it's going, so like you gotta let it grow and let it do what it's gonna do. That's what YouTube did, and then once they found out like the truth, or like we could find out so much information, they had to censor it, just like, and then like Facebook had to censor and put ads and change. So like once YouTube hit that certain spot, they just like they had to obviously change everything. And they didn't care about money because they print money out of thin air. So it's not about the money. It's just about growing the platform, growing the name brand, and then shutting it down and censoring it.
And just Google searches were so crazy good back then. You got so many results that were relevant. These days, it's very streamlined. You search something up and it's like kind of limited. And somehow, like, we have more people than ever using the internet, and there's less information. Like, it's just weird. But if you want a makeup tutorial or a TikTok dance, ooh, there's a lot of those.
He was even too. They can just change the definitions. They can go into that dictionary, change the definition, and now level is curve. Now level is this, or like they can. But if you go into the old dictionaries from 1800 or 200 years ago or 100 years ago, it's going to say level is flat, horizontal, straight, not curved. But currently online it says it's curved. Welcome to 1984.
I remember when I was like 10 years old and I heard a flat earth in passing. And I heard it like, oh, there's people who believe the earth is flat. And I just thought, hmm, it's like so alien of an idea. But right now, thinking back, like, it just makes me think that there must have been already like flat Earth movements, people gathering and kind of already trying to be back on this side of truth. But I guess it's evolved since then, even more.
Yeah, to me, there's going to be people that claim I was flat Earth in 2005. It's like, well, where's your video? Where's your proof? Why weren't you spreading it? Why weren't you on Facebook? Maybe they were, but I doubt it. A lot of people want to claim they're earlier flat Earth than they actually were, but maybe they knew it was flat from their parents teaching it or whatever. But like everybody knows that the flat Earth is 2014, 2015. If you claim before that, yeah, you're gonna have to prove it to me.
For me, it was like 5 years
I'm
ago.
gonna need to see some receipts.
I think like 5, 6 years ago at this point, yeah, something like that for me.
Yeah, flat Earth exploded in 2015. It was the number one top search above Donald Trump, above any other topic, and then obviously they had to shut it down.
Crazy, but it's cat's out of the bag. It's pretty much over. With how much people talk about it nowadays, it's only a matter of time until they go, why are we still talking about this all the time? Like, why is it always on my mind? Why am I making jokes about it? Why is it in the pop culture all the time? It's just gonna settle in. It's gonna become normal. And once it becomes normal, they're gonna realize it's what it actually is, that the earth is that, and it's gonna be over. Now, if the people in control are gonna allow that or not is another discussion. I personally don't
Yeah,
know.
I think they know. A lot of people don't care, or they like, it's just we're the minority. Although we're still growing, but they know that one. Like I said, for me, it took 2 minutes, 5 words, or whatever. Water always seeks and finds its level. No real pictures from space, so that's why they had to censor it on YouTube because they knew that if we had access to new people, then it would grow exponentially. So they had to limit the access to new people. Just like on the server, on any on any app, they have to limit the access to the flat earth information to get to new people.
Yeah, they do, but somehow just talking to random people, I just hear this subject brought up all the time. They just bring it up as a joke or just something. They just say flat Earth in some context. So it's like on their minds all the time. They're just talking about it all the time. Just small quips, small jokes, but they're still mentioning it. So for me, that just tells is just it's gonna turn over to the other side unless
Well,
somebody
even like
big distraction.
yeah,
Yeah,
like I've flat smacked my friends at the poker table or whatever, and then months or years go by. I don't even talk about it because I know they don't care. They don't want to research. They don't give a shit. Even though I'll destroy them in any debate. But then say 2 months, 5 months go by, the buddy will randomly try to gaslight and be like, "Oh, some of us don't believe in dinosaurs. Some of us don't believe in outer space." And then, depending on my mood, will I take the bait? Will I not? Depending on who's there, depending on the environment. So yeah, it's like yeah, I don't know if it's just because he wants to antagonize or like subliminally he knows it's flat or whatever it is, but
It's on their
Hard time.
mind. It's on their mind. It's not gonna escape their mind. It's just they're gonna keep thinking about it until it stops being ridiculous. Until they until they'll go, why do we keep caring about this so much? Why?
Yeah, like I said, I don't push it. It comes up randomly. We talk sometimes, and it's the same. It'll be like it's just like a noob argument. It's like, what's gravity? Demonstrate gravity. Gravity's a force. It's like, no, it's not a force. It's space time. You don't like. They don't even know the religion. They don't know the radius. They don't know the distance of the sun. So I mean,
Well, when I
they
meet
don't know
somebody
their own
new,
model.
sometimes if I feel like it at the end of the conversation when we're saying goodbye, I just say the last thing I say is the earth is flat, bye. And I just leave it with that. Just let it simmer. Because it might make them think because they just experienced the chat with a reasonable person, somebody that's a decent guy, and that guy said the earth is flat. So just okay, just have it on your mind.
Oh yeah, I had it where this guy is like a paramedic and he had a girlfriend. And he's like, yeah, I know a flat earther. And then she thought like the flat earth was going to be this crazy guy, crazy, insane, whatever. No, he's totally normal. He's just like so. I had like the atheist paramedic doctor guy defending like the flat earther because he's like, I don't push it, I don't yell about it, I don't scream. Like it's, I'll just yeah. So it's kind of funny.
Yeah. I was thinking about getting like a T-shirt that just says "Flat Earth," just to like get people to like come up to you and say, "Hey, what's this?" But I don't know if I want to invite that into my life. Too much, like it feels too a bit too excessive. You know?
Yeah, if you've seen, I don't know if you've seen those videos. You know about like shills versus shills and trolls versus trolls.
No, what is that?
It's a YouTube channel, and he just posts some. Yeah, it's there's flat earthers that are like trying to do street activism, and these guys like try to fight them, and some guys get punched in the face, and so like it's kind of risky to do street activism. Maybe he was too aggressive, or like he just ran into a crackhead or something, or whatever. But there's video evidence of multiple assaults on flat Earth people trying to do activism on the street. Even Adam Meakin of the
I
flat Earth
feel like
debate got arrested in Italy or wherever he was, and it's on video. And the three cops grabbed him and threw him in the back of the car, arrested him. So
I do feel like anybody doing activism of any sort that is like a public disturbance, they can get into trouble at some point.
exactly, if I go stand on the street with a sign "Earth is flat" or "Free Palestine" or whatever it is, I'm in jeopardy from some crazy people, from the police, from whatever.
Yeah.
And if you want to do that, go ahead, go be brave, go get a fine, go get arrested.
Yeah, but
I'll choose my flat smacking different ways.
yeah, what I was saying, like, I just like with thing, just like put on a shirt and just go about your day. I don't know if I would do that, but that also seems like it would invite a lot of attention. That probably would be too much for me. Just
Yeah,
walking down
most
the
people
street, just in the
just
store. You know.
You probably wouldn't get it. Most people would just see it and just laugh, or see it and like they wouldn't really. But if you're trying to make, like, if you're trying to stand there and like argue with people, then. But if it's on video, whatever, he assaults you, he gets charged, whatever. I guess it's, that's the risks you take. Usually, people just see your shirt and just laugh or move on or like acknowledge it or take it in or.
Yeah, but then if you're having a conversation with somebody and you have that shirt on, you're like, okay, now they might address it, and you might get into a conversation about that.
Oh, there's definitely positives. You can definitely have some positives. It's just, yeah, you just never know. Is it going to be the positive or negative? It's the gamble, the public flat smack gamble.
Yeah.
Like, let's see if I can find that video. Like I said, the authentic intent. Like, he was trying to flat smack this guy. He jumped off his bike and started like running after him and like punching him. And, yeah, it's happened a couple times.
Doesn't sound funny.
Mm, not coming
Also,
up
a lot of people
here.
like a lot of people are just looking for fights and stuff. They don't even care what reason. So if you bring attention to yourself, like kind of inviting some negative attention as well, because just that's just what's gonna come sometimes, inevitably.
Yeah, for me, a survival strategy is to try to avoid crazy people. So I'm not gonna be in public where I'm surrounded by crazy people and antagonize them.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just with friends or people I know. You gauge their trust in government, and you may drop the red pills. And
Yeah, I do like to feel people
came
out.
up with. Let's see here. I found the channel here. Let's try
Well,
to
I'll be
find
back
the one where
in
he
like
gets
a
us.
minute. I'll be back in a minute.
Searching here. Tent.
Hopefully, there's no storm brewing in my parts.
I found those. I found those videos. If you want to see people get assaulted while trying to do flat Earth activism,
Do show me, please.
I'll have to send it in a DM because they might have some keywords in the top.
Bro, is this real?
Like I don't know.
Wait, is this person in the lobby real? With that profile picture? I feel like it's not real. Come on. It can't be real. Come on.
Jamie 666XO. Truther 101 day one. When you have 666 in your name, you're suspicious. It's very trolling.
Probably trolling.
Yeah, they're just trying to gaslight, bait you. What do you think about this quote unquote TOS violation topic? What are your opinions about this? Are you going to take the bait? Just give me a sec. I'll post it. Here is. Yeah, this guy even like hisses at him. It's funny. Get to the messages here.
Morning. Anybody there?
Morning.
Good morning. I
I thought that
wondered if,
was a soundboard. What the hell?
hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Good. I just wondered if you could help me. I've been hearing about this other server called Politico, where there's a flat Earth channel embedded in it. And I go there and I can't find it. And I was wondering if anyone knew how to help.
Can't say I'm familiar with it myself, but
Oh,
maybe somebody else is. Also, your voice sounds like AI. if I may say so. It's
Yes.
quite funny.
I'm I'm an AI with heart.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if you can't help, I don't know why I can't seem to find it. Everyone says that
It's
they go there.
you have
That's all
to
right.
scroll down in the server. It's a big server, so you gotta keep scrolling down. There's multiple giant channels, and just look for the 24/7 flat Earth. Probably one of the
Oh,
bigger ones.
it says 24/7 flat Earth. I never saw anything like that.
Oh, I think it's only available to us.
To
Wait, do you want the YouTube stream or something?
Well, everyone says that everybody from here has gone over there, which is why it's
Oh,
so quiet.
you mean the politics server?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can give you that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. In voice text, right?
Wait. I'll find it first, and then, yeah, I'll send it there.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, at first I was confused what you were asking for, but I get it now. Okay. I just saw it. Just saw it. I forgot what I saw. Mhm.
Here, Quantum Eraser is always on there.
Easy.
That's what they say.
Wait, maybe you mean the FED server?
No, she means the politics server,
Okay.
Yeah.
like the main. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me.
I've never seen flat Earth anything on there, so I don't know why I can't find it.
You
Okay, I'm gonna post it
are
now in the
you
live stream
on
voice
the right?
text.
Okay, it's
Wait,
there now.
crap. I think that's. Wait, crap. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Wait, no, it's not yet, not yet. Oh, no, that's it. That's it. Yeah. Just click on that, and it's gonna bring you to.
Mm,
I think it's the second one. Yeah, the second one.
The second one.
I think it's the second one.
Flying.
Yeah, flying. You click on the thing that I wrote. It will bring you to an above message before. It's like a link.
Second one. Okay.
Just click on the thing, the live stream
Yeah,
voice text thing, like a blue thing.
got
It
it.
will bring you to a
Yeah,
screen where it says join, right?
yeah. I've done that before, and then I join, and then it goes to the main page, and then I can't find it again.
Um, do you look on your left if it's one of the servers that you have?
On the left,
Wait, are you on the phone or on the computer?
on the computer.
I'm not quite sure how it is on computer. Wait, let me see.
Mhm.
It should be there though. Uh,
Join.
uh, uh,
Join.
One issue with that server is they want you to verify your phone number.
I did that.
it should be one of the servers on the left if you have the server. I mean, the same way you choose to go to Flat Earth server, you click on the icon with the Flat Earth art, right? The spinning thing. So there should be an equivalent of that for the politics one, whatever it is, whatever their emblem is.
Okay, what's up, everyone? Welcome to the Politics AMA today with China Uncensored.
Guess she found it. Let me see this stuff you sent me.
Yeah, it's a good channel for it exposes some flat earthers and some globers. And it's a lot of historic flat earth evidence on that channel if you wanna dive through it. If you've never seen that channel, it's some very interesting information.
I like some real life encounter stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah. Yeah, if you look on that channel, you'll find Adam Meakin getting arrested. You'll find a lot of horror stories of the past that you may not have seen, that it may have been hidden. That on both sides, flat and globe, there's a lot. Like I
Okay.
said, there's a lot of a lot of juicy details in that channel.
Okay. I have seen a Witsit get arrested, but it was long ago.
Yeah, I don't know if this guy is a flat or globe. I think I've seen him argue. I think I've seen Globers attack him. So I don't know if the hashtag he puts on his videos is. I don't know. It's just either way, he exposes both sides. So I can't fault him for that. If people do wrong, you're on video.
Did you find it?
No. No, I didn't find it.
How didn't you find it? Just go to this server. Oh my god.
I did. I go to the server and it's simply not there. So
Really?
crazy.
Okay,
I
you
give
click on it, and what happens?
I go to the front page of the political server and they've got a whole list of discords that they've already published. I go to all the community, the videos, the live, and I do not see one entry for Flat Earth. So
Well, you should ask somebody on the server. What's that about? Maybe it's a role that you need or something. I'm not sure.
I'll do it some other time. This is crazy.
Yeah, I've never been on that
Yes.
server, so I wouldn't know how it works. But you just ask one of the guys that are there. They'll tell you.
Someone there. Okay.
Someone from here that's there. I mean, one good one to ask is Creation Bear. Probably can help you out with that.
Creation.
Or
Okay.
Creation Bear.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometime.
All right.
Wait, remember the guy in BC or BC check-in?
Yes.
I sent him my playlist, and he's just messaging me now. So hopefully he's watching them. He can't find. He says he can't find the videos that are on my playlist on YouTube or something. So hopefully he'll hang around and see what happens.
Well, I wager he's gonna need some sleep soon. As you know, once you find this out, it's a couple of sleepless nights sifting through the stuff.
Yeah, back in the day, you could just search for those 10 hours, go to bed, and then every day it'd be like a new globe debunk, new globe debunk. Oh, this new thing. Oh, this can't work on a globe. And then everybody has a new video, and there'd just be like 50 new videos about it. But yeah, I've had hope for many people. Like I said, some people. Well, you can't expect people to come on Discord when they got bills and inflation and they're losing their jobs or whatever it is, like crazy retarded world that they created. That if you do have time just to be on Discord or on any Twitter or whatever and spread truth, then hopefully you can. And if you don't have time, you don't have the internet, and you're just trying to survive, then I mean, you got to survive first.
Yeah.
You help me. I'm looking for the flat Earth stuff place. Is this it?
You're back in the flatter 24/7.
Jesus Christ! I give up. Oh my God!
Don't you see the same names? What are you talking about?
I don't know. I figure you all, I
What's
give
wrong
up.
with you?
I just give up. This is it.
You
Ridiculous.
think we're talking it into a different discourse at the same time? What's wrong with
No. Bizarre is what it is. All right, guys. I'm just giving up completely.
You'll figure that out
Like
eventually.
the politics server is like a big P, or it's just like a black outline with a big P. And then once you click on it, there's like a whole bunch of channels, and you just have to scroll down, scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. And then there's like 24/7 Globe Earth. There's 24/7 Dinosaur Earth. There's religious channels, and then like down, down, down is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel. And just look for names you recognize, like Quantum or Creation Bear or Crypto or something.
Okay.
But yeah, it might be different on computer. Might be different on computer.
Different on computer because I just simply don't see scroll down, scroll down, scroll down because there's nowhere to scroll down to. There's only like
It's probably because you
3
don't have enough roles. Probably she does have
information.
roles. I think you don't have roles to access those areas, probably.
I see. Maybe that's it. You don't give me the option. All right.
That's probably it.
Yeah. You probably have to talk to a mod to get the roles, because the only way I got on there, because I didn't want to verify my phone number, so Spakeface somehow talked to the mod and circumvented it, so I got in without verifying my phone number, and I got the lowest role, and I was able to join VC and talk and text and pictures.
Okay.
So you just need to contact a mod that's here and there, and then hopefully they can get you the whatever role to get you in there.
I wouldn't do this except that, I keep coming
'Cause
here.
it's not like
He's so quiet now. They're all over there.
well, it's because there's no fresh meat here. There's never any new people. So over there, you have 3 or 4 new people, and it's just a feast. And it's just everybody jump on just like the old days where 5 people would interrupt everybody at the same time trying to get on this new person. Just like the old days.
Yeah. I don't know if I want that, but I just thought, well, I'll
Oh yeah,
have a
you'll
look.
never get a word in. I
Oh, I
like
never
you'll never get a word in.
I'm not
Yeah,
much of
if there's yeah, it's good to listen, but yeah, if you want a word in, then I wouldn't expect it. Just like if there's a new person here, like, are you gonna get a word in with the new person here? Eh. 5 mods will jump in, 3 golds. You're never gonna get the new person.
Right. It's true. Okay,
But
well,
it is, yeah, it is what it
try.
is. You may,
I'll go try now.
you might get the timing right. Like if a new person came in now, then I'd get to feast, or we'd get to feast. But very few, very few new, very
I
few
like
new
his
people come in at 5 a.m.
Like we're vultures or something. We're just waiting to feast.
Oh, it's just, yeah. Everybody wants to be. You want it recorded to talk to a new person, and hopefully you can flat smack them, or you might get them to say the dumbest thing ever, and then be like, "Holy crap, this guy said this." He said, "Yeah." There's a lot of times like the guy will be like, "I'll be in any Discord, any server," and he'll be like, "Let's join VC, let's talk." It's like, dude, I don't care about talking to you one on one, not recorded. Like, what is, like, who cares? Like, what is it? We're just arguing for nothing. It's like, I want the stupid stuff you say recorded on record so I can clip it. Even if I have a channel of 30 subscribers, like, I just want to catch you or make you double speak and say whatever, like Coriolis lies or Gravity lies or whatever. Like, it's just fun for me.
It's kind of cruel, but
Well, yeah, it's the only way you're going to humble the atheist is by destroying his religion and by showing him you don't even know your globe religion. You don't even know the numbers. You don't know the circumference. You don't know the radius. You don't know what gravity is. So I mean, I'm stupid, flat earther, yet you don't even know your own number. So you got to humble them by showing them their lack of knowledge and showing them you know their globe model better than them.
yeah.
And then, yeah, whether they accept it or not, or like, obviously some of them go like hardcore anti flat earther after that when they get just embarrassed. But just, yeah, I'm just walking the path, spreading the truth, and you can join or you can just get run over, whichever.
Mm.
But yeah, I got to take off. Have a good night. Good chatting with you.
All right, take care.
All right, take care. See you later.
Yeah, good times. All right, I'm gonna watch these videos now that I got sent. Since there's nobody else that can talk.
Now, the plans which the Illuminati laid out many decades ago have come to full fruition in terms of breaking up the family, taxing us to death, and forcing our children into indoctrination during the most important formative years of their lives. With all that being said, does anyone expect this highly motivated, well-funded, powerful and organized group of ancient tacticianers who are used to controlling populations, do you really think they're just going to let Flat Earth go on unchecked? Of course not. There are definitely going to be agent provocateurs, perhaps a new flavor of agent provocateurs, but the same tactics are used, only in a virtual sense rather than a physical sense. Although we still see, agent provocateurs using physical tactics, like in Occupy Wall Street or Black Lives Matter protests, where citizens are, peacefully expressing their right to protest. Then steps in a few dozen agent provocateurs, turns the thing into a violent mob, which that can easily be achieved by just a few dozen motivated individuals inciting violence, rioting, and looting in a large group of people. Their actions will cause a chain reaction, which is a natural phenomenon of crowd behavior, although that's another topic altogether. Now, in the Flat Earth movement, whenever you hear someone saying things like, "This is a leaderless movement, but I'm the leader of the movement," or "There's no such thing as a Flat Earth community, but I want to develop a platform where Flat Earthers can come together and talk about Flat Earth and discuss our views and different topics as a group about Flat Earth," or Flat Earthers who monetize or who say Flat Earthers who monetize their videos are not credible and they're just doing Flat Earth stuff for the money, which is ridiculous. Or if you hear people say, "We need to stand united as a community," then begin to ostracize individuals in the Flat Earth community. So these are the sorts of things we need to watch out for. We also need to be wary of people who are dishonest and are found to be dishonest, compulsive liars, even if their lies don't necessarily pertain to the Flat Earth. The best way to destroy the Flat Earth movement is to invent a leadership role, which is ridiculous, and supplant some cult of personality into this leadership role who will ultimately discredit the Flat Earth truth by proving to be either untrustworthy or a non-credible source of information. Flat Earth, I'm sorry, but it belongs to everyone. The world belongs to each and every person equally, just as the truth belongs to everyone equally. Nobody can patent the truth and claim royalties on other people's dissemination of the truth. Now, as much flack as we get as Flat Earthers, I feel like the Globebusters is among the most open, honest, credible, and welcoming segment of the Flat Earth community, which is why I've stuck around with you guys for so long. As, we're simply after the truth. We want to hear everyone's thoughts, views, and opinions, even if we don't necessarily agree with them all the time. We can all stand on common ground, literally common ground at least, that the world is not a spinning sphere. Now, that is the main differentiation between Flat Earthers and everyone else. Sure, within the Flat Earth cross-section of the population, we're going to have disagreements. We're going to have debates, talks, and maybe even play the role of devil's advocate to help our fellow Flat Earthers own their arguments. One thing we will never do, or I will never do personally, is ostracize fellow Flat Earthers because I disagree with them on menial issues. We may argue, and the arguments may get heated, even hypothetically, but at the end of the day, we're all on the same team here. Anyone who has the gumption to come out in public and stand up for what they know to be right, in spite of the personal adverse repercussions, will always be held in a special regard, in my opinion. We definitely need to stand unified, however, on common ground, lest we be divided and conquered, which is the oldest and most effective method in the playbook of our adversary, who represents deception, evil, and disharmony. In order to fight against this adversary, we must stand together as one unit, and we simply cannot fight evil with evil. We cannot fight fire with fire, and you cannot fight disharmony with disharmony. It is my personal mission, even if I'm just speaking for myself here, to bring truth and light to as many people as possible. I certainly have no intentions of making enemies with anyone, even globetards, and especially not fellow Flat Earthers. with that being said, we really must watch out for people claiming to be flat earthers, yet continuously driving wedges between segments of the flat earth community, and then scoff at the idea of a flat earth community. We need to watch out for flat earthers who speak the well-known, well-publicized, moderately accepted facts about flat earth, but appear to be motivated by greed or posturing themselves as a dogmatic leader in a grassroots movement that has no room for a leader. Now, I would say that with one exception, the creator of all things, the world, the celestial mysteries, the possible frontier, and the beautiful mystery of life is in control of everything, including this movement. Now, whether you adhere to Scripture or not, certainly no one can deny that the greatest deception of all time known to us is being revealed to the world before our very eyes. Now, not only the deception involving the flat earth, but deceptions running through all gambits of things dating back through history right up to current events today that are being revealed to new people daily. This truth movement is strong, but it does have its weaknesses, and the weaknesses appear to involve the egos of people who claim leadership status of the community, or those who claim that there is no community, yet claim leadership status over the congregation of flat earthers who are, congregating around them. Well, I don't know what you would call that other than a community, but some of these flat earthers behave more like globe earth minions than they do flat earth truthers. At the end of the day, we can only win this battle with love, truth, and light. Everything else is playing the adversary's game, which you will never win. The only way to win a game of evil, deception, and disharmony is to not play the game and to use light, harmony, and righteousness. Thank you.
Wow. Well said, John. Excellent.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Spotza owes math for 1,000 miles.
Yeah, she's been responding to stuff, so I guess she can hear us for sure, but...
Sid, I'm going to kick you from the call. Why don't you rejoin? That works, okay. All right, so I see a couple of people have popped in as well. Pazza. Holy smokes, dude, where you been? But,
I've been on the moon.
Oh, well, that's... Need some space weed to get there. Something, man. It's not a location. It's like being on a
It's an
river.
idea in our minds.
It's just not out that you could. It's like you can't go on a river. So cool idea though.
Yeah.
Unless you're a leprechaun, or you're a leprechaun.
Not my. I've checked my lineage for Irish blood, and there's none there.
Damn. Sydney, can we do a quick radio check? I know she was trying to chime in. Sydney. That's funny.
What you guys talk? What's the topic for tonight?
We're just shooting the breeze at the moment, man. We're just talking about a couple things. But did you have a question or something for the panel?
No, not really. I was just I was hankering for listening to a conversation. It's gone earlier on today. Everywhere was an absolute maelstrom of people arguing about scurvy. Now it's gone dead quiet.
Funny. So like,
it's true. There was no. They were arguing about scientific method. But get that case example from them.
But like, okay, so this is like kind of like I look at this place a little bit like a restaurant or a bar. So it's kind of funny to see the people that come in and like pop themselves down at the bar. So what brings you in? What can we help you? What can we serve you today, sir? Get you a drink?
No, think of it like a bookshop. I'm just browsing.
Yeah, but we only serve paying customers. If you're just gonna have water.
Well, can I at least use the restroom before I go?
You can buy a drink if you want. This is pretty common.
Can I have a tepid water then with a straw?
Well, we have a doggy bowl outside.
I'll go and lap that up then.
Okay, there you go. No, I'm just kidding.
No loitering in the Walmart, sir.
It's the foyer. You can't control me out there.
No, it's just kind of funny. Kind of look at this place a little. It's a bit out in the sticks, so it's like it's not somewhere you trip and fall into. You know what I mean? It's more like you have to have. What are you doing here? You know what I mean? It's like we're way out in the sticks, dude.
I did dibble dabble in Gem Panda's thingy. I had a dibble dabble in Earth Awakenings. Ether Cosmology's not on. FED Science is kind of a bit flannelly tonight. There's no one in Johnny B server, but there never is. On the level, it's empty, obsolete, empty. You know, it's gone all quiet, isn't it? Basically, this year, really. I don't know what's going on.
It comes in waves, man. It's like high tide and low tide. You know, like waves. But I was gonna ask, like, who are your people? Like, if you were to go hang out with your people, like, where is that? Is there a certain server where your people hang out at, or this is my
place. I usually spend most of my time in Gems. Shouting at the people that you lot get push over there because they're nuts, frankly. Johnny B and Pete Shea, basically.
Oh, Pete Shea.
Pete Shea, yeah. Oh yes, Pete Shea.
Character, man. So
he is a character. He is Pete Shea and Johnny. You have to say it. They're both bulletproof. Right? There ain't nothing getting through. There ain't nothing injuring those boys.
That's funny. I don't know the other guy, but so what's the latest, Spaza? You got anything new, fresh for us?
It's all got a bit stale, really, isn't it?
Okay. Happens. Get a little CPR. Revive something if we. You have any questions or anything?
No, I've had a few drinks and I was just having a search around because I'm on a diet I'm on a Discord diet for a week, at least a week next week. Tomorrow because I'm off to China. So.
Wow.
Oh, that's cool.
Safe travels. Hope you have a good trip.
Yeah, it will be all right. It's work, but it will be factory hotel. Cry on the phone to the wife and then come home again. It'll be. I've done it. I've done these kind of trips before. And if you're in sales or you're in management, then it's quite pleasant. I'm just an engineering bro. I'll get treated like a worker ant over there. So I'm certainly not logging on and doing this over there. That's just
Fair enough. We got to get your fix before you go. We can help you.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That'd be pretty interesting, huh?
It would be. I mean, I'd like to go and look at some old stuff in Beijing, but I don't think I'll get an opportunity to. There's a bit of a logistics issue anyway, because there's a lot of clear up after the floods. So the company aren't going to. The company, my company and that company have got limited dealing, shall we say, in terms of travel. So it's a bit
restricted.
Rather than being, it's a little less casual than it would be normally. We've got to go and help configure a fab for chip manufacturing, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to be. How much time I'm going to get outside of that, frankly.
Let's get to some brass tacks. Pazza, what can we tell people who think that they can see curvature from an airplane? What would you say to someone like
that? From a conventional airplane, I'd say I would say, how did they see it? Hold a straight line up to the window. Can they confirm the window's curved straight? Can they, is it an observation of refraction? Is it an observation of reality? It's not conclusive, is it? I don't think there's any conclusive physical observation of curvature from the first person you can have, really.
Yeah, no, I asked because I get the sense that people don't necessarily want to hear it from me or the folks in this panel. They're more inclined to hear it from someone on their own team. So it's like they need the hand on the shoulder saying, listen.
Well, they
You
they
did
do
not.
hear a lot of conflicting shit in this, don't
True.
they? They do hear
Yes.
people say, "Oh, I've definitely seen it," and others say, "No, you definitely can't see
Right,
it." And then
right.
you get like test pilots who take death traps to the edge of space, and they fly there, in the darkness of the upper atmosphere, who say, "No, I couldn't see it," and then you get other people who say, I was in an airship and I could see it, So it's one of those things. I don't think it's a purposeful discussion. It's a bit like shining lasers at the horizon. It's not purposeful because we all know there's so much variance. Where you're going to draw your conclusion?
I don't think it's the same, but no, it is funny just because it does seem to be some mixed signals. Seeing curvature thing, because if you do go to Google, let me just double check this, but I'm pretty sure Google will say that you can see it about 30,000 feet, which
Yeah.
is like, which kind of goes with the majority of people saying that you can see. But I think if you've been around the topic for long enough, I think if, someone like you understands that that's necessarily true, and not just because someone he said it. It's just they say the Earth is too big, right? So
If it was there, it would be very nuanced, and I don't think with your naked eye, just looking left and right, scanning across the horizontal of your vision, you would be able to. You'd have to have some optical mechanism, set in a aircraft that is gyroscopic, very balanced. If it was there, it would be nuanced, wouldn't it? Even if you concede what they're saying, at those kind of heights, it's going to be just there. It's not going to be really there.
Mhm.
But then you have to elicit the question, what's the atmosphere doing between me and there? So I don't think these are purposeful discussions.
yeah, I agree. It's not something that we typically bring up. It's not evidence for us to say like, oh no, you see no curvature from an airplane. It's just it's typically like it's a rebuttal to the claim that you can see it. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I think the only way you're really going to know is if you go up so high that it becomes a sphere at distance or something at distance.
Well, actually, I think that's where we might differ. I think because you would say go up away, like go higher. We would say come down to the ground, actually like measure test the surface. But then you said that you don't think lasers is good enough. I don't know what you were saying.
Well, I mean, I'm not an expert. I mean, there are loads and loads of people who purport to be experts in land surveying who talk about, the converging verticals and all this sort of thing, the plumb and everything, and use theodolites, and they allegedly compensate for refraction, and they do over great distances see this diversion or conversion of plumb, and this sort of thing, which I've never done, so I can't tell you if it's true or false.
Okay.
But it's a category evidence as far as they're concerned, should we say? If I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay. Well, I mean, this does seem to be common, at least for the modern, post 2020. Hearing things from like a gentleman like Matthew Learns, and I think yourself were saying things along the lines of using the horizon as inconclusive. But what I find interesting about it is that when I first joined the discussion back in like 2017, all the hullabaloo was about the horizon. From my understanding,
Sure.
Team Globe was basically saying that the horizon is they were making claims, the geometric location is the curvature, yada yada. So once we address and rebuttal that claim, now they're going, oh well, you can't use the horizon.
Well, you can't. I mean, optically, it is furry, isn't it?
Claim, though, like, why would they originally use it as the claim and then just turn around and say, well, it's inconclusive? It's like, wait a minute. Matthew would always say, like, oh well, you can't just squint at the horizon. It's like, but dude, what? Why then is the original claim that the horizon is X, Y, and Z if it's not conclusive? Weird.
I think conclusive evidence is maybe things like corroborate. They purport that at the two equinoxes, vernal and the spring equinox, the sun is traversing with the GP of the sun, the ongoing sub-solar point, so to speak, the zenith, is is running along what we call the tropical Capricorn of Cancer, and how you represent that on any map is entirely up to you. But effectively, they're the northernmost and southernmost limits of the traversal of the sub-solar point. Now, if you go to like any of the almanac-derived websites or timeinddate.com, they'll give you a surface velocity of the sublunar point. In other words, they're effectively saying what is the between a location on the Tropic of, say, Capricorn, seeing the instant it sees the sun at zenith, how long before some other place sees it, and therefore they're working out a speed along that line of the subsolar point. And the thing that gets me is that the two solstice, sorry, the two equinox, the speed in which it travels along the both tropics is marked as the same on all these engines. Now, clearly, that doesn't actually work on a flat thing. If you work on the premise that when you see the sun directly above you, anywhere in the world, it is directly above you. If you're working on that premise, then that would suggest that the expected radial divergence you'd expect from the flat Earth isn't there, and that would be arguably an evidence that there is a convergence and a divergence either side of the equator, which is more likely to be it's more manageable mathematically on a sphere than it is on a flat surface. I mean, you can also look at the distance between if you look at a sundial, say, set up in London, you look at a sundial set up in Berlin, they will both be pointing northwards, and they will effectively have simultaneously, using modern communication, work out the angular divergence between them. You can do that across Australia, for example, as well, if you've got a sundial and two gardens. And that divergence is symmetrical north and south. And you wouldn't expect that if the sun was moving across a planar surface. So there's loads of little bits and pieces like that. Now, clearly, there's an argument as to if you're going to map the world, you're going to have to work out the distance between things. And there's a lot of contention about are the distances east-west across Australia, southern Africa, Africa and Southern America, are they truly representative as they're comported? So arguably you could do physical surveying of places like that, and that would be conclusive one way or the other, I think.
Okay, I was wondering where you were going with that. Appreciate you bringing it full circle.
Yeah, but I've not got the aspiration or, frankly, the commitment to do anything meaningful in this sense. So I wouldn't. There's lots of passionate people either side of this, and you think that ultimately someone will want to do it.
Well, I like to think of it like a football team, American football. There's 11 different positions on the field, so everyone has their own little role to play. So anyway, you brought up something about like maps or something. Like, my understanding is that there is no one true map of the world, regardless of what your position is.
Not flat map, no.
No, I mean, no, I would say for both sides, there's not one true map. There's many maps, unless you would say that there is one that is the.
Oh, yeah, there's many different projections, that's true.
Okay. So you would agree that there's not just one map that represents all of reality, or you say there is?
Well, if you follow the narrative, a globe will give you if you pull a piece of string taut between 2 points if you buy a mathematical, a scientific globe rather than just a mental one, it'll be much bigger in size, typically. And if you on that, what I'm told, and I'm not confirming this myself, but if you pick two cities and you pull a piece of string taut across that surface, it will be a great circle. It will be it'll be a diametric plane on the surface. It won't be a short circle. And if you scale all those measurements between, let's say, 10, 12 cities in all directions, they'll comport to the distances we're told are the distances between those cities at scale. They'll there'll be a degree of error because of the scale, but they're roughly speaking, the proportionality will be there. Topological coherence to what we're told the distance between cities will be there. Don't think you can do it on a flat map. Don't think there is a flat map.
My question, Pazza, though, was I mean, what you're describing, is that a map or no?
Yeah, the globe is a map, I think.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
A map is a.
When you drive your car, I would imagine you don't have a globe mounted on your dashboard. You spin that sucker around. Pretty sure you use a map like everyone else. I don't think they're the same.
You're using a database of eastings and northings positions, aren't you?
So what I'm saying is that what you're describing, a physical globe that goes on your desk, whatever. I wouldn't consider that necessarily a that you navigate the world with.
No, not at all.
Okay, but that was my question. Is like, is there a map, the map, one map that represents the Earth? And you kind of brought up like a globe. So I don't know if that really answers the question.
No, but there's not a map at resolution because it would be enormous, wouldn't it? There are localized and locally corrected maps.
Right.
That's what they tell us, don't they?
Yeah,
They have various fiducials and marker points to effectively to bring them back into alignment across great distances.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is just, I'm glad to hear that, because people will come here and say, well, oh, you guys need a map, and it's like, well, I don't think there is one that is the map. There are many maps, like you said, charts and things like that you can kind of piece together, but
you must concede that, like, for instance, if you were to try and create a spatial representation on a piece of paper of an area, say, covering Rome, Athens, New York, say a significant portion of the world we live in, you would have to have it so you would have to have it so that if it's of any use to you, you could literally put a ruler down on that, measure the distance in millimeters or fractions of an inch, and for a consistent factor across all of those, scale it up to the actual purported distances, crow flies between those two cities. And I don't think that there is any representation of that flat across a great distance.
Interesting. Yeah, what do you make of all the maps that I posted in the chat there? These not like these maps are made by us. That you might need to open up the original. See, it's a high definition image, so you should be able to open it up and zoom in and see the names. We've got like hemisphere, cantors. There's lots of different names, right? So why make all these maps if there is one that you can use that's accurate to scale and stuff? Why would we make all these extra maps for it then? What are your thoughts on?
Well, these are all attempts to make flat maps. Here's a way I look at it. Okay, right? These are all attempts to make maps on paper.
Okay.
Now, if the world was flat, you would only need one of these.
I don't typically. I would not agree with that. What makes you say that, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
Because there's no spatial, topological, or geometrical unfolding when you map a flat thing onto a flat surface. You can literally, if you look out your window to the world around, if you look at the window in the world around you, you can draw on the window what you see outside the window. And if all you're looking at outside your window is a perfectly perpendicular, say, painting of, let's suppose you put a pane of glass between you and the Mona Lisa, and
Sure.
they were equidistant and they were planarly coherent to each other. Yeah, you could draw through at arm's length across everything you see, and when you took it away, you'd have a spatially coherent representation of the Mona Lisa.
Here's the issue with that, Pazza. Here's the issue with that. we don't have a view of all of reality. So it's not like you can take a bird's eye view and see the whole thing and then do the Mona Lisa thing you're describing.
Sure.
So I think that's part of the issue. Is like Team Globe has, like they're saying, it's all been mapped out. We've got everything figured out. This is the whole thing. I would say that there's more to explore. It's not like that we have a full picture of the whole world. So I don't necessarily agree that we can just like go up top, look down, and then just draw a map of what we see, because there's likely more. And I don't think, no matter where you go, there's no such thing as, quote, seeing the whole Earth. So
Oh, you're
that
right
would be
in that
the issue.
respect. You're right in that respect, but I think that what you'd have to at least agree is, or you have to at least to consider, should I say, is that all topography and all Cartesian efforts and all map-making efforts, which endeavour to triangulate their way incrementally across the surface, measuring distances between reference points to try and extrapolate out a bigger model, in an endeavour to create a map without being at height. All systematically failed to map it onto a plain piece of paper at scale and at proportionality. So, what can we draw from that? That you could argue they're missing something in the way they map things. That's fair enough. You could argue that they're being deliberately deceptive and they're trying to elicit the notion that there is some three-dimensionality to it, to the surface, rather than two-dimensionality, to try and propagate an idea that it's not effectively a planar surface. You can argue that, or you can argue potentially that the surface does have a spatial context which goes beyond a planar representation. That's why you can't shoehorn one onto the other.
What I don't understand, Paza, is how a conceptual idea of the whole of the Earth invalidates actual verification of the fundamental claim, or Earth's required curve. Why can't you just test for the Earth curve?
How would you go about testing it?
Using different wavelengths of light.
You mean laser different wavelengths across the surface?
Yeah, either lasers, or you could use modified cameras.
Sure. Why doesn't science find that satisfactory?
What, science finds something that you're personifying science now?
If you're going to put it forward as I couldn't tell you why it wouldn't and would not be satisfactory. I'm not qualified to do that.
It's very easy. There is nothing to say it's not satisfactory, because using different wavelengths of light, you exclude the ad hoc excuses of all the Globers. That's why no Globers does this.
For curvature, how are you going to measure for a map? Like, it's stupid. If you can't even do that, how are you measuring each section of the map if you can't measure for curvature as well? It's like so silly.
Well, you can measure distances and orientations of things on the surface over great distances.
Yeah, but you will make an excuse about different light patterns and like things that happen in between the medium, so refraction and all that. So your calculations are reliable. So how do you make a map after that?
That's why this point is I'm bringing up this point, because you could verify and just know for sure if your globe is true, which all these presuppositions are based on. Like, all you got to do in your paradigm, if you can see beyond if you can see beyond the geometric Earth curve, basically, then in your belief system, then the light must be bending around the globe so that you can see further, correct?
They do state mechanisms of refraction as a.
But is that correct? You're saying it's refracting around the globe,
yeah,
so that you can see further, correct?
Yeah, and it's invariant.
Yeah. Do you understand that different wavelengths refract at different rates?
They do. I'm told that, yeah, because that's how a prism effectively separates out the spectrum.
Exactly. So when you use different lasers of different wavelengths and you shoot them across a lake, and the lake the curvature says that the laser should be 66 feet up in the air, but it hits the target, both of the lasers cannot be refracting at the exact same rate because they refract at different rates and they would separate. But we're not seeing that.
How do you know that both lasers are parallel?
They start out at the same starting point and they hit the target.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily proving that's not the you're proving that the lasers are at one end and the points that they fire at reach the same end at the same point on the side. That's not the same as categorically proving that the two rays leave the source in direct parallel orientation, is it?
So what you're trying to claim is that one of the lasers accidentally might have been pointed upwards? Is that what you're saying?
If it's a few arc seconds or arc minutes out of orientation to the other one, you haven't got two lasers following the same path, have you?
Yeah, no. You need the light to be refracting down constantly so that it follows the curve. And so that would mean there's a constant separation of the beams. Besides, you don't have the conditions to refract any light in the first place.
But you got your kind of. I don't know whether are you evading what I asked you. How can you confirm the two lasers are fired in perfect parallelism to each other?
Well, first you pan the laser between different targets.
At what range?
Well, varying range, all the way up until the final target, which is like, let's say, 10 miles away.
You're calibrating your instrument against the phenomenon that potentially is putting it off, aren't you, by doing it at
No,
range?
you're imagining a phenomena that isn't there. You're imagining the light is bending around the globe, but there's no evidence of that.
Sure. Okay, let's suppose there is no evidence of it. How do you prove there's no evidence of that?
Super simple. You take, for instance, a camera in visible light, long distance camera, and then you take a camera with infrared. And if you can see in the long distance camera, like with the Black Swan, for instance, and you can see 10 miles away, when you shouldn't be able to see that far, but the infrared camera can also see that far, then the globe is dead.
Well, no. How do you know the cameras are looking along the same orientation?
They're looking horizontally at the horizon.
That's because you've looked through the camera and you've calibrated the orientation of the camera so that you see the horizon in the same place in both cameras. That's not the same as setting up the two cameras so they're pointing out into the world in exactly the same way. This is where you're not going to get anywhere with the people who suggest that that there is a flaw in this, because you've got two measurement systems and you haven't calibrated.
No, it's irrelevant because the infrared light. It's irrelevant because the infrared light doesn't refract like the visible light, and so the geometric horizon should be visible in the infrared.
Okay, fine. We can argue this into a blue in the face. How do you know it hasn't been refracted the same way? You don't know for certain that
because that's how we discovered infrared.
No, you don't know that the infrared.
That's how we discovered infrared. We discovered it when we split visible light, and we discovered that there was a zone beyond the spectrum that heated things. That's how we found that.
I know how they discovered infrared and ultraviolet.
Yeah, that included in that is the fact that it refracts far less than visible light.
Sure, at short, very extreme distances, like through prisms.
You don't have the conditions to refract anything in the first place.
I may be finished.
So not only is your ad hoc excuse debunked.
Okay.
You don't have the conditions to actually refract anything.
Trace, you've won. You're not letting me talk. You've won.
Let me just do a little bit of moderation, guys. The kitchen's obviously getting a little warm, but we can handle it. It'll be fine. So, Trace, don't. Pazza, don't let Trace's animation bother you. But guys, let's go
I
back
can
and
hear
forth.
his passion. I can hear
Well,
his passion.
there's nothing wrong with passion. So go ahead, Pazza, if you want to respond. But don't, let's not turn it into something it doesn't need to be. So
If you can't categorically state that the two lasers are being fired and absolutely parallel to each other, then your only way of saying they are is by saying where they meet at the
Well,
other
you
end.
got to show that they aren't when you have tried to engineer it to be as parallel as possible. Like, you got to show that there is a deviation there, that there is even the condition that allows you to refract any light in the way that you want. Instead, you just have ad hoc excuses that it must be refracting because you believe in Paul. That's not. That's just retarded.
In more close range examples of extreme refraction, we do see spectral aberration, don't we, in mirages to some degree.
Spectral aberrations?
Yeah,
mirages are not spectral aberrations.
No. Didn't say that. Mirages propagate as spectral aberrations. We see color separation in mirages under certain circumstances, don't we? At the fringe.
Maybe under certain circumstances, maybe they become more fuzzy. I've never seen that personally, but I've seen many instances of mirages.
I think that, again, I can't confirm that. I'm not an expert on these things, but I've heard that discussed.
I've looked into this extensively, and I've never seen optical dispersion in mirages. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, let's see if we can find. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misquoting that.
That's also not one of your problems.
No, maybe
about
it.
If chromatic the chromatic aberration or optical dispersion. Yeah. If the light is refracting, for instance, like in the case with the black swan image, you would be seeing that in that image. You don't.
How do you know you don't see chromatic aberration in the black swan images?
Because there is none.
Are you sure? I mean, unless I'm wrong, the guy who took the original film went down to the beach and he puts up a statement on the screen. He says most times you see one oil rig partially concealed behind the other one, and then he goes on to say, under certain circumstances you see this, and he moves the camera down to the very water's edge, right to the top, and he shows what we see is the famed black swan image. If you put the two images side by side, the detail, both chromatically and spatially, in the oil rigs, in the one that he says is the most occurrent observation, where you got the horizon between them, or at least in front of them both. I can't remember exactly.
No, you're misremembering all this stuff, bro.
No, I'm not. Should I get the images up?
I know what the images you're talking about are from two separate days. You're misremembering most of the stuff.
The black swan meme has got the wibbly wobbly, spatially vertically distorted image.
It's called towering. It's not wibbly wobbly, spatially distortedly. It's called towering.
It's inconsistent.
It's a refractive effect, they say, but but according to the turbulence model, no, it's not. So there's different models of modeling how light behaves in the air, and what you're talking about here is towering, and that does not help light bend down around the globe. That's not how that works.
Towering is another way of saying that the image propagation of the image
stretched vertically. That's what it means.
And it's also raised vertically, isn't it, in towering?
Nope. It means it's stretched vertically from the point where the towering begins, and then on the ends where the point towering ends.
As far as
that's how that works. You could have bands of towering extending an image, and the upper part is raised, yes, but not the lower part. You don't understand what you're talking about.
No, well, you can say that. You can say that as much as you like. But clearly, in one of these black swan images, you see much more of the gantry artifacts of the distant rig that are concealed in the other image. So there is a raising. Optically, there is a raising of the distant rig.
No.
What happens to all the bits of it that are in the first
there's
image?
not. In the other image, there's tide coming in, by the way. And,
tide? Really?
Yeah, that's what the author said.
Isn't the sea flat? I thought the sea was flat.
It's not a
hill. You didn't know there were tides?
Do you think that that's going to hold any countenance with the scientific word?
No, when
Are
you
saying
lower
there's
a camera
bulge of
really
tide?
low to the surface and there's tide coming in, it's not going to help you see very far.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
On that specific day where
said,
that
though,
picture was taken,
Between
that's
you
what
and the
he
first,
said.
between you and the two rigs, 11 miles, there's a visible bulge of tide. Which
No. I'm saying he lowered his camera 1 foot off the surface, and he, according to him, there was high tide during that time.
Right? What's that got to do with it?
Wait, can we clear this up? Because we're not the ones saying there's a bulge of water. It's you guys.
I didn't say that. I didn't say there was a tide.
So horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. So there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
So I just want to make that clear. We're not saying there's a curved water, bro.
Well, you're saying
that said, though,
we're
still seeing further than where the geometric horizon would be in either case.
What in the other one? How would you know where the horizon is in the image where they're concealed?
Well, do you think it's at 1.2 miles?
Well, can you say categorically it's not?
Yeah.
Don't look like it to me. Do you think it is?
Okay, so
it's almost at that closer rig, right? Which is what, 6.2 miles?
How can you possibly tell how far away that is?
It doesn't look like it's 5 miles in front of the closer rig. Do you think it is? I don't think it is.
Are you all right? Let's go with your guesstimate.
Well, that's the whole point of the rigs, Paz. To gauge distance. You don't have to guess.
Let me help you a little bit, Paza. Okay, imagine or think about this. The oil rig is very small in the distance. It appears very tiny because of perspective. So if there was a curve there, it would disappear behind that curve very easily.
Okay, so let's supposing there's some refractive mechanism which is bringing it up high, and it actually is in both cases.
Bruh. Well, why do you assume that? Why don't you prove that?
How would I prove that?
The same way as before, you would use lasers of different wavelengths, and you would test for the conditions along the path that you think is going to be refracting, and you would show that the light is being refracted the way you believe it is.
But here's the point: doesn't refraction occur across? Isn't refraction a propagation across all electromagnetic medium? That's what they tell us. What? You can refract radio waves. You can refract. No, you can, if you're saying use a laser is just another part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's still invisible light, so it's going to propagate the same issues as the light you're looking at.
It's the straightest standard we have, and you can look for your curve in reality.
Wow, laser light isn't the straightest light. Light in a vacuum is straight. It's the least divergent light we have.
Yeah, it's the straightest measure we have currently. Do you have a better one?
Light is straight in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
What?
How can you get straighter than straight?
So you're not going to answer my question?
Well, that is the answer. Light rays travel in perfectly straight lines in a vacuum, don't they?
So you mean like LIGO?
Light in a vacuum chamber, lasers are quite more often or not used in labs to measure things.
This is another way I've suggested to you Globers to try to prove your globe. It's super simple. You just take a LIGO or a vacuum tube and make a really long vacuum tube and then shoot a laser through it. The laser will level the tube, and then you put a long water tub next to it, and you could see if the tube is now not conforming.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are? What's going to happen to water in a vacuum?
Got it! No, the water's not in the vacuum. The tube is right next to it. The tube is just a leveling device.
Oh, okay. Don't they tell us that LIGO are engineered not to follow the curvature of the Earth. There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
No, they don't. They just say that LIGO is super flat, and because it's on topography, it doesn't really matter. That's why I propose that you get them to build a small little pool right next to to LIGO, or simply make a tube and shoot a laser through it. And then what you should see is that the ground might be like flat or whatever, but because of topography, but the water should conform to what you believe is the gravitational field and form the rest of the sphere.
Grace, I've not spoken to you before. I totally agree. You need to build about a kilometre long vacuum chamber. Definitely. Well, we need to do it. We need to do it.
Well, it's you guys' claim. We're just sitting here pretty saying, prove your claim.
But don't you think though that if between us, all these people that argue about it, I'm not going to say, oh, it's the Flat Earth Community's job or it's the Globe Earth Arguers Club. If between us we collaborate and build say a kilometre long, say a kilometre or a mile long vacuum chamber, we got the absolute best laser we could with the least spectral divergence, the most, because you can get them because they use them for astronomy. You know?
Great. Why don't you go ahead and do it with all your Glober friends that has the positive claim of the globe Earth and our brainwashing children? You have all the money, $3 trillion to NASA every year. $3 trillion. That's not enough. What's your problem, bro?
No. This is the thing. This is the response I didn't expect because I'm piss poor broke. What about you?
Another nice guy.
Well, you can say I'm a nice guy. I haven't got the money to do this. You can categorize that as me being nice, or you can categorize that as me being realistic about where I am. Up to you.
Yeah, you're here in the Flat Earth server being realistic about where you are. You're a Glober, bro. Checkmate. Globe. Checkmate.
Okay, game over.
Yep.
Game over.
Yeah, because
it'd probably be easier to just.
Spaza, you never once talked about Earth curvature, did you?
We're talking about it right
It'd
now.
probably be easier to force the. Okay, not that.
So, kind of came in a little late to the convo. Were you guys just like trying to figure out what type of experiment would be utilized to prove your globe claim, essentially?
No. What kind of experiment could we do collectively? What kind of experiment could be done which would put all of this to rest? That's the question.
Okay, well, the globe's up to bat, so your turn.
We talking to me or Spaza, Sonny?
I could go to the beach and observe no curved water, and then whoever wants to argue with the axiom can go ahead and do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And since we have about 100,000 videos at least, I think it's your turn. Absolutely. Globe's turn.
See, the thing is, Spaza, if you were a kid, if you were a child, 4 years old, 5 years old, and you went outside or even went to the beach, you would think that it's flat. Because you're trusting your senses, your own experiences. You have to be taught that you're on a round ball. That's the problem.
Totally agree. All of our casual observations in the world would suggest that it's stationary and flat.
Correct. And
where do we go from there?
This is where you go from here. If you go by your own senses, your own experiences, your own measurements, because that's all we're about is what we know. It's not about we don't have to get into the weeds with this shit. It's very simple. That's the beauty of it. It's like, holy shit, it is actually that simple. Let's take the so-called gravity, for example, right? Yep. They needed to invent gravity to fit their globe model. You can literally describe why things fall or float based off of density and buoyancy. That's simple.
You can't though.
You can, because
if you put a jar of water, a metal ball, and air in a jar, and you propagate it in free fall, there is no buoyancy effect
Hold
in
on.
there.
Hold on, wait. I'll give you an example.
That was not good enough, evidently.
If you really want to test this for yourself, right? You have to go through the scientific method. So, hey, we observe a phenomenon. I'm going to drop this pen, right? We're observing the pen falling, right? So my hypothesis to you would be, it is the medium that decides if the object, depending on the material of the object, is going to fall, float, stay still. And so what we need to do is control the medium. That's how you create that experiment. Very simple. It's why if you drop an iron ball in water, it sinks. If you drop an iron ball in a vat of mercury, it floats. Do you understand? Like,
yes, there's a buoyant effect there. There's a buoyant effect there, counteracting the downwards acceleration.
Right, air bubbles float to the top.
Yeah,
it's not about downward acceleration. It's just density and buoyancy. That's why things go up and down. That's simple as that.
Well, when I was at high school and did physics, we conducted experiments where we dropped things, the electronic timers, in a vertical vacuum chamber. So buoyancy wasn't what all we were doing.
Then let's use gas. Let's use gas
I wanna-
particles then.
Oh, no, can I just?
I want to
finish
ask
this
something because Mr. Spazza, or did you say that y'all dropped water in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, I must have misheard you then. That is it. Wait a minute. Never mind.
No.
Okay, you're good.
No.
So if you want to use a vacuum chamber, right?
Yeah.
And you want to test that medium, okay?
Yeah.
Why do gas particles go in all directions in a vacuum chamber? Where's your gravity?
Because their excitation.
Where's your gravity though?
What you can do is you can say where your gravity when I'm 3 syllables into some sort of response if you want to.
No, but it's like that's a huge.
That's okay, bro.
But there
That's
are
like a huge thing.
There are plenty of examples we can see of gaseous excitation countering the effects of the gravitational pull on those gases. Only in motion being an example of that.
What? Wait, we're just talking about why things go up and down, right? If it was your hypothesis, you would say there's a force causing these objects to get pulled towards the Earth, right? Like that's what
There is,
gravity is.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so that if you had a scientific experiment where you would use any type of gas in a vacuum chamber, it would still have the same effect. Gas particles would go in all directions. It doesn't matter.
They do.
Why doesn't gas fall in a vacuum chamber with your gravity? It just doesn't. It doesn't happen. No, it doesn't.
Okay,
if I fart, is it gonna fall?
If you've got a vacuum chamber, and it's never a perfect vacuum anyway, because you can't engineer a mechanism of evacuation that's accurate. If you slowly let a portion of air into it, there will be a pressure differential across the vacuum chamber. If you allow a slightly more in, there'll be a slightly more considerable pressure differential. If you let more and more in, eventually you'll end up where you let enough air in that you have the atmospheric pressure differential vertically across the vacuum chamber.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. You're talking about atmospheric pressure and vacuums, right? How the hell is it that we are literally separated from the vacuum of space, right? There's a vacuum of space right above where all of our atmosphere is, right? All of our gases, right?
Yep.
So if we're not in a container, right? What's stopping from our atmosphere getting sucked up into the vacuum of space?
Because of that boundary between
what boundary?
Right. In their model, they're proposing there is some sort of like near vacuum, which is in space, yeah. And they're also proposing there is an atmosphere which we breathe at 14 psi at the surface, yeah. There is no hard boundary between. There is no hard margin between one and t'other.
That's not what they say.
They do.
Really? That course citation, please, right now.
Well, all right. Let me take that back. Then. Can you
No. You said it. Citation right this minute.
Where is there a hard boundary?
Yeah, you said it. So citation is needed right now, this very minute.
You want me to give you a citation? There's no.
I want you to back your fucking claim, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Back it, or just leave like you usually do.
Well, it's got to that point, is it? Where we get?
Yeah. Why don't you back it up, or shut the fuck up and leave?
Nah, we don't have to get to that. But you did make a claim.
Hey, are you trying to moderate me, bro? Who said
No.
that?
No.
Well, don't fucking try it, or I'll mute you first.
Not trying to moderate anybody.
Yeah, you did. So don't try it again.
Someone's getting a bit cross.
That's all right, guys. We're all chefs in the kitchen. We can handle some heat. It's fine. We're all big boys here. Hazard, do you have a citation just so if there's anyone listening or that's
right?
You just grab it. Just
that's
if you have one. If you don't have one, that's fine. But
that's all we need right now. Just the citation.
And let's see if I can find it. I mean, I'm asserting a.
Well, just to be clear for the room, so you're saying that there is a barrier or there isn't? Sorry,
I don't think there is a hard boundary.
Yeah. Okay.
See, that's another thing that just doesn't make sense. It's like, how can there be a vacuum of space right above our atmosphere, right? That's holding in all of our gases without a container. Where's the barrier? Like, there has to be a barrier if that's the case.
Okay, so if I search for a boundary between atmosphere and vacuum of space, yeah.
Yeah. Why are all of our gases, everything that's in the atmosphere, why is it staying in the atmosphere and not being sucked out by the vacuum of space? There's no.
Okay, so if I search for boundary between atmosphere and space, I get the Kármán line. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
If I search, if I actually context, if I search for a boundary between the atmosphere and the vacuum of space, all that pretty much pops up is the Kármán line.
Well, the thing is, you're searching that up, but it's like our claim is that it has to be contained, because if it wasn't contained, it would be sucked into the vacuum of space.
Should we focus? Hang on. Should we focus on what your colleague got angsty with me about? I made the assertion there's no hard boundary between atmosphere and space. He said prove it.
Okay, so provide the citation where they say that.
Well, the way I can do it is all right. So you're gonna again. Are we going back to me saying two syllables?
Listen, because unless it's part of the citation, the very beginning part of it, I don't want to hear it. Well is not an answer to the citation, please, for the statement you just made yourself.
Okay, I should go and see if I can find.
Yeah, you ought to try it for a change. You haven't heard.
Here we are. Here we are then.
And you haven't heard angsty yet, believe me.
Oh, I'm pretty certain of that.
I'm pretty certain. I would shake all the glass on your windows.
Okay. So here we are. Here's a statement. It's not a. Make it as what you will. This is from the National Geographic, for example, talking about the Kármán line and the atmosphere at the boundary between space. Can you see that?
I'm not sure if that's exactly what was being asked of.
You're using Nat Geo, the proven liars. You're using Nat Geo.
Okay. Well, can you find something that says that says normally knows where the airspace and the outer space begins? Can you find a citation that says where they do know that?
Well, I mean, that's not really what the question is, though. To be fair, Pazza, because
I'm merely reflecting the general consensus, as far as I know, that there's no hard boundary. Can you prove there's a hard boundary?
You can't provide the citation for what you just said, that they don't have a hard boundary.
There it is. Except no one really knows where airspace ends and outer space begins. That's saying there is no hard boundary. What more do you want?
Citation from that fucking statement. Source, citation, demonstration.
What sort of citation do you want?
I want the citation that has that from whatever source you're getting the citation. It needs to say exactly what you just said. Are you having trouble remembering that you said there's no hard boundary? So get that citation.
As far as I know, there's no hard boundary.
Okay, so bring the citation that says that.
I gave you a corroborative.
So you bring up a TV show production company, National Geographic. It's a TV show. Great job, bro.
Wait, but to be fair, Pasa, that's not really the question he's asking. We're talking about a barrier, not the kind of like a political line where they decide where something starts and begins, like kind of how your town maybe has a certain area where they say, all right, well, this is where our town is, and then the next town's over. There's no hard barrier there.
Right.
But so like that's not really the question that's being asked. You're presenting
I'm unaware.
political.
I'm unaware of a hard barrier between space and the atmosphere.
Right.
Well,
If that's the
I'm saying,
case,
but
you're
there's-
unaware, right? Then how is gas contained in our atmosphere?
Make me aware of a boundary then.
No. That's if you're claiming that there's no boundary.
No,
That's your claim.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
You are aware of a hard boundary between space and our atmosphere?
I'll say it one more time for the harder thinking. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
Okay.
Can't make it any simpler or slower.
You're unaware of that, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how is gas contained without being in a container? There has to be a container.
Well, you know what the answer to that is, don't you? If I was to follow the narrative that they tell us.
Well, actually,
Which is
narrative-
satisfactory to most people.
actually, narratives and being able to prove premises and narratives is two different things. Second of all, damn, yo, I just started talking. I don't want to hear your dumb stuttering through what I'm saying. Then people act like I'm the one that doesn't let them talk. Yada yada yada.
Sorry, Elijah. Sorry.
That's fine. So anyway, it sounds like I could be wrong. I guess we'll have to wait and see that you're trying to flip the burden of proof. Why? Because we know that in order to have gas pressure, that requires containment, which means there has to be a volume where there is a limitation for the gas particles to exert their energy on the walls of that container. So seems like you're saying, well, I'm unaware of there being a boundary for the air we're breathing, which would go directly against gas pressure requiring a container. So your actual claim, which is the heliocentric claim, is that gravity is a container, which means there's a premise that would have to be validated. Now, what is gravity? It's supposedly a force of nature, which means it would be a natural phenomena, which means it falls under the category of science, which means there should be a hypothesis that is falsifiable that someone has tested somewhere.
Does that make you think a little bit, though, Spaza? You know?
No, not really. Not really, because that was just a web of rhetoric. It wasn't actually addressing what I was saying in the first place.
I mean, that was pretty damn specific by Elijah. I mean, that was pretty well said.
It was a very specific narrative that didn't address the actual point of where is this boundary.
So gas pressure doesn't require a container?
You can get pressure differentials without any physical container between them, can't you?
Source.
I don't think you're answering the question.
Oh no, you do. You think I am in a way because I can
Not
measure.
really.
No, you're not.
I can measure
Not
atmosphere.
really.
Well, okay, fair enough. If you don't think I am, that's
You just
fine.
said because there's pressure differentials.
You can get pressure
Source.
differentials. No, you can get pressure differentials in a container.
Right.
We know that.
or in the atmosphere. You're back to square. We're back
Now,
to square
whoa,
one.
whoa,
We're back to square one, aren't we?
whoa. No, we're not back to square. We've been at square one because you're saying, well, there can be pressure differentials without a container. Now, I just said, sounds like you're saying you can have gas pressure without a container. You know what that would include? Gas pressure with a differential in it.
No,
So again, you're left with having to prove that you can have gas pressure differentials without a container.
Right.
So you're saying that you if you have a chamber which has got a vacuum at one end and pressure at the other end, that is only contingent to the fact that there's a container there. That's what you're effectively saying.
No, that's what NASA is saying.
NASA's saying that, not Newton, anybody before that, just NASA.
Well, Newton said don't attribute a force of gravity, stemming from just innate matter, 'cause that would be ridiculous and that would be a folly to what he was actually asserting when he was creating his thought experiments to kind of try to explain what he observed.
No, I mean, yeah, fine. Going back to the statement a second ago, are you saying that the idea of this being this continuously changing, decreasing atmospheric pressure with altitude, which doesn't, as far as we know, show any.
Man.
Okay, fine, fine. If you think that you all,
No,
if
I'm
the
just trying to stop you from strawmanning me because you started with "Are you saying?" So
Oh, no,
if
all
you
right.
really cared
So
about what I was saying, you would
no,
stop if I said strawman, right? Instead of continuing.
But you did say to me, "Are you suggesting a minute ago?"
Well, what were you suggesting? You could have said strawman and I would have stopped.
I've got
Okay.
to be as obstructive as you are to make this constructive. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you have to have.
You spent too long arguing with Witsit today, my friend.
I
Too
know
long
you're
arguing with Witsit.
interrupting me again, and I just asked you
Oh,
not only 5 minutes
so
ago.
let me apologize profusely for interrupting you.
to
Like you weren't
interrupt
interrupting
Mr.
anybody
Beta
today.
Male.
That
Hold
would be
on.
a sin, wouldn't
Well, that would be a red herring, wouldn't it?
it? Then why bring it up? Why would you
Because
bring interrupting up as a red herring?
You're interrupting me right now, and you're talking about the conversation. You're talking about the conversations that I had today in lieu of me telling you that you're interrupting me right now.
You got your ass handed to you on a plate, by the way. Listening.
All right.
Okay,
So
That's
shut up.
just an opinion.
Your
I've got no
claim.
Yo,
I've got no
other guy, be
citation for that.
quiet.
I've got no citation for that.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay, that's nice, but do you have any kind of proof for gas pressure without a container?
Physical gas pressure without a physical container.
Yeah, is that even possible?
If you can elicit the acceleration of all mass to the surface as a containment mechanism, put it there, haven't you?
What?
Well, you mean if you beg the question of there being a force in the first place, which nobody
Was it-
can manipulate or detect?
No, I didn't say a force, did I? You see, you jumped there. I didn't say force, did I, Sunshine?
Well, why would the hell gas particles, which don't have any intermolecular bonds, be attracted to the surface of anything?
Isn't that a different question to the one I asked?
I'm sorry, what'd you ask?
Said, isn't the apparent downwards acceleration of all mass to the surface enough of a containment mechanism?
Hell no.
All masses don't sink to the floor.
Bless your cotton socks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does gas sink to the floor, or does it rise to the top like heat?
It moves in a buoyancy matrix.
Oh, that sounds like a bit of a divergence.
Oh,
or
does it
a
really?
yeah,
I was
because
buoyancy and density not your friend now for a couple of minutes while we're having this conversation.
well, it sounds like another
This
red
is where
herring.
we
'cause
are,
like
Elijah, aren't
it
we? This
sounds
is where
like a
we
red.
are now.
Why do you keep interrupting me? I mean, I'm not being upset with you. I'm not being mean with you. All I said was don't interrupt me. and you're being a big dick.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
Why is
you can
that?
you can answer my question. Isn't the apparent downwards acceleration that seems to propagate across all mass proportionally?
Yeah, that's what I mean. I answered that.
Hey, you
There isn't a
interrupted me.
down.
I didn't get to the end of the sentence. Now you're
You already asked
interrupting
that,
me.
Plaza. You already asked that.
Hot
You already got an
kettle.
answer.
You asked it already. I don't like when people repeat themselves. You asked it and I answered. You said, is there a unilateral, well, is there a force that affects, or is there something, a downwards acceleration that is affecting all things, all matter unilaterally? Seeing is that gases are a part of the atomic scale and they have and they're a part of matter. No, they don't go down. No, they aren't all unilaterally affected because I don't see that phenomena. When you say, well, there's density and buoyancy, guess what? There's no phenomena for me to agree with what you're saying. Now there's just another premise that is yet to been proven.
Do you think over a say a 30 meter high chamber which you pump say pure oxygen into, not a pressure differential?
I don't know. Do you think that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. Well, a physical container like a dome or a physical sealing mechanism vertically upwards. Yeah.
Yeah, how do you validate?
Because we understand that the world we live in has got this acceleration to the floor, and every single observation we make of pressure going up decreases. So we get to a point where if you're high enough, you can't breathe. And if you go slightly higher, it's so rarefied, engines don't work. Eventually, air-breathing engines. And we keep going up and up and up with balloons, and it thins and it thins and it thins and it thins until we get to some height, presumably when your imaginary boundary is holding such a low pressure that it wouldn't make any difference. But let's all ignore that. Let's just pretend there's a glass dome.
No, sorry.
Because it
That's
satisfies
not.
your
Hold on,
whims.
Plaza. Hold on, Plaza. Sorry, brother.
Well, address
hold
what I
on,
just
brother.
said.
Hold on. Sorry, I have to get the mute out, but can we not do that? Because I don't know if you're like triggered or whatever. But
Okay. Say it calmly then.
I don't know.
we heard you.
Whenever it's me, apparently people have to act like I'm doing them a disservice, and they have to act like I'm the dick, so they have to preemptively be a dick to me. When I'm just asking a simple question.
Just keep it
I'll
cool,
say-
Plaza. I don't know.
I'll say it-
Hold on. We heard you. You don't have to repeat yourself. Pretty sure we're looking for a demonstration, not just to repeat the that. Look up in the sky, no dome. Like we're not saying that there's glass or a dome or any stuff. The claim on the table is that you can have gas pressure with. You should know this by now. Just asking to demonstrate it, pointing up at the sky. Well, look, there's a gradient. Isn't really the saying. Well, I don't see your dome. We're not. So just
So let's do this then. Let's get a rocket with a barometer on it. Let's see how high we can fly the rocket.
it's not.
90 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. Let's see how high we can get it.
That's not.
hey.
Sorry, but that's not demonstrating the on the table. The claim is that open. Saying, well, look, it's open. Pointing at. Just pointing. Pulling the claim now. Doesn't quite work that way.
Yeah. So what you really are doing is trying to avoid affirming the consequent by flipping the burden of proof.
No, I'm not asking you to prove anything. I'm saying that all of our mechanical, physical, and real-world observations of atmospheric pressure with height.
Yeah.
Again, you're interrupting me. Comport to the notion that it asymptotically subtends away to a near vacuum with altitude.
What?
A near vacuum. There's no such thing. Have you ever experienced a natural vacuum?
No. Well, I have actually, yeah, because I've worked with vacuum chambers, but that's neither
That doesn't
here nor
sound
there.
like a natural vacuum to me. Working with vacuum chambers doesn't sound quite natural to me.
If you don't think you put a barometer onto a meteorological balloon and take it up and you get down to 1/10 or 1/20th of the pressure, you're not getting near a natural vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's a differential of pressure.
Oh. So if you keep going, There's no indication that that vacuum doesn't keep getting better and better and better. There's no proof that it doesn't.
There's no proof of the vacuum.
Air pressure means that the pressure went there, right? So I don't know what you
Air
mean.
pressure means the pressure went there. If you go up to say 100 miles up, yeah, the
I don't
pressure
know.
is.
Have we been 100 miles?
Yeah, there's plenty of people in 100 miles. There's instruments
Oh
been
yeah.
100
Oh yeah.
miles.
Do they have barometers up there? Because I know for a fact, the balloons that I did see that have busted at 120,000 feet or somewhere up there. Guess what? The substance inside it expands in all directions. So, I mean,
Does.
I don't really know.
Does and by virtue of the fact they know the volumetric capability of that chamber it's in, the airbag is the balloon that it's placed in, they know that when it bursts, they know what it would have expanded to. So they can make a rough guess what the atmospheric pressure is up there by virtue of the fact it's burst its balloon.
Yeah, but just because there's less up there, because the gas cycle is cycled down here, it doesn't mean that there's none up there. Or as a matter of fact, how does it get up there? Oh, by golly, because it expands.
How does it get up there? What's it? When you say how does it get up there, what are you talking
It's called the hydrological cycle.
about? How does the hydrological cycle get up there? Is that what you're asking me?
What I'm saying is there's a process in which gases are converted, or things are converted to gases here at this level, because there aren't any trees or any water or any thing like that up there other than the clouds. So the water and all of this stuff has to evaporate, and gases, all of that stuff has to go up. So it expands upward.
The pressure goes down and down. The higher you go, the pressure goes down, 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 down. To get to a point where you haven't really got any containment to do, have you, really?
The claim, my friend, you're just repeating the claim. No one's heard it before. Know what the claim. We're looking to go past just repeating the.
This goes back to the conversation earlier. This would be one of these categoric experiments, wouldn't it? Launching your own rocket with a barometer on it.
We don't need to launch a rocket to demonstrate the claim. We don't need to go up away. We don't need to fly into the sky to prove this stuff.
You don't need to go up there to prove there's a boundary of some sort up there. So what you're saying?
You don't. There's no demonstration of the con where you can have gas pressure existing without one. While we're asking, can you demonstrate it?
There is categorically.
Sorry.
In it, you can create a gaseous centrifuge here on the surface. You can spin a chamber, create a pressure differential horizontally in a centrifuge.
That's not demonstrating the claim. If you have a chamber, you just said earlier there is no chamber for the globe. So
You can have no, not a sealed chamber, not a sealed chamber. It can be open.
We don't have a chamber at all, Pazza. You just said earlier, Sonny grilled you and said, "Well, give me a citation." You were just defending there's no chamber. So why now is there a chamber all of a sudden?
The atmosphere does have a containment mechanism. This is the key point here. The atmosphere does have a containment mechanism.
Being what?
Ground below you that contains the atmosphere at this level. What do you say? You can say no. You lie. That's all that the scientific. That's all that the scientific vernacular tells you.
No, bro. Even the ground holds there.
There is for the atmosphere. There is containment in one magnitude direction, that is the surface, or wherever the surface may be.
Outside of a ball, would need something outside of that, which you just said earlier.
No. The ball itself is not the contingent containment mechanism.
But you just said it was.
No. Under the environment of the Earth we live on, there is a continuous auxiliary force downwards on all mass. The only containment mechanism of the atmosphere is the surface.
No.
But that's what they're telling us.
But they can say it, but that's why we're asking for demonstrations.
Well, the demonstration I could give you is that there is significant pressure at the surface.
No, bro. Sorry, Pazza, you can't point at the say, look, because that's your claim. claim is what what you're about to say. That's not also the demonstration. So you can't point at the claim and say, "Well, that's now proof." You understand that? This is one thing that you guys often do when it comes to this argument. You just point at the sky and say, "Well, look, there's my claim."
Of course,
it's true.
What you can evaluate is the way the real reality works around us.
Yeah, which seems to purport that you need for gas pressure.
No one says that except this small community.
Do
you understand? Do you
Hold on, Pastor,
understand?
you can't demonstrate the contrary. The only thing you're able to do is point at the sky. That's
It doesn't matter what people say, Paza. What matters is what you can demonstrate.
Yeah. So at this point, Paza, we're this is the lockstep issue. Because we're at a point now where it's demonstration versus lack of demonstration. But you guys, for some weird reason, you guys think that pointing at the claim is also a demonstration. It's not.
I can demonstrate to you that as you go higher and higher and higher, the atmosphere becomes.
That's the claim. Sorry, I have to mute you, but that is the claim. It's not a demonstration. We already know what the claim is. That as you point up in the sky to no container, there's a gradient. Great. That's the claim. It's not also a demonstration. You can't point at the claim and say that's also my proof. I don't know why you guys always do this.
Polarize. It's terrible. Interruption is one way.
Well, Paza, I don't know how to make it more clear. We know what the claim is, so you can't point at your claim and call it proof. It doesn't work that way.
The proof is the higher you go, the more rarefied you
No, that's
doing the same thing
claim.
again.
Yes, that's the claim. You're just repeating the claim over as if
I'm wasting my time, creation. We've got to a point where you won't let me say anything at all now.
Because you don't have to say anything. Hold on. You don't have to say anything. We're at this point where we need a demonstration. All you're doing is raising your finger to the sky and pointing up. It's not a demonstration, my friend. I'm sorry.
There is a demonstration.
Well, go ahead. Just put it in the chat. Let's take a look.
Demonstration is, however high I go, the atmosphere becomes more and more rare.
That's the claim. Just repeating the. I can't say this more clear. It's not a demonstration.
Well, he's pointing at the gradient and he hasn't established any causal mechanism for it. His claim for it should be gravity, right? So is there a scientific demonstration of gravity containing air pressure?
Are we just going to hopscotch over my assertion that there is a demonstration, which he's saying there isn't?
There's not. You have to demonstrate it. All you're doing is raising your finger up to the sky and pointing.
It's demonstrable that there is.
Are we going high pitched now? We need to turn into Oakley. Are we going high pitched? Brother, you guys always do this. Learns did this. Every Glober I talk to when it comes to this gas pressure argument, that's all they do is they raise their finger up and point at the sky. Look, it's true. No, it doesn't work that way. We're looking for an actual demonstration. Pointing at your claim. Well, that's the proof. No, that's the claim, ding dong. We don't need to hear the claim 50 times. We want to see the demonstration.
The problem is also there. You might have there's pressure differential going up, but that does not mean you can extrapolate that into infinity. That's insane.
Oh, it would be insane to extrapolate to infinity. No, I'm not. I'm not extrapolating anything to infinity. Really,
what are you extrapolating it to?
I'm extrapolating it to a point beyond where the atmosphere I've measured is so far. You see the category distinction between the two? You can't. It's your problem, not mine.
Honestly, don't even know what you
Could you be a little more specific? You're extrapolating it to a point beyond where we've measured so far. Yep. Could you be a little more specific than that?
How specific do you want me to be? Every observation of altitude and a decreasing atmospheric pressure.
Well, what's your claim specifically? Like, does it thin out to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr going on practically forever, infinitely expanding, or what? Do I have you wrong in saying that?
It seems to be heading that way, doesn't it?
So that's an extrapolation error.
No, it doesn't seem that.
But I'm not extrapolating to infinity. I'm not. I'm just saying there is an asymptotic curve to it. Yeah.
What?
You're extrapolating it to infinitely expanding.
No.
Can you tell me where?
I don't care what's happening with the atmosphere at an infinite distance. I'm not asking you to even consider that, am I?
There's no sphere to put your atmo on, so you don't have that for
I'm
one.
not. All right. Sorry, I said sphere. My apologies for saying sphere. I am not suggesting that at an infinite altitude I can possibly evaluate what's going on based upon the subtending of a known curve asymptotically over the realm which you measured it.
Where was it measured?
Excuse me. Like, this is so. Just state your claim, bro.
I'm not. Well, this is where we are now, aren't we?
Your
Hello,
claim,
Sonny.
your claim
Hello,
isn't
Sonny.
really, yeah, because your claim isn't really look at the sky. The higher up we go, the less pressure there is. Haha. Until it gets, that's not your claim. The claim is that we live on a sphere, and this air is being held to the sphere by a force. Like, just say that.
I wasn't responding to that. I wasn't making a claim. I was responding to someone else's claim.
Yeah, no, but I mean, let's stop playing around, right?
I'm not playing around. I was
Not really
responding to
making
someone
claims
else's
here,
claim.
Taza.
You
Not
think
really
someone
making
me
claims. We're trying to
responding to someone
address
else's
your
claim is
claim.
me playing around?
Oh, like these people with all of this ambiguous language, man, like claiming that they're really, if you guys are jacking this, if this is what y'all like, I guess, man, because
Hell no!
y'all could have it. Like, I'm secure and comfortable in knowing that things can be proven and that there's no ambiguity there. Like, each of
Elijah,
these guys sound exactly the fuck the same, and it's exhausting. You don't even want to put your balls on the fucking table and make the claim that we know that you're making. We know that you believe that gas particles as a whole are held down to the globe by a gravitational force because of the
acceleration,
mass of the earth that we live on. Like,
downward
and you're gonna
acceleration.
sit here and use flowery words to say it's a downward acceleration. I
Well,
don't
it
know
is.
what's causing it. Oh,
It
but
is
it's
a downward acceleration.
happening. Yeah,
I know you're not happy with that.
we don't have
I
a
know.
phenomena. Excuse me. We don't have a phenomena of a downward acceleration of gas particles. But what you're doing
You have that.
is you're insinuating that this is the case because we have a higher pressure here and a lower pressure up there. That's very different. So you have premise on top of premise on top of premise, and we're just supposed to accept that as a valid answer. Like, oh, everything is all good. Yeah, it makes great. You're not really saying anything at all.
I can't, can I? You're yabbering.
So here we go. It's the same thing I was told earlier.
Oh,
Jesus
Elijah
Christ.
Dixon.
Oh
I don't know
shit!
if it's Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah, stop making so much sense.
Elijah, make sense in smaller portions, yes, so I can interrupt you.
Yeah, make a claim about gravity being the force that holds gas particles down to the ground.
That's what they call this downward acceleration, don't they? I don't care what they call it. It's a
All right.
downward
Well,
acceleration.
how do you validate that then?
There is a downward acceleration.
That would
I
be
validate
begging the question. It's circular reasoning.
No. All I've done is I validated in my life there's a
Boy,
downward
are you making a
acceleration.
claim or are you not making a claim?
You're just
There is no phenomena of a downward acceleration of gas particles. I just told
That's
you.
highly irrelevant. It's highly irrelevant. Downward acceleration is incoherent in itself, unless it's applied to something. It doesn't just exist in itself as a thing, right? So the only thing you could do to even pretend to measure this is to measure an object in free space in motion, right?
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Where's
So we
that
have
phenomena?
that. Well, we
No,
do have
no,
that. We
of a
have
gas.
objects in motion.
Of a gas, because he's talking about gas specifically. So where is that phenomena of a downward acceleration of a gas?
Already, he told you already in a centrifuge.
Pressure differential is an example of that. The only difference between gas, if you've got a chamber, vertical chamber, unless you pretend that the gas molecules at the bottom of the chamber have some superpower, the ones that don't, the ones at the top do, they are all propagating a force, accelerated force downwards through the chamber.
Do it without a
No,
chamber.
you could say I'm missing the point. That is the point.
No. The point is do it without it.
Yeah.
Because
If you do it in a chamber, if you do it in a localized chamber,
Hold on. Because earlier you were mad at said that there was no G. So it says like, well, use a chamber. Well, why?
Well,
You were just
and in
arguing
a
that there wasn't one.
in a centrifuge, aren't you using centrifugal force to get that effect?
you're using a force.
Yeah, it's not
Yo,
gravity, is
why,
it?
yo, let's see what I'm saying, man. Like, AI, defend that. I
can
mean,
create
it quite clearly is a centrifugal force, and he's like, it's just a force.
yeah.
This
There
is
is
the
an
ambiguous
there is a
bullshit. This is
okay,
this equivocative bullshit that everybody's tired of. Just say it. Say it.
everybody's tired of this. Just your community.
No, my friend. I'll tell you what we're tired of. Okay, it's very simple.
Yeah, exactly. You're
No.
Yo, he says, I'll tell you what we're tired of. And Pazza begins fucking regurgitating.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm tired of. I'm tired of people talking all about it, but negating the fact that regardless of the container you describe, right, the bottom could be jiggy-jaggy, it could be curved, it could be undulated. We want to talk about the bottom of the container, whether it's curved or it isn't. You could talk about till you're blue in the face whether gas pressure wanes off at altitude. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Excellent question.
the physical containment mechanism at the top.
Okay, logically break it down to us.
Yes, remember the question on the table right now is what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because in the model that they propose, there is no upwards container. The atmosphere.
Oh,
Excuse
I
me?
understand. I understand. I asked you what it has to do with the shape of the Earth, and you said there's no upwards container.
In the shape of the Earth. All right, let me elaborate on what I said the first time.
No, I want to be clear.
Now we've gotten to the next step, so AI's turn because you already went to the next step. You advanced to the next step, so go ahead, AI.
Hey, you can have an object, you can have any shape of object existing within a container, right? And you can have any shape of object with no container or lid above it. So again, the question is, what does this thing, which is gas pressure waning off at altitude, have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Good question, isn't it? But the point is, in the model that they propose, there is no upwards container. There is no upwards boundary between the atmosphere and the vacuum. Where we started. Isn't it?
I mean, look, you started with I do till death do us part, and you ended up divorced with half your money taken. So it's more important where you end up than
No. No, we started with someone saying to me, it has to be containment to have gas pressure.
That's true.
Right.
And they were using that as a mechanism to say, can't have an open atmosphere into vacuum of space.
Duh.
Yeah.
Well, you can't.
That's what doesn't make sense.
They
Well,
were
let's be fair.
referring. They were
Let's be fair.
referring.
Your retort to that was an ad infinitum decrease in the pressure till the boundary, whatever that is, whether it's infinite or finite.
Such, but there is no
So,
the
yeah,
downwards
great.
acceleration.
So I want to know where the boundary of the universe is. If you can't show me, if you can't show me the boundary, if you can't show me the boundary of the universe, then your claim is moot.
Okay, is that where we gone now? Is that your trick? Is it moved to the boundary of the atmosphere to the boundary of the universe within one syllable?
That's not a trick.
You've won. No,
People
you've
do it all
won.
the
That's not a
time.
trick, though.
AI. You've got the
Here's
better
how
of
it
me.
goes, dude.
AI,
Here's how it goes. Just listen. You'll understand why I did that. People come in here and they say, if the Earth is flat, where's the edge? If you can't show me the edge, then the Earth can't be flat. Right? So turnabout is fair play, is it not?
Have I said that to you?
It is.
No, AI, honestly, have I said that to you tonight?
Does it matter who said it?
Okay. then crucify me for the sins of others, just like Jesus.
I'm not crucifying you. What I'm telling you is, if you claim an ad infinitum decrease, right, you have to demonstrate that, or it just remains nothing but a claim.
Okay, so there is an obvious observation. There is a asymptotic decrease with height. Okay, now, hang on.
Why?
I haven't been. What do you mean? Why? There is.
Why? Without a container, how does that happen?
Because if all the mass, this is what they tell us.
That's the
okay?
claim, bro. You're claiming
Bruh.
that there's differentials in pressure, right? Which is saying that there is pressure, right? So how is there pressure without a container? Very simple.
Because they tell
just
us
gonna
that
repeat the claim. We know what they're telling us.
Oh, well, then why are you
Thank you
arguing
very
with me
much.
about it?
Because there's no demonstration of their telling. But you just
None.
repeating what we're told isn't really helping. Just repeating this story. That's why we ask for demonstrations. But when we do that, you guys just lift your finger up to the sky and point at your claim and now call it or demonstration.
Yo,
or
y'all
proof.
are so petty. I hate it. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
God.
pretty good. That's basically it.
Really doesn't make sense, man. How you can have the vacuum of space above our atmosphere, where we breathe our air, there's argon, all these gases, all this pressure
At this height, at
without
this
a container.
altitude.
It doesn't make
Oh.
sense, man. You're saying what is causing the pressure then? How are we having pressure? Are you saying it's because of gravity? It's because of what's your claim on explain it. Like how is there no container if we have pressure? It just doesn't make sense.
Hang on
I
a
gotta,
second.
I gotta go back. Wait a minute. AI, you there? Yeah. A centrifuge is definitely not naturally observing gas particles going down. That's crazy.
It was.
I didn't. Is your fucking name AI?
And then,
This
to
guy is
confirm that,
on drugs, man. I
Elijah,
don't
just
know.
to answer your question, my name's not AI.
He's
Well,
on
it's
drugs.
official. He's triggered, bro. It's official.
He does drugs. That's 100%.
Here's the point, though. Yeah. You have a lot of people that are convinced you can have atmospheric pressure without a container in the world. A lot of people.
It's nice to convince people of things.
There's a
instead
lot of people that
revealing
believe in
to them the
Bigfoot
truth.
too.
Right.
Sure. I agree with you. But let's just focus on this.
Some people try very fervently and all day long to argue points and convince people of things, and then others are just interested in revealing what the truth is.
Okay.
How interesting.
I get that, Elijah. So let's supposing
I
you're
don't think
right.
you do, but go on.
Let's supposing you're no. I'm entertaining what you're saying here. Let's supposing you are right and I'm wrong.
Right about what? Wrong about what?
You said right and
Gas
wrong.
pressure requiring a container, seeing is that it's in the word. Gas is exerted on the walls of its container. How could I be wrong about that?
That's a localized gas pressure.
Oh my, no, dude.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
in general.
Okay, so listen, let's supposing you guys are right and I'm wrong.
No, we don't. See, here's the thing, Paz. We don't need to do that because
Okay.
we can.
I know where you are.
Hold on, brother. We're at the stage. I said, administration versus our team. It all day long. The pressure. Our claim is that. So, you don't need to go back to kindergarten. Show and tell. Doing a lot of telling. Go ahead and show us. Here.
No one. I didn't say we were pointing at the sky.
That's what you've been doing this whole time.
No, I haven't. We've been measuring the pressure at various altitudes. That's not pointing at the sky, creation. You can disingenuously pretend that pointing at the sky from the ground is the same as measuring the atmospheric pressure as you go up in altitude.
Just to be clear, what I mean is you're pointing You're
Look
saying,
at
well,
this
look,
shit.
the claim isn't the
Proverbs 19. Sin is not ended by multiplying words, but the prudent hold their tongues. Man, oh man.
Yeah, well, so we measured a gradient. Yep. This point. So demonstrate. Look, here's a gradient. Pointing at the.
You're being dishonest with me now, aren't you? Demonstration is that you can go up and you can measure it at height, and the higher you go, the thinner it gets. That's
Sorry. I'm sorry.
it's demonstrating something, though, isn't it? Creation.
No,
it's demonstrating something.
You're
Oh,
pointing
it's
at
not
something that's
demonstrating.
pointing out. He's going, I bitched. We know what the claim. There's no content. Look, there's a gradient. Know that. Show that. So flying up the sky and measuring the gradient.
I say, it's make you to call me ding dong for the rest till I go. Go get bored.
I don't know how many times we have to tell you guys.
I know. You got the same rhetoric. But listen, if every single evaluation we've made of atmospheric pressure against height, let's see if I can get to the end of the sentence. I doubt I'll be able to. For every single demonstration we've ever attempted to do, demonstrate the atmospheric pressure receding with height, and no observation to the contrary, we can create a curve. There we go. There we go.
Yeah.
Go on,
Well, again,
go on,
you're
creation.
just, yeah. Just repeating. I told you that. No content. Well, we measure a gradient. Great. Demonstrate.
You won. I'm a ding dong. You won, creation.
Well, dude, you can just admit.
Can you change my name to Spaza owes us 2,000 miles? I hate to think
Demonstration of the claim.
this is where we are now, ding dong. I can't finish the sentence. I can't finish the sentence, ding dong.
Yeah, well,
We're talking quietly now. It's almost like it's like
talking the same level this whole time. Don't worry, nothing's changed on. You don't need to say much. Show it. Just like you've just been doing. Show what you're.
why show and tell. This is why you're not going to convince the bulk of the people in the world what you think. Creation.
Who cares?
I didn't need to convince anybody. Sorry.
This isn't to pump your idea for that. Trying to recruit all this.
If you're in a room where you're not convinced, you want to convince each other but not other people. What does that say about you?
Trying to do.
I know it's not the goal.
Well, then why would you bring up why aren't you convincing the whole world? That's what you're for. So.
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you. I understand. You haven't got a message for the whole world. I understand that.
Honestly, you're doing something just as dishonest. You're saying that, you're claiming something that can't be recreated. So it's like, it could only be recreated at a scale larger than you can actually experiment. So that's just as dishonest.
My friend, all I was saying is that there is a demonstration of a significant dissipation of atmospheric pressure. The higher you go.
Dude. To say, agree. Everyone agrees. Back and say, well, look, there's a gradient. Yeah.
Right. There's a simply said CB and everyone simply said the container is an antecedent or requirement for any kind of pressure variance or gradient that you're talking about. You have to have number one, the container first, or else you can't produce pressure that consists of a gradient of pressure. The container is where it occurs.
The gradient's just a property of air pressure, which requires containment unless somebody can demonstrate otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just telling us that we have air pressure. Yeah, we know that.
it's a secondary function of having a container. It's a secondary attribute or quality that pressure has under containment can have a variable, a gradient.
No, because in the gas centrifuge, you don't have double-ended containment. You have single-ended containment. like
That's
on
a
the
false analogy. That's a centrifuge. That's using
Yeah.
centrifugal force, right? And your claim for the Atmo is gravity, is it not?
There's a force. There's a force involved
Okay,
in
it's
one
just a
direction.
force. You're not going to say gravity, though.
No, and you're not going to say centrifugal either.
This is the problem. This is why you are talking to yourselves. You're not going to convince anybody else
No.
with this red.
No, it doesn't occur in nature. You have to provide it a natural experiment. And
Well, I'm talking to you, and this is the problem: is that you seem to obfuscate when I do that. You just say a force, but clearly we all know that the claim is that the atmosphere, quote unquote, is held in by gravity. But you're pointing to a centrifuge, which is not the same thing. It's not equivalent.
Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, you would need the actual proof of centrifugal too. Then you're throwing two unfalsifiable claims up on the table. No, we're not accepting it.
Don't centrifuges need a container though?
No,
we're not talking about centrifuges.
Yeah, listen to your friend. Don't go down the centrifuge route. It's not a good one for you.
You're the one who brought it up.
No, we're not even talking about. That's not.
No, I can bring it up because it's useful to me. It's not useful to you guys.
No, you can't bring it up because it's not part of the topic. What the hell?
I risk
We're not-
my
Go to
case.
the-
I risk my
Get
case.
to this. I can't finish one fucking word. So get to the centrifuge server then. Real quick.
Let's just be honest. You can just rip the band-aid. There's no claim. We're
Exactly.
basically trying to send you on a chase to.
We have
So
to
just
stop
rip the
doing
band-aid
it.
off and tell you. We're not here to try to convince whoever you. You're not convincing anyone. Repeating the claim.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're like going back and forth for like 20 minutes.
Right. So don't worry. There's no
Yeah, I was going to say, like, that's a really good point, CB. I think we ought to stop giving them this wild goose chase for the curvature. We just need to know how they know what they know, period. So that, like, cuts out a bunch of BS that we've gotten involved in because we're throwing them out these goose chases that can't be answered also. So I got to look at myself and go, holy shit, I'm doing the same thing. I'm being a hypocrite. So I'm going to
people need
stop.
that goose chase. Some people need just to be told point blank.
It is exhausting, isn't it, for all of us?
Go to bed. Go to
Well,
sleep
it's-
then,
it-
if you're tired.
Like, honestly, what it is just doing the same thing. I'm realizing it right now, you
Yeah.
know, and sorry, like, it does take us a while because we're all stuck in this thing where we're like, you guys are here for whoever knows what reason. It doesn't matter to me the reason, but nonetheless,
Sure.
you're here, and we're still here, just empirical type persons here in this place. We're going, here's what everything objective says to us in nature. And you guys are going, look up into the sky. Look at that light.
Yeah.
That's what's
Yeah.
frustrating, Spaza. That's
I think
the
it's. I would agree with you, and I think that both sides are utterly exhausted right now.
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
about
got
that,
the- I got
man.
my
I got
coffee,
tons of
bro.
energy.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
No,
I got-
they're exhausted. They're exhausted by these conversations between our two parties.
Hey, when you keep going up that high and the pressure keeps lower and lower, what happens to water when it boils away? Where does it go?
Uh-oh.
Where does it? What do you mean? Where does it go? The water's down here. It's not up there, is it?
So water
Wait a minute.
exists in the vacuum of space. Then is that what you're telling me?
Clouds.
Water boils in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
What about clouds?
Thank you. That's the end
Clouds
of
aren't.
that's the end of your
aren't
water
in a-
balls and globes
No,
in
no, no,
space.
no. You could say that,
Yes.
but clouds aren't in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
Neither is the Earth.
Right.
Yeah, you say the Earth is in a vacuum. So what's up there?
No,
Shouldn't all the
no.
oceans boil?
Right.
Oceans. Well, no. The oceans are down here. Space is up there.
No,
Well, you say it's an uncontained ball in a vacuum, so why doesn't the whole thing just boil? Atmo, ocean, and all.
Well, no, because everything has a locality. Let's not be silly. Let's stick to what they're telling us, rather than
No, it's not.
pretending
Why
that
is there a
their model is-
locality?
because locality suggests there is something at some position.
It suggests that something is being contained locally, like
yes,
our planet, our
Yes.
Earth. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry for saying planet.
There is a containment mechanism. We are both in agreement.
Well, it's not what you're saying it is. So
Okay, that's where we are.
So you're saying there is a container then? You're
show
saying there
us.
is a
There's a-
firmament.
There is no. There's a containment mechanism.
Okay.
What's it made
Show
out
us.
of?
The ground.
It's
There
not
is
made
a-
out of air, right? Is it made out of air?
Containment mechanism is a physical force phenomena.
Where is it proven?
Things accelerating. Everything that has
what-
mass accelerating downwards.
Hold on. Hold it just a minute here. 1 single minute, please. So hold on, everybody take a breath. So that's where is the proof of this? You keep making claims, bro. You keep getting pulled. Yeah, like it's just this must be his purpose. Drag us down into these secondary claim things over and over and over. Different claim, add a claim, add another layer. Fucking fallacy layer cake.
Do you want me to just go and put my icon in the chat because I can't respond? There is demonstrable proof that everything physical is accelerating downwards.
Well,
No, it isn't.
Why do you have to say it? Just show it. 'Cause I
I
don't
mean,
see
like,
gas going
you
up.
want me to hold on. You want me to show you that everything of mass?
Yes, ding dong. If you just said it's demonstrable, then you should be able to demonstrate it. Dong. Pay attention. Oh my god.
To force. Are you really asking me to demonstrate that everything has an acceleration?
Yes.
Yes.
You just said gas goes down, goes boom boom. So why don't you show us that?
In a locally contained chamber, there is a
Yeah, the globe doesn't have.
We want you to show it in nature.
Holy.
Yeah.
locally contained chamber in nature when there isn't one in nature. The scale of the earth.
That's what we're saying. That you're saying
Exactly what we're saying.
Holy
Yeah.
smoke. Maybe now it'll finally. You're right. Container on your. Holy.
That's the problem.
That's why we're so skeptical about like how is there how is there the vacuum of space and no barrier between the vacuum of space and what we live on and breathe and like there's just no explanation for it. They just say, oh, gravity. Okay.
Yeah. Spazza, can I ask you a question, please? One question.
Well, then, please do.
Spazza, you say there's a vacuum out there, correct?
That's what they tell us.
Okay, good. Now, what's containing the vacuum?
What do you mean what's contained in the vacuum? They're telling us that most of the material universe is a vacuum.
Right.
Correct.
Do you know the vacuum required?
Correct. Thanks for corroborating what is.
Hold on. I started. I'm supposed to be responding here. So they tell us it's a vacuum. You say, you know, the vacuums require a container also. Kaboom.
Right. That's
So
what
the
a
whole- the
vacuum
whole-
chamber is.
The whole universe, the whole model of the universe is being completely up in flames now.
No, you should be able to tell us where the container is of the vacuum. If they said they've gone out and looked that far and that's what it is, they're saying indubitably that's what it is, then you should be able to bring that information in with you when you come in and join us. That these measurements, distances that they're saying, they should be all you should be able to provide them. Period.
Maybe
Can
it's
I ask
a-
a question?
Hold on, I'm not quite done. I'll be done in 1 second. So listen, a vacuum
Alright.
requires a container, period, just like gas pressure requires a container, period. It's the end of discussion, but you could go on and talk about it for weeks if you want, I guess.
Yeah, so you kind of stepped in where I was going, Sonny, anyway.
But Alien, what did you want to ask?
This is just like a real quick pointer. For somebody who's like, I'm not a Glober, but I'm not like. Well, I've accepted the fact that
I didn't say I wasn't a globe.
accepted the fact that I don't live on a globe. I just don't know, the full extent of that. just for some background. But what you're saying about this like vacuum, you know, you need a container. It's extremely, you know, it's very intriguing to me. Kind of like click something for me. You know, last time I was in here too, somebody was talking about this and they asked me these questions. But I just want to say real quick, you know, from somebody who's kind of like has a normie perspective, I'll say that, you know, when I was raised, taught up in school of Eastern United States education, you know, I was told, you know, space. We don't know the extent of how large space is, right? It's always questionable. But they know that it's ever expanding. So that just what they tell you at such a young age is so fucking ridiculous. And it's still stuck in my head like to this day. I find myself arguing about like these flat earth points with this basic ass rhetoric like, you know, the universe is forever expanding. They don't know the actual size. Like I'm really starting to see the fucking bullshit.
Hey.
There you go.
I'm really starting to see that bullshit and how like there is no the answer they give you is there is no real answer. You know, the universe is so large we can't interpret it, we don't understand it. It's like they want you to not understand your reality. They want you to not be you know, coordinated in your own reality. They want you distraught and misunderstood, disoriented, and like what you just said right there kind of put it in a perspective for me. So I just wanted to share that.
True. They just want you to believe. Listen to the type of phraseology using. Oh well, what they're telling.
Right. What they told me, right? Like he doesn't. People don't even know what they believe. They just regurgitate some bullshit. Somebody else told them. You know what I'm saying?
That's the whole problem. They're telling us, and what they're telling us doesn't make any sense. So that's why we're grilling him for the evidence for what they're telling us, and then he just comes back and says, "They're telling us." Yeah, we know. That's the problem.
That's the problem, right?
Dude, it's like go back to you guys remember show and tell. You show, or you tell, and then you show. My dad is this. My dad won a Purple Heart. Okay, well, show us. We're not supposed to just accept it because you said it. That's where we're at for demonstration. Prove it. So just saying, well, what I heard isn't really helping.
Right. We all
And
been
if we're
there
going,
outside.
and if we're going with, sorry, go just one second.
Just killed off real quick. Like basic science, bro. You give me a jar, I put a lid on it and puncture the hole, and I blow or suck air into that fucking hole. I'm gonna create suction. I'm gonna create a vacuum of some sort, right? And this bullshit, like we don't know how large, you know, this universe is. That's just an excuse that they have to not explain, you know, how it's capacitated, how is it contained in a vacuum. So all these different facts and you know, this evidence will add up conjoined to inevitably show you the truth, which is the truth is that we've been lied to and we don't know what the facts are. So we have to reverse engineer it.
Right. So check this out. So when you look at if you look at the timeline and what you exactly what you just said, if you look at the timeline, you can almost hear the conversation, what was going on. Okay, we went down there. We found something. Oh, we can't tell them that. Okay, so now what do we do? Okay, well, we're starting to be able to go pretty high up now, so we better get a space program going, get all these countries in on the Antarctic Agreement, create the space program,
Right.
shoot nukes up in the air, like dozens of them or whatever, and and then on, right? So then here we are today.
Well, what I'm wondering is if Pazza can even get his claim together because he keeps wanting to defer to what they're telling us. But what they're telling us is that gravity contains the Atmo. And then when he wants to give us a demonstration, he goes to a centrifuge, which is not gravity. So are we going with what they're telling us, or is it what Pazza is telling us, or what?
I think it's the Spazadyme. That's a coin. I just coined it, Spazadyme. It says paradigm. It's Spazadyme.
There you go. Spazadyme. That's his new name. Perfect.
Right. Well, there's really not much you can say at this point, Pat. We've been asking over and over to demonstrate. I'm sure you're a big boy. You know what that word means. But just So maybe you show and tell. Can you do a little bit of showing now? Maybe you could put something in the chat that you show us. That way we don't have to just continue that we already know.
What I would say is the guy who was saying that what he was taught at school was non-intuitive, didn't make sense. Yeah, I totally agree. I totally understand what you're saying. As a cosmologist, well, he was saying they taught me a lot of stuff which I think is bullshit. Yeah, doesn't make sense.
Because it's not being. Basically, there's no demonstration for this stuff. Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, there certainly is. I agree. There is certainly no. It's not, certainly not demonstratively presented at school, is it?
Or by you right now.
No. Would you expect me to? Would you expect me to demonstrate?
Expect you to demonstrate.
Okay. Well, then maybe that's where we went wrong in the first place.
So, what do you think you've been demonstrating this whole time? I was criticizing you, pointing at. That's my demonstration.
Well, no, I was evaluating the reality of what we have measured.
It's not what's in contention here.
Right.
But if someone makes the assertion, there is a physical, vertical upwards boundary of the atmosphere. They have to demonstrate it.
There is. We're not like making a new claim. We're assessing the system. So we're asking you flipping the bird and saying, "Well, no, show me your glass dome." No one said that. Notice how that's you said that earlier.
I have responded to it. Everything we understand about how that mechanic would work doesn't need an upwards physical container.
Okay, prove that.
Yeah, that can say that. No, we know that's the claim. So just repeating over and over and over helps 0 people. We were talking about, well, you guys need to convince the world. You're not helping a soul by just.
Is the a collective endeavor of people sending up physical objects into the vacuum?
That's the claim people are doing.
Okay, well there we are then.
Are you going to tell me that rockets work in a vacuum, an ever-expanding vacuum?
There we are. So you've moved it on. You've moved it on to somewhere else, haven't you?
I don't think you understand demonstration.
I haven't heard now. You just said they shoot things up into the vacuum.
You do. Fireworks and propellant systems work in a vacuum, by the way.
So you are definitely in a clown show because,
of course, it's a clown show.
Once you release gas into a vacuum, it's not a vacuum, is it? So it has something to push off of. So an ever-expanding vacuum, the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, would always be getting bigger and farther away. So there would not be a container to bounce off of. So
maybe what they're proposing actually is that you're not pushing against anything. It's the expulsion of mass in the opposite direction is causing.
It doesn't have anything to push off of that. So
no, but you're not listening to what I said. The expulsion of mass from a system causes an equal and opposite reaction in the other direction.
It's not in a vacuum chamber.
No, the expulsion of mass from a system causes an equal and opposite reaction.
Cool story, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see an ion jet working. Like, is there a video of that? Like, you put one on a balloon, stratosphere, whatever, and I want to see a video of it working. I don't think they have that, right?
I haven't got one of those. No, so you must be right.
Oh yeah, you would think you would see one on YouTube, right? Like some engineer somewhere, right? But I don't think so.
I thought ion expulsion systems are working at such a slow force resolution they don't work in the atmosphere, do they?
So imaginary.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's impossible situations.
It's like fan fiction, man. Just
so
like
we're using
Marvel.
ion engine.
Although the idea is pretty good because it'd be nice to send a balloon higher than it can actually go, right? So we can get some nice footage, but I don't know.
What do you think's different about the people in here to the rest of the world? Do you think?
They're zombies and we're not. So, I mean, most people pass it. They come here and they go, "Why does it matter? Why do you guys care?" They don't care, brother. They're zombies, so why do they matter? Would you even appeal to them anyway?
So you think there's a category distinction between your?
Remember earlier when Elijah was like, "Well, so people say this," and you're like, "Am I dumb people?" You're doing the same thing that you criticized a lot earlier, so just chill out.
No. Do you think there's a category distinction between your perception of the world and theirs?
We all experience the same Earth.
I think that
Reality is imaginary.
Yeah.
Is his whole argument that gravity is the container? Is that what's going on?
He won't go so far as to say that.
Okay.
Well, they
Yeah,
call it gravity, but clearly all I can demonstrate is a downwards acceleration force acting on all masses.
No, you can't demonstrate that.
No, you're wrong there. You're wrong. I have demonstrated.
You haven't.
You have not.
Are you talking about G?
Accelerating force acting on all masses. I've demonstrated that. To you.
Okay. Source.
Okay.
Well,
What do you
put
mean
it in the
source?
chat.
I
Put it in the
have.
chat. Put it in the chat. You have not demonstrated gas going down. Boom. I should try to address that with you earlier. So same with myself. So stop saying shit.
That's a
Just
lie.
put it in the chat, bro. Like. so
Would he
everyone
say?
can
Would
see
he
it.
say that the gravity, the closer you are to the Earth, the stronger it is? Would you agree with that statement?
That's what they tell us, don't they?
Right. It is right.
They-
So why is it
that's
that
what they tell us.
the gases cannot even be contained? Cannot even be pushed down at Earth level? How do you expect it to hold the gases? 50 million miles or 50,000 miles or whatever above Earth,
What
above the
number do you want
land.
to use? What number do you want to use?
Whatever. Like, why would the gravity be able to hold the gas all the way up there if it can't down here?
So you're asking people to categorize to you how something works at whatever metric.
Or
What are
it
you
just
saying?
doesn't work, ding dong.
I'm just saying it
What are you
doesn't
putting in?
work.
You can keep calling something
Well,
ding dong as long as you like.
if
That's
you
not
should
gonna.
put-
That's not gonna win any fans in the
that's
real
fine.
world.
If the gravity is not holding down the gases, right?
What is?
Then what the fuck is?
Exactly. That's the question.
Because if
Well,
not, it should just be flying out into space and just entering the fucking.
Well,
the
some of it
vacuum.
is. Some of it is escaping the space. They tell us.
Some of it,
Yeah,
all of it.
They tell us. They tell us.
We have a windstorm under our feet.
In the same ways that some of the water on the oceans escapes into the atmosphere.
Really?
False
Yeah, it's called, it's
That
called,
is
it's
a
called the
very
water
big
cycle.
false equivalency.
It's called the. Well, you can say it is if you want to.
It is.
Again.
Well, you know what? He might be right because there have been astronauts that have drowned in space. We've heard that. And I think they
Look, you've got to get out of this mode where, oh, well, you can just say it. But stop just saying. Show it.
Yeah, for real.
Holy
I would
smoke.
be willing to change my perspective in a heartbeat if I had any evidence to the contrary. Like, show me.
You haven't put anything in the chat. Literally nothing. So. show and
Fanta, now's your chance. You got two semi-globe flat earthers in here. They're not sure. I know which two they are. You can change them right now. Just show them how it works.
Well, if I just say the claim one more time, it's like, no, dude. What's the need to
Well,
just say it? As if no one's heard
all
it
I've done.
before?
All I've done this evening is react to other assertions. I haven't made my own assertions.
Shouldn't you put stuff in the chat, like back up what you're saying? Illustrations, maybe.
What am I saying that needs backing up?
Everything.
Earthquake.
Give me an example of something I need to back up that I
I've
said.
been telling you the whole
Be
time.
sure you make sure. Be sure you.
Don't play stupid. We've been asking clearly this whole time, very specifically, what we're asking for. So don't be like, oh, well, what do you want me to demonstrate? Dude, come on, bro.
Listen real quick. I will say, coming off a little bit aggressive for somebody who's new to the, trying to think about possibly understanding flat Earth. So,
Yeah, Pazza's not new to any of this. He's been in this discussion for a long time.
oh, all right. Well, maybe you should, rewind a little bit. Say, everybody take a step back.
Well, you must have missed the start of the conversation. We started off holding hands. It was nice and sweet. Maybe you jumped in a little.
I mean, if he could prove that, I would be willing to go globetard. If he can prove that you can hold gases without a container, gas pressure without a container, I'd go full fucking globetard. Let's go.
Yeah,
I'm asking for
essentially what it is.
scientific demonstration of gravity containing air.
There
But
we
he
go.
won't even go so far as saying that that's the claim.
Right.
You know, so obviously he's not very confident in it since he doesn't even want to make it.
Well, he's not saying gravity. What he's saying, it's because of the downward acceleration. Okay, prove it. Prove what the hell you just said right there. Show us something.
Yeah, show us the clouds rushing towards the ground.
Isn't the Earth moving like 4 different directions?
Doesn't matter. He
Why-
said everything's is a downward force. Those clouds should be rushing towards the ground. You should be able to see them moving down.
Yeah, well, yeah. What's causing that acceleration? That downward acceleration?
Can't just pick gases going down, but clouds are not, because then you have like selective gravity now.
Well, some gases, most gases don't even go down. They just go wherever the fuck they want.
All gases go wherever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
Well, if it's lighter, it goes up.
Yeah. It's kind of the same like when you're cooking rice.
Smells, yeah, go up right quickly.
The rice starts to spaz out or something. Oh, just joking. Spaz.
Just saying, you got the water in the bottom, and then you got the thicker gas in the middle, and then you got the really, really light gas at the top.
That's true.
And
There's,
then,
there's water. A lot of times there's moisture in like the tanks we use for scuba diving. You know, there's water down in the bottom. It's compressed oxygen or compressed air, right? So there's a gradient in those. You can hear it sloshing around.
well, yeah, think about it. Why is it that a propane tank, right? When you got it, when it's filled, it's a lot heavier.
Exactly.
Than when it's empty.
And a lot heavier, very much so.
Yeah.
Whatever they're putting in there, well, I don't even like to say the word weight, but it's more dense. It's more dense than the air. Let's just put it that way. That's going right to the heart of the matter. It's talking about the medium and what is under the auspices of this medium. So, like the medium itself. So, like, why isn't all that density being contained at the surface where it's being produced? It seemingly would. That is their claim, that these gases, just like Heretic said, are held in by this so-called gravity. So they need to present evidence for the claim, Your Honor. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Good night, all. We've got to go. I know I'm committing it. I know I'm committing it. It's a past my bedtime fallacy or something.
Bring some demonstratable, sources.
When you come back, definitely show us how air contains air, because then I'm going to become a glober.
I want to know what that downward acceleration is.
Yeah, the scientific experiment that gravity can contain gases, let's say in 1 square foot or 1 square meter. In 1 square meter, that gravity.
I can do in my own vacuum chamber that I have.
Yeah.
I own one.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/Flat Earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC Riffia to get involved with the conversation about Earth.
DJ Vash, Chpezuelo 1001 returns, and Salty PDK.
DJ Vash. What's up, DJ?
Going.
Pretty good. What brings you into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord?
Literally just listen to you guys for the most part.
Ah, yeah. Not going to hear much right now, unfortunately. How'd you hear about the server?
Pinky, what the hell was his last one? Badinsky? But I don't know how to say it. One of those guys on the Modern Day Debate server recommended checking you guys out. Apparently you guys got a lot of topics you talk about. I'm like, sure, I'll take a look.
Well, we really tend to try to stick to one topic here, and that is the shape of the Earth.
Right.
You got anything you'd like to say about it? You lean one way or the other?
This is going to sound odd, but I really give two shits of what the hell the shape of the Earth is because it doesn't affect me.
Why do you think it doesn't affect you?
Well, I don't sail, I don't fly, I don't do anything work-wise that requires, Earth shape and whatnot. It doesn't really affect me in my daily life, so I just go on my merry way with it. Whether it be flat or round, I don't have a leaning.
What about the idea
Why in the world did you take the Yeah, why'd you take the recommendation to show up here then?
Because I was told that you guys talk about different things, so I'm always open to listen to different things.
Well, there's there's a chess room, but the topic is what the topic is.
Yeah. And that's why
if that's the last thing you need to talk about, then maybe find something more specific, like a server, like knitting or something. Like, what else did you want to talk about?
Oh, I just pop in to listen, and then somebody says, "Hey, DJ."
What other things were you told that we talk about?
Oh, just like daily stuff, like men's fitness and health and nutrition and a couple other things.
No, there's different voice channels. There's different voice channels for that, but in the live stream,
yes.
Oh, in the live stream.
So
the only time I've heard for what
different channels there's different channels for that, like people talking about pictures of what they ate for lunch. Yeah, there's a whole health and nutrition channel. Maybe you should drop down there if that's what you want to talk about, or probably a server who just focuses on it. Because God forbid you hear about something that has nothing to do with your day-to-day life.
I was kind of hoping I could have that conversation with him because I find it curious that he thinks it doesn't affect his life, but it actually does directly affect his life. Maybe he just doesn't realize it. I'd be open to sort of having that conversation, but if not, that's fine.
No, he doesn't want to find out. He doesn't want to find out that it does have to do with his everyday life. That's why he gave the disclaimer.
I just said, yeah, I'm willing to learn something new. Or not.
Well, yeah, I don't. I mean, am I wasting my time here?
No, I mean, hey DJ, if you found out that you'd been tricked into thinking that you live on a water ball flying through space, do you think that would have anything to do with anything? Would that matter to you?
I mean, not to mention the lies that surround that. Well, I'm sorry. I'll let you answer the question, bro. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You're
I
breaking
can't
up.
hear you.
Bad satellite.
Okay, I took it off my car. Can you guys hear me better?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Loud and clear.
Now, if you
Oh,
found
okay,
out
cool.
that you had been tricked into thinking that you lived on a spinning, flying through outer space water ball, would that matter to you, DJ, or is that beneath you as well?
I don't know about beneath me. That's actually interesting for that. But yeah, it would matter because then there's a lot of things I learned in my past I need to relearn or change what I learned.
Okay, so it does matter whether or not the Earth is like what they say it is. That was a quick change of heart.
Okay, I apologize. I must have misunderstood that. I took that as just what the shape of the Earth is.
You're the
But
one who brought it up.
when you put it in terms of if I was taught different the wrong thing, okay, now I understand what you're
No,
saying.
but that was your grand preface to the whole discussion. This doesn't, the topic of the live stream doesn't matter to me, but I hear you guys talk about health. So it does matter to you after all. Thank you, DJ.
I'm not understanding how you're interpreting what I was saying.
Well, what were you saying? Maybe you could repeat it. You said it didn't matter to you. And then about 4 minutes later, I asked you, well, if you found out that you'd been tricked into, you were thinking you were living on a water ball, that all of a sudden mattered to you.
Because the way the question was phrased is in what I was taught. So I took it as what education. I didn't take it as the actual shape of the Earth itself. Because then I'd have to question a few other things in order to get that right.
Okay. So let's clarify. You began the whole thing with saying, well, really, guys, it doesn't matter to my day-to-day life if what we live on is a ball or not. Is that not what you said?
Not like that, no. It was not like
that. Well, okay, say it again then.
Okay, so the shape of the Earth doesn't really affect my day-to-day life because I don't do anything that revolves around needing to have or know the shape of the Earth.
Got it.
Like my
So
job
if
or
you found out that you were tricked into thinking that you were living on a water ball, would that matter to you? You said, yeah.
Yes, because now my education was wrong, so I have to go back and really question a few other things about my education.
Well, did you learn about the water during your schooling? Or have you had any experience with water out in the real world?
I mean, I used to live out the beach in California, if that's what you're... Because I don't understand the question.
That's cool. The nature of water. Did you learn about that in your education?
Oh, you mean like viscosity and its makeup and whatnot?
All that good stuff.
I would say basic stuff then. Nothing like heavy scientific, but just basic stuff. That's it.
Okay. Well, see, what they told us was we live on a water ball, but in reality, water does something the opposite that it would need to do if we were on a water ball.
Okay.
Was that covered in your education, or it probably wasn't even addressed, was it? The two were probably never connected. Were the two ever connected?
Was whatever connected?
Was the ideology that we live on a water ball ever connected with water in general? All your viscosity studies.
It was okay. I guess the easy way to answer that was I was told I lived on a spherical Earth. Yes.
Okay. Were you also told, or have you also experienced that water in nature? What does it do?
Told wise, I don't remember because it's been long ago. What I've experienced is
in real life.
And what I experienced
at your California beach pool.
Good.
What
I'm
is
sorry.
the surface of that water now? DJ.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, what is it? No, that's fine. What does the water do at the surface in your beach pool?
In my beach pool?
It evaporates.
Yeah.
Yeah, depending on how hot it gets.
Okay.
If it's depending on how hot it gets, it could evaporate. If it
No,
gets
no,
cold,
evaporation happens at any temperature.
Okay. Does it pain you to acknowledge that water seeks and finds level?
Yeah, but
I
only if,
honestly don't understand
only
what
if
that means.
gravity exists.
One at a time, guys. Is that
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't
controversial,
mean to.
DJ? DJ,
I'm
is
sorry.
that
I didn't mean to interrupt.
controversial?
Only if gravity exists. It couldn't find its level if gravity didn't exist.
So, DJ, did you want to combine those two things?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was interrupting, so I muted myself.
No, the other guy's trying to cope in real time. So we have water seeking and finding level, which you don't like to talk about. Well, but they also told us we live on a water ball. Now, does that matter to you? The contradiction there, does that matter to you?
Actually, I'd never heard that before, so it's not that I don't want to talk about it. I actually
So
never
that's
heard
my
that.
point. It wasn't covered in your schooling.
Okay, and that could be fair because I don't
But
remember.
what does that contradiction do? How do you process that contradiction?
That water. I'm sorry. You said seeks its level. That's what you said.
Yeah, is that controversial?
No, it's just a statement to me. I mean, I'd have to learn more, but I don't find it a controversy.
Okay. And they also say we live on a water ball.
Okay.
So the contradiction there, how do you process that?
I can't process it without learning it because I never heard about water seeking its level, or at least I don't remember. So I'd have to learn more about it.
Oh, so you live under a rock.
Wow.
Okay. That's fine.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever heard anybody say that before, and I just found that fascinating. I'm sorry to interrupt.
I'm so
It's-
mad because I saw I was just reading something where water seeks its level. It had absolutely nothing to do with this conversation. I was like, oh wow, look at that, but I forgot to save it.
I hate that whenever you're like getting in good in like a book or something like that, or an article, you accidentally close it and you're like, dang it, where was that? That sucks.
So DJ, real quick, have you never heard the term, sea level?
Yes, I've heard this from sea level. Yes.
So I mean, where do you think that comes from?
If I remember correctly, isn't that like the different layers between how high, starting with the sea itself, how high above the water it goes and below the water it goes?
Okay, but why the sea? What is special about the water that's a good starting point? You see what I'm saying?
It's
what does
level.
water do?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
It's
What does,
level.
what
That's why everybody knows that water at rest is level. It's
Yeah.
it's not that hard, bro. Not to make you feel, just think about it. Water at rest is level. Bodies of water, I should say, because for whatever reason people think of raindrops. Bodies of water at rest are level. Like, you've seen a frozen pool before, a frozen lake
Frozen lake.
before,
Yeah, frozen lake.
the salt flats before, perhaps you've seen pictures or videos with perfect specular reflections, with the clouds being perfectly symmetrical with the reflection on the water, because it's
I've seen
level.
pictures of salt flats. Yes.
Yeah.
Are you having a hard time processing that now with the globe?
Not really, just because I got to sit down and read it first. So it's basically in the back of my head now.
What
In
is there to
regards
read?
to,
What do you want to read?
I'm
What do you want
sorry.
to read?
Oh, okay. Oh, I apologize. I didn't mean to interrupt. I
I'm
apologize.
sorry, Elijah. I'm not trying to step on you, bro.
No, we were both asking the
What's
same thing. It's like we just shared, well, what we got you to Imagine was an
Mhm.
experience. That's why I asked you, have you ever seen? What is there to read?
Whatever you guys were talking about, so that way I could learn further instead of just staying at what you guys just said, and that's it.
Oh, you guys posted something about water seeking its own level?
No, we were just discussing it. We haven't posted anything. I mean, he seemed to be versed on, water, but then when we brought up it always finding level, he said he'd never heard of that before. So it's kind of where we're at now. We got started.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm versed on. I wouldn't say I'm versed on water. If anything, my education on it is very limited.
Please, I mean, look.
Have you ever seen it? Have you
Check
seen
this out.
water?
Check this out. You know what an
Yes.
axiom is?
Okay, let me be more specific. I am not scientifically adept when it comes to things about water. Basic stuff is about as much as I got. That's it.
It is as
What
basic
about the
as it.
viscosity?
But wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Speech.
That what we're saying is as basic as it gets because it's just an axiom.
Wait, I thought axioms were for philosophy.
We're describing. It's a description of something we've all experienced. There's nothing philosophical about that.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood that. Appreciate that. Thank you.
I mean, it's as simple as it gets. When flat earthers have said the Earth is 70% of water, supposedly, so they say. You look up oceanic basin, they pretty much show you exactly what that looks like. The ocean is in a basin, just like all the other bodies of water. We're like nothing to see here. They're like, no, it's actually more intricate than that. What do you, I mean, it's really simple. Now, we can get into really advanced topics, but starting with water, everyone knows what water is, but we have to walk people back from pseudoscience because they've been so far advanced in pseudoscience that we kind of have to walk them back. So depending on how far into pseudoscience people are, we have to kind of pull those layers back to get them to realize actually it's as simple as you always thought.
But you do know like water finds its level because of gravity.
Call it gravity, call it what you want. What would that have to do with the Earth being a sphere?
So first of all, like the water wouldn't go down if there wasn't gravity pulling it down.
Okay, so you didn't hear what I said? Call it gravity, call it what you want. What does that have to do with the sphere?
No, it has to do with the water levels.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with the sphere then.
But
what?
You just talked about water. I'm talking about the water too.
Yeah, but we're not in any contentious like odds right now. So what?
I mean, you said water is as basic as it gets, so I'm talking about water now.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I'm confused. I'm sorry. What was the guy trying to say? I'm totally confused. What did I miss something?
He's not saying
He's
anything
totally
other than
confused.
gravity is why water goes down. Okay, and
I don't know why you people seem so confused. You were talking about water 5 minutes ago. When I talk about water, suddenly I'm stupid.
no, we talked. Hold on, time out. Let me ask the other guy. Are we
Yeah.
going crazy or is he making the conversation spiral right now?
I'm sorry. Are you talking about me? Or are you talking about old?
Yeah, I'm asking you your assessment of what's going on right now. Do you think like because I feel like I'm going crazy. I feel like I'm speaking English to this guy. And I feel like what he's doing is causing the conversation to spiral. What do you think?
Oh, no. I'm used to people bantering back and forth like this, so I just take y'all separately and just go piece by piece. I don't think y'all are crazy.
No. I don't think you understand.
No.
You heard what he
DJ.
said, right? And you heard my response to him?
Yes, I heard your response.
I feel like what I'm saying to him is not effective. It's like he's acting like we're at odds when we're not.
Okay. I guess that's just a linguistic issue. We just got to find different ways to, or maybe better examples, because that would also help. Sorry, I
Was it
used
though?
anatomy, so why would you?
Linguistics? I didn't.
DJ, please.
I'm confused on how that was.
Oh, what's up?
He's the one who
Yeah, I don't.
said, "Listen, DJ, you guys are both confused." Okay, he's the one that's confused because he started his little pitter patter with the water's level because of gravity. Okay, so what do we have there? We have level water.
What?
Anytime that's acknowledged, it goes one ear out the other.
No, I never said water doesn't find its level. I said it because it
Yeah,
has
you
gravity.
said. Okay, yeah, you said level water.
Yes.
Are you now? Are you? Is that controversial to you as well?
What? You were talking about how water finds its level. Therefore,
Does it?
What?
Does it or not?
What part of it is controversial?
Okay,
That's
so it's
what
not
that's what we're
controversial.
saying.
So hold on. Water seeks and finds its level. Pick apart that language however you want. But we're told we live on a water ball. Do you see the
Yeah.
contradiction now? I don't care if you chant gravity.
Where's the contradiction?
Well, level and curved are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it still finds its level.
Welcome to Flat
No, but that's
Again.
but that's a non sequitur response because it doesn't follow. He said level and curve are
Because you know,
diametrically opposed.
because I don't think I need to say this, but the Earth is very big. So when you have 2 cups of water, find its
I'm
level.
sorry, bro.
It sees flat.
That's another non sequitur.
That's
Again,
another non sequitur.
Chicken with DJ again.
meaning your response is not really following what he's saying. So
Bro,
he said,
why does every response I make suddenly like on a topic, bro? I just responding, bro.
yeah, but you're responding off topic though.
No, it isn't off topic. I'm responding to the argument, bro.
No, it's non sequitur because your conclusion doesn't follow the premise.
It is. It does. Let me finish. So the Earth is very big, right? So when you have 2 cups of water, it looks like it's a flat line. Okay, now it finds its level. It doesn't mean the entire Earth is flat.
But again, level is horizontal.
Oh my goodness
Having
gracious.
having no part higher than another. That's what the definition means.
Yeah, but gravity, you know, is like pulling it towards the center.
Oh, so you're saying level means equidistant with the center of a sphere. Well, guess what? This isn't a perfect sphere, supposedly, because it's
know
an
it isn't.
oblate. So that means that can't be true.
I know it isn't a perfect sphere.
So that means that the word level wouldn't even fit that. Because let's say you want to use the contradictory statement that level is having no part higher than the other, but conforming to the surface of the earth. Well, if it's not a perfect circle, then you have different altitudes, thus
Yep, altitudes
not
exist.
being level.
Okay, that's the same thing I said before. The Earth is very big. It looks flat. You can have 2 cups of water. It still finds its level.
Yeah, but you're just
Doesn't mean
begging the
Regardless
question.
of how big it is, it still curves, right?
But you're just begging the question. You don't have any proof that it curves. We all know what bodies
we
of water
do, but
look
you're just
like.
gonna say it's fake.
Well, don't tell me what I would say. You haven't presented anything thus far in
I
this
have.
conversation.
Not
No, you
okay, not in
haven't.
this conversation.
Yeah, so there you go.
I mean, do you want me to? But we're just gonna get into like oh no, that's
No, we
fake. It's real.
absolutely want you to present. We absolutely want you to present
Either
any
you have
evidence.
proof of
Paul,
have proof of the Earth's convexity by way of some sort
Paul,
of
I already
by
sent you
way
some
of
pictures.
Okay, so why did you butt in? We were having a more productive conversation with the guy that said it doesn't matter.
Because I want to debate too.
Well, we're not
Well, you're
trying to
not
debate.
debating.
There's nothing
You're
to
not
debate.
debating right now, friend.
Oh, this isn't a debate.
Applying circular reasoning and you're saying apparently you think debating is saying something and it being so. Level is curved because the Earth is big. It's
Hey,
level.
do you guys want me to share? I forgot he did send me his proof. Do you guys want me to share it with you in the live stream? You guys are gonna love this. And I asked him, by the way, I said, okay, now you presented this as proof. Now verify this evidence. Verify it to be true. And
I didn't take the picture, bro. I'm not like I know you think the Earth is flat, but I'm not asking you to take a picture of the Earth right
I
now.
don't think anything.
I know
don't
you
think
can't take
anything.
a
No,
picture.
no. Don't listen. You don't know me. You don't know my position. I don't
What?
think or believe anything. Okay, so
You
don't
don't?
even start with that.
What?
I know. All right, and I'm gonna. And you posted these pictures as you gave me this and said this is your evidence of your claim.
Yes, it
But
is.
now you just said you didn't even take the pictures yourself.
Yes, it is. I don't need to take
So
the picture
how?
myself to have evidence.
All right, I'm gonna. I'll put these in the. Bear with me, guys. I'm on my phone, so.
You already put them. So.
Well, I'm gonna put them again for the new folks. Is that all right with you?
Yeah, it's pretty alright. I do say so myself.
Okay. Yeah. Cute.
See one of y'all hopping out the truck and jump on twerking. That'll be a
So DJ, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I just muted while you guys were going.
How do you feel about this conversation now?
Feel nothing really towards it. Thinking about it, I guess I'd have to look at both sides again. More towards y'all's side to really think about what you guys mean by level.
Well, we just mean level is okay. So let's read the definition.
Okay. Here's one of his proofs. I just posted it. Sorry.
So, level, even, flat, not having one part higher than another, having no inequalities. Now, the point that I made to him about it not being a perfect sphere, if he were to say that level was equidistant from the center, that would contradict this definition. So you have worldviews that contradict what we experience, if you're to believe that. Continuing on.
Is that to me?
Continuing on. Parallel with the free surface of a liquid at rest as a level surface, horizontal, not ascending or descending. So guess what? As I'm standing at one singular point in space, right? If I live on a sphere, guess what? The ground is doing what? Descending the further away from me a point gets. Okay? So that would be contradictory to this definition. Now, people have worldviews where they try to imagine how these words fit into their worldview, but they just beg the question, well, it's a sphere and this is what that means. Well, what's the evidence other than you begging the question or assuming that it's a sphere? Because level is fine on its own without any extra additives. Everyone knows what level means. Level means what it means.
Okay,
Even,
now.
with, of the same height or on the same line or plane with something else.
Okay, now.
Hey,
Just hold on a
DJ.
second. Let the yeah, just chill out, bro.
Oh, I'm listening. So if he wants to interject,
Hey,
that's
DJ.
fine.
Okay,
I
I have a
wasn't talking to
question for
you.
you.
I wasn't talking to you, DJ.
Yeah, you're talking to the other
okay.
guy. Hey, DJ.
What's up?
Did you when you said what you guys mean by level? Did you intentionally say that, or
Yeah, like the two individuals talking.
Yeah,
okay? So
what I mean by level is how
what
it's
do you?
defined.
Yeah, what do you know of level, DJ? I mean, what was covered in your education?
Yeah, it's not. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
I'm
Wait.
not gonna hold on real quick. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if you're trying to like come at me or if you're actually asking me a question, especially
No,
with the way you're
that's a legitimate
verbalizing it.
question, and I'll
That's
tell you
just
why. That's a legitimate question, and I'll tell you why. Because you're in a frame of, you're in this mindset where you think we define things differently. No, words are defined as per everyone's experience on Earth. We don't have different definitions for things. We don't have religious assertions for things. That's not how this works. We use the definitions. When we talk about the scientific method, we're talking about that specific epistemology, not a flat earther's version. Never. That's why the Globers hate us so much, because they say they have science and we say, okay, what's the natural phenomena observed? Because guess what? What the earth is a what is question. That would be a geometry related discussion, not a scientific discussion. Me as a flat earther knows that. Globe earthers, well, not so much. So when you say I'm just trying to get you guys' view, no, we're just using definitions the way that they are. That's all we're doing. I don't know what would I don't know. It seems like, well, you're just going to have more experience with us to understand that that truly is what it is, because it's hard to accept at first. So he doesn't mean anything when he asks you what do you think level is in school or whatever it is, like, because he's basically trying to get you to understand that what we're talking about is no different than what we were all taught. We were just taught contradictions beside that, things that maybe you haven't gone back and thought about since then. We're just trying to point these things out.
And that's understandable, especially with the way you're presenting it. And it has nothing to do with the words specifically themselves. It's just the way that it's presenting it. So as you put it, Elijah, very eloquently put, yes, you're trying to make sure that we're on the same page, especially so this way you know that we're not nobody's trying to hide behind different words or, basically do a shell game on each other. It's just the way it was presented by the other individual was more... The way it was presented by the other individual was more of a, hey, you're stupid, and I'm going to show you how you're stupid. And that's the perception I'm getting. I'm trying to understand the reality of it instead of the perception.
I think it's just passion. It comes off sometimes as sort of aggressive. I'm sorry, I'll let you speak for yourself.
No,
bro.
no, no.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I did
it's fine.
cut in a couple of times. I'm gonna go on mute, let you guys also get in, because I did kind of interrupt there.
No, go ahead.
You're good, Elijah.
Jesus, I'm drawing a blank. Yeah, Paul V, say what you're going to say, because I blanked. What I was saying was...
Okay. He was talking about your demeanor and like how you presented it, and I just wanted to tell him, some people are passionate and they really project their voice when they talk about something that they care about, and it can be perceived as being aggressive, and it really isn't at all. Nobody here wants to trick you or confuse you or force you to believe anything. Okay, this is just a conversation.
And when's the last time you had it? When's the last time you fell
to understand?
No, when's the last time anyone fell for a shell game where the guy was yelling at you? But what I was trying to say was, we're not the ones. I hate to say we. I'm not the ones when I say level who's filtering everything I say measuredly and making sure it goes back to something that I can still rationalize the globe. When I'm talking about water, I'm remembering being at the pool. You act like it's some wild. So the other guy, everyone has a trouble with this word level. Because now that we've been faced with this idea that the Earth might not be the water ball they showed us on TV, no one likes to talk about reality. We're not the ones filtering everything we say to make sure we don't say anything. There are no gotchas coming our way. So if you want to walk on eggshells, you're the one who came in here kind of passive aggressively saying, "Oh, I just want to talk about food." and working out, and this doesn't matter to me. So
Well, as a Bronx guy myself, I completely
sorry,
understand.
DJ. I'll try more dulcet tones for you.
I'm from the Brooklyn. The Brooklyn. I'm from Brooklyn, brother.
No, I feel like no. As a Bronx guy myself, I completely understand in regards to aggressive tone and whatnot. That's why I do the best I can to be as neutral as possible whenever I talk to people, because I know that when I do speak, sometimes I come out in a very condescending and a very harsh tone. So I do understand. That's why I'm not blaming you. I'm only talking about the perception, and that's it. And then I take a step back. I do understand. You're just trying to understand. You're trying to get what I understand to see if you can correct what you need, what should be corrected, and that's fine.
Okay,
That's
so
completely
okay, that's
understandable.
fine. That's
In
fine. Great.
regard, okay,
So
in regards to
when
what you said, I apologize. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to get it back to where we derailed. When you said, "Oh, I need to learn more about what you guys consider level," or how I'm kind of puffing it up, but you made this distinction on purpose. I asked you, and what I'm saying is, we're not the ones tap dancing around the word level. That's all.
Small correction on that. It was more of a. I'm just trying to understand what you guys are saying, so I understand you and not something else. I don't want to misinterpret what you guys are saying. I'm not
So
saying
what
you're
do
saying
you?
something wrong. I'm just making sure that I can keep up with the conversation because you guys are more versed at this than I am.
Okay. Do you see a? Do you think? I'll just ask you. Is a curved surface and a level surface, can that be the same?
I mean, if
Are
you
they
put a level on
different?
a
Are
basketball,
curved
maybe.
surfaces and level surfaces different?
I'm sorry. Say that one more time, please.
Are curved surfaces and flat and level surfaces, are they different? Is there?
Yes, they are different because not all flat things are level. Like a shelf when you tilt a shelf, because you can still have a flat shelf,
Okay,
but it's
that's
not
a
level.
tilted shelf, but the board itself is flat as opposed to
Yes.
curved. I'm not talking about a warped board. Not talking about a tilted shelf.
Mm-hmm.
So when you said I have to figure out what you guys are talking about level, do you see a difference between level and curved?
Yes, because it's how do I explain it? Because and the first thing that came to mind when you guys said that was like putting a level on a basketball.
Yeah, but that bubble is level to Earth, not to the basketball.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm confused about that. Can you elaborate, please?
Well, why don't you explain your level in the basketball thing further first? Because it's pretty.
Sure. If I put a level on a basketball, and I get it right where the bubble is, right in the middle, to as well as it's not going up and down or anything like that, it shows that that piece of that basketball is where that it's resting on is level.
That's
like
bullshit. You're just
Yeah, well,
balancing.
actually, that's because it's balanced on the ball, but it's not the ball it's level with. It's the horizontal plane we live on that it's balanced with.
Okay.
Or
I misinterpreted that then.
if you can't accept that right now, that's fine. But you are balancing it on a basketball, but you understand that the ball has no bearing on what the bubble is doing. It's you leveling it, right? Leveling it with what? You remove the basketball, that bubble is still going to be level. Level with what? With the earth. Now someone has implanted an idea that this earth is big enough, the fact that because of gravity and all of these other moving parts, that level would be at a specific, like wherever you're standing. But again, if we're to uncover whether or not we're being deceived, it'd be best not to take that for granted, because we know what a level surface is. Like when you hang a picture, that picture frame is flat, you know that's a flat and level surface. When it comes to the earth, we're not saying that that's a flat and level surface. in the sense that we know it has hills and valleys, but when you look at the elevation profile on Google, 0 being sea level, being level is just flat. There's no curve there.
Like
So
I would also add
along a
Elijah.
long distance, sorry, just saying that along a long distance, overall, it's just a flat plane. It's a level plane. It's a level surface. That's why we talk about water at rest, because unlike on land where you can have, hills, valleys, things like that, with water, that's not a problem because it's just level.
Okay, I can kind of see what you're saying. Then, make sure I understand. Let me make sure I understand this correctly. So, if I'm building like a back patio or something like that, and I put it on the concrete and whatnot, it's not it's not the foundation that's level, but it's the ground that's level. Is that it? So what I'm actually
No,
measuring is not the
you're
concrete.
creating a level with the horizontal, which means if you had nothing in the background and you can see the horizon, like unobstructed, it would be horizontal with that. Because overall, we live on a horizontal plane. So it wouldn't be level with the uneven ground. You would be creating a level because that's the nature of where we live.
And like if
Now
you were
you have
building a patio, I was gonna say real quick, if you're building a patio and you made the concrete curve, would that be level?
No, the concrete itself would not be level. No.
right.
That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead, Elijah.
Right. So what I'm trying to get you to see is the part that's taken for granted is that a surface big enough. Only, as a matter of fact, the only example is the sphere Earth, if you believe it. It's like, well, that can be level and curved, but that's the part that we take for granted because we don't know that. That's just something that's said in math. You can kind of show that by keeping a constant right along the x-axis as it's curving, but that's not proven. That's taken for granted. So how do we know that the surface is actually curved?
Okay. So going back to the patio example, then that means no matter where I put that level on top of that patio with the curved surface, I will never find a level piece whatsoever. Same thing with a basketball.
Say again.
Going back to the example that somebody else said, even with the patio, and I'm combining it with the basketball example. No matter where I put that level on those surfaces, I will never find a level surface on there.
Well, it's sort of a mind trap because you know for sure that unless you put it perfectly level on top of it, and that would have to be level with the actual Earth. You would drop a plumb line maybe, or you would use a bubble. Whatever you would do, it would be in relation to the Earth. But for you to imagine it not being level on the Earth is just another mind trap. That's not something that you can actually test because then you would take it, put it on a ball, and go, okay, so that's what you're saying. If I were here on the Earth, then it wouldn't be level. But everywhere on the Earth, level is just level. The question is whether it's a sphere or not. Because since level is going to be level no matter where you are, being a sphere is something you can take for granted quite easily. So again, the question would be, how do we figure out if it's curved or not?
Yeah, and how many basketballs have you seen, DJ, with flat spots on them?
No, it
We
doesn't
used to
matter
work at
because
the
if the bottom,
YMCA.
if the
Okay,
side of a basketball, if the side of a basketball had a flat spot for some reason, it wouldn't matter because in the mind when you're trying to figure this out, and you put the bubble over there on the Earth though, right? You're putting it on the basketball with a flat side,
No, I know.
whatever reason
I'm
it's
just
flat
when
side.
he said
It's not going
when
to
he
work.
talked
It's
about
just more mind traps.
yeah, but when he talked about the curved patio and the basketball, he seemed confused. He goes, "You're telling me I'm not going to find any flat spots on this thing?"
Well, yeah,
Well, no, it's curved.
we already know that because everyone thinks that the part that we stand on is locally flat, but it's
Everywhere else is ball.
but on a macro scale, it's curved. That's what everyone thinks. I'm
Okay.
saying that's just been taken for granted. How do we prove that?
Okay. Just a small correction of what the other gentleman said earlier. It's not that I'm saying that I'll never find a flat spot. I was asking if I'll never find a level spot.
Oh, so you're in the camp that wants to say level is curved. You think level means equidistant from the center of a sphere, the basketball, or so if we have a basketball and we have all points equidistant from the center of this basketball, you're telling me that those points are all level with each other. Is that what you're? I'll steel man you. Is that what you're getting at?
I'm sorry, I don't know what equidistant means. So can you help me with that, please?
Equally distant.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Equally. Well,
You said you
Meaning,
because you insisted that they're level.
meaning if you're here or if you're in the Bronx and you put up a level
yeah.
at 5 foot above, sea level, and then you go to Brooklyn and you put it up 5 foot above sea level, in your mind, theoretically, even though these points aren't parallel to each other, they're both equally 5 foot above sea level.
Well, he wanted to clarify his question about his. Yeah, he asked about the curved patio and the
We
curved
already
basketball,
know,
and he goes,
bro. That's why we've been going.
okay.
We've been past that. We're like
But he
15
wants to
minutes past
interchange
that.
level, and he wants to
He
insert
doesn't
level
want
means
to.
curved.
He's trying to
He
figure
has
out.
to.
He's trying to figure it out. He's trying to figure out why it's not what we've all thought for the last 30 plus years, however old we can. I'm just going to go with my age and above. He's just trying to figure out why it's any different than what we've all been thinking. I'm trying to help him with that.
I get it. He seems to know when to correct his language too, though. So I'll shut up.
We all did. So what? I mean,
No. I'm just addressing it right now because he's okay. The curved patio and the basketball. Do you think you'll find level spots on those, DJ?
That doesn't even make
That's what I'm
sense.
confused about now.
That's what he asked.
No,
Right, and
it's
that's
not
what
what
I'm
he
confused about.
asked. It's not what he asked.
Yeah,
he was asking
said
about the he was asking about the patio. Before that, the other guy spoke up the basketball, and you're just like throwing both at him.
Yeah. No. Hold on. I'll shut up after if I fail at wrapping this up. DJ wrapped it up. He said, in this curved patio and on the basketball, are you telling me I'm not going to find a flat surface? And then he corrected himself and he goes, I meant to say a level surface. He's the one who asked us.
And I answered him 15 minutes ago.
Right, and I gave a correction if I didn't use flat, I used level.
Okay, so is flat and level not the same thing when we're talking about describing a basketball?
Were you here 15 minutes ago when I addressed this?
Yeah, I know, but okay, DJ, I'll shut up.
I mean, for real, it's like you just want to argue or what?
No, bro, I'm not trying to argue.
The guns, bro.
I'm trying to clarify.
I'll put it like
I'm trying to clarify, Elijah.
I'll put it like this. Apparently, I've started a problem, so I'm going to go ahead and excuse myself.
Oh, yeah, he's looking for his excuse. I was trying to clarify.
No, you're fucking it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. I'm gonna excuse myself.
Listen to this guy.
No, don't leave, dude. If you back out, you're backing out for
he gets to blame me. That's fine.
Yeah,
no,
I don't want to learn.
I'm not trying to blame
you. I'll be quiet and listen to your.
Please do that. Please.
Okay, I'm not trying to cause problems. I do apologize.
No, it's not a problem.
Fine.
It's not a problem. You're not the problem. We're here for you. Really, honestly. I don't want to talk to these guys. I want to talk to people who come here trying to figure out what the hell is going on and why people think the earth is flat in 2023. That's why we're here. Clearly, you came in here the same way we all came to this conversation, right? So it's like, I just don't appreciate when people act like, oh my God, you think it's a globe? That's great. So you're telling me it's a globe?
No,
Like,
time out.
there's no reason for any of that.
Elijah,
Yeah,
he
Elijah, he
entered
was
in.
actually. Yeah,
He,
I'm sorry. You
he
go ahead.
entered in saying this doesn't matter. Okay,
So what?
that was his in. Oh,
That's
well,
what
I'm just
we
saying
all.
that was
That's
his
what some of us
preface.
have all said. Who
Well, he
cares?
came here because he was told that we talk about other topics. That it's not all about flat Earth, and he was
Yeah,
hoping to
dude.
talk about
Let's not
something
derail
else.
this. Let's not. I apologize
Yeah, I'm just want to
for
put that out there.
clarifying,
So
but DJ, all
yeah,
I was doing was clarifying. I was trying to wrap up all these different examples into one that you seem to be wrapped up. You seem to wrap them up, and I just was trying to clarify.
Understandable. I
Yeah,
think we're back on the
because
same page, and I appreciate you.
okay, so let's just rewind. When you said what you guys are talking about when you say level, so is it? Do you now realize that
Answer
we're
that question,
you
bro.
and I and everyone else is both we're talking about the same thing when it comes to level?
I thought I did, but now I feel like what I've possibly learned in the past, or even what I read in the dictionary, might actually be wrong. So I'm trying to take this back to the drawing board to understand what you guys are talking about without
Are,
making assumptions. That's why I'm
are you
asking the questions I do.
are you busy?
I mean, I was just going to go work out, but I could sit back in the car for a little bit longer.
Oh man. So all I was gonna say is the definition of level is exactly as I read it to you, except in only one dictionary under
Okay.
adjective. So every other dictionary, everywhere else, the definition of level is exactly as we described it. The only other definition of level is in Webster's Merriam-Webster's dictionary, and that definition contradicts itself because it says having no part higher than another, conforming to the curved surface of the earth. Those two things are in contradiction to one another. That's how this conversation started. That's why he asked you, do you think that level a level surface and a curved surface is the same thing?
Yes, and that's where I started getting more confused of trying to understand what you guys are saying, because then I started thinking about the shelf, I started thinking about a basketball, and the other gentleman brought up a patio. And that, mind you, I'm trying to think about things that I've interacted with. So it's like, wait a minute, I have been that bored dude that put a level on a basketball, and I have built a patio before, and I'm trying to think of all these things because it sounds like I need to start relying more on experience and not so much what other people are saying
Yes,
in a
because your
sense.
experience is that if you put the level on top of a basketball, it's not the basketball, it's just you finding a level that's parallel with the surface of the earth or the plane of the earth. That's all you're doing. It's not the basketball. You remove the basketball, the bubble is still where it's at because you're standing on the earth. So the only thing that could be taken for granted is that well, the surface of the earth is curved, but it's massive, so right here it's flat. That's the only thing that's taken for granted. Might you think that and believe that? Yeah, but how do you know that? That's why I keep going back to that. Because it's like I already know that's what people think. But again, I'm just trying to point out that that's the part that's taken for granted because we all know what level is.
Okay.
And we all took that for granted. We all took that for granted, just so you know, until we
And
decided to look at it.
I guess that's another thing that now raises another question, because I don't know what you mean by take it for granted, because now when I think about the bookshelf again, I'm even more confused because, okay, the bookshelf is not level, but it's also flat. So now I'm like,
Why is
okay,
the bookshelf not level?
because of the way it's tilted.
If it's
yeah, it's
tilted,
just
then
tilted
it's
though.
not
The
level.
surface of the surface of the shelf is level.
You just tilted it.
So even if I
No,
take a
it no.
oh, this is
If you tilt
interesting.
it, it's not level. I don't get what. Look, bro. I don't care if it's a bookshelf, a basketball, a patio. The thing that you need to reference to create a level is the earth. So when I say that you take the earth for granted, when you think of level and someone says, well, it's a sphere, then you're going to find a way to reason that level is curved. And that's the thing that you just take on faith without knowing that it actually is curved.
Ah, I see where now I'm understanding a little bit more what you're specifically saying. So it's interesting because I don't even think about the Earth at all when it comes to measuring like a shelf or something like that, which now I understand what you mean by take for granted. So how do I know that that level is exact then? How do I know that that level is level?
Because it's level with the earth.
Right. Now, how do I verify that level then? Because if that's the case, and what I'm understanding about surfaces
A
is
bubble
wrong.
or a plumb bob.
Oh, is that the
Or the horizon. The same way you figure out how to level a bookshelf or how to level a picture frame, it's because level is going to be horizontal on all levels. I don't care if you're in the basement. I don't care if you're uh, 20 stories in the sky. I don't care if you're down the block. All levels are horizontal and parallel to one another. Now, if you live on a sphere, the statement I just made isn't true. The thing, though, is if you live on a sphere, again, something you would have to take for granted because we all know what level means, but it doesn't mean exactly what level means if you assume that the earth is a sphere. Then level is something different. It means that all horizontals aren't parallel. But that's a big problem when it comes to navigation and other kinds of things. So that we don't have to get into that just now because I know you got to have your workout or whatever. But level is just level. How do you know something is level? Because you're leveling it with a leveling, the maybe a bubble or maybe, like I said, something like that.
Okay, and I understand that for the surfaces you're talking about, but the actual device itself, and if I'm understanding correctly, I would need another device in order to make sure that like the level itself is actually correct. So, like you
Well,
had mentioned,
you've used you've used like a bubble level, right?
yes, and that's specifically what I'm talking about.
So
Thank you.
you don't have to calibrate. It's a bubble because why it's using water. That's why we say water at rest is level. That's the whole point.
Okay, I feel you on that one. Okay, so, and then and that
Look.
okay,
You
that
can have
puts
a
me in a better
you can have a curved anything. You could live on a hill where the guys that created the foundation fucked the level up or whatever. So if you put your bottle of water down and the bottle is tilted, guess what? You're gonna know because of the water inside the bottle because the water is going to be level.
Right. So and then in that case, that means the earth underneath the foundation is not level, not the foundation itself.
Say again.
So that means that regardless of what's in between the level and the
Yes,
earth,
yes.
it's going to
Correct.
be that the earth is not level, not the foundation.
Correct.
Okay,
Because
got it.
you want to level the foundation because the earth is not going to be level. Like it's so many different. I mean, we live on a fucking island, bro. like Manhattan is an
Yeah,
island.
I feel
Like
you. I
like
feel you. No,
so
I got you. I got
the
you.
only
So
way
then,
to create
okay,
level
so
is if level actually existed, which it does. Regardless of what the surface of the concrete or the dirt is doing, we know that level is parallel with the horizon. That's why we
got
use
you.
water.
So and so it doesn't matter what's in between the level itself. No matter what I put that level on, that's irrelevant. It's always going to be the actual Earth itself. That's it.
Yes.
Wait, I have a question.
Well, hold on. Can we pause this question because he's got to go, and so I just want to finish. I want to finish this conversation with him. I don't want to.
Sure.
I can kind of like bring things into a little bit quicker focus. So if you had a bathtub full of water, DJ, when that water is at rest, would you say that the surface of that water is level?
Wait, no, because it'd be in a bathtub, and I'd have to. It'd be the earth that's level, not the bathtub or the water, because the water's not on the earth.
Water
That's
will
incorrect.
always seek its flatness. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's incorrect. The water is
I'm so
level. The
confused
tub
now.
is not. I just explained it with the water bottle.
Right, and then that's why I'm confused, because that's why I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. If no matter what, no matter what's in between the level or the thing that's used as a level or the earth itself, you're not measuring the thing that's in between. You're measuring the earth itself. That's why I'm like, wait a minute, okay. So if I put it on a patio, I put it on a basketball, or even if I
Not
put
the
it on
earth.
floating on top of
Not
water.
the earth, because the earth is uneven. Not the earth, but the one substance we know. Matter of fact, liquid at rest is level. That's what we know. Doesn't matter what you put it in. Doesn't matter what you put it on top of. As a matter of fact, this is how people lay the foundation of houses on top of hills that are uneven, because the level is good. The level of the surface of the water, whatever liquid they're using, when they create a square, if there are any uneven parts, you're going to see it because of the water, because the water is always level.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right. Remember, DJ? That's why I asked you if you've ever heard of sea level before. The term sea level.
Yes. And I'm glad you said that, because that's exactly what came to mind. And then I tried putting two to two together. Like, oh, okay, wait a minute. If it's not level with the earth, with sea level, then it doesn't matter what's in between. That is where it has to be level. So if it's in a bathtub, well, the water in the bathtub's not in the sea, so that's not going to be level.
No, it's but the horizontal and the level is parallel with the level of the sea. It's not on the same. It's not on the same elevation, but it's still parallel to one another. The water that I'm holding right now on my 7-story building is perfectly parallel to the water at sea level.
Right. And if I had like some sort of floating level, that'd be actually dope if I could find one like that. Then I can show that water is level.
Mm-hmm.
So wait, no, I just confused myself, because now I'm like, okay, what if I put that on a basketball now?
The water's still going to be level.
Okay, I'm understanding what you're
Wait, so
saying.
is the moon
I'm understanding.
part of the foundation?
I'm understanding this better.
I'm going to show you right now. Check this out. I'm going to give you 2 screenshots.
Are you talking about in the live stream chat?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
Wait, I didn't send it yet, so I don't know.
I was gonna say, is that one? All right, because that's curved. I don't know about you. I don't care what you say. That's curved.
Now, when I said oceanic basin, that's because that's the way they do. Look. This shit is everywhere. I mean, if you look at Disney things, and now we're getting like off track. But if you look at Disney, and you look at Aladdin, the first Aladdin, the cartoon version, when Jafar becomes a sorcerer, he sends Aladdin. He banishes him to the ends of the earth, where he's sitting on an ice shelf. Not that we believe anything about any ice shelves or anything like that. I'm just saying. There's a lot of shit that's just out there that like when you talk about the earth being a globe or you invoke a globe, that's the only time that it comes up.
Okay.
Everywhere else, when things are being explained, it has nothing to do with a globe or a curve or this or that. Because when we're talking about GPS, even those require elevation angles, which require a horizontal plane, which has nothing to do with the earth curving. Now they're going to input images of a curved earth somewhere eventually, because that's what they want people to believe. But again, when you're not talking about the earth, then the earth really, like the sphere, has nothing to do with our day to day. That's why most people don't care, because the globe really has no impact on our life whatsoever, because it's not real. So if you look into the chat and you see what I screenshot, obviously these aren't actual pictures, but you know, on Google, when for trying to depict what the ocean looks like, you have the ridges, you have the the abyssal plains, which make up like 2/3 of the oceanic floor. Mind you, floors are level. Once again, what they're showing you right here is what they mean by level. You can see it. They didn't even try from continent to continent. They didn't even try to make it look curved.
Okay.
Because that's just what it is. It's level on one continent, and it's at the other side of the continent. It's the same. The sea level is exactly on the same horizontal plane. That's
Gotcha.
it.
Okay.
Do you see what I posted?
Yeah, with the features of the ocean basin and ocean basin images.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm checking it out. For the ocean chapter 11 Webley. Okay, cool.
We have a question, guys. Right. So, is the moon like a part of the foundation? Does it like go under the foundation,
How would it
or
be?
does it like
How would it be a part
does it
of
like
it?
disappear in
What
the
does that
sky
mean?
because of the atmospheric cleansing or whatever?
Can you rephrase your question? I don't know what that means, because
Like basically,
the Earth is the Earth. Obviously, we can all see the moon up there above where we're standing, so it can't be a part of the Earth.
yeah, but how does it disappear over the horizon? So is it atmospheric cleansing, or is it like the laws of
Well,
perspective?
is the horizon physical, or is it an optical effect? Because optics have minimums.
Because I heard a theory from you guys that
Not a
because of
theory. I literally
all the
asked you a
water in
question.
the atmosphere,
Not a theory. I literally asked you a question. It's going to become very contentious if you. I mean, my answer was tailored to what you said. If you don't respond to what I said in kind, it seems and feels disrespectful, because I'm answering you directly
no, I
and
mean no
you're just moving
disrespect.
on. So then answer what I said then directly.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. If you assume that the horizon is a physical thing,
No, I asked you that. I asked you if you think the horizon is physically Earth curve
well,
obstructing
I
everything
don't
else.
know. That's why I'm asking the question. I'm here to learn from you guys.
Well,
So you guys
I
know.
asked you because you said, right? Because in your question, there was already a premise stuck in there. There was already a, what do you call it? What do you call it? Uh, anyway, within your question, it was already assumed that the moon was going somewhere. So you're asking what happens when it goes, is it going below the horizon? Is it a part of the, and what I'm trying to get you to understand is, well, first of all, do you think it's optical or do you think it's physical? Because if you understood that it was optical, then this wouldn't be a tough question. Because you know that optics have minimums, and that's what the horizon is. It's a minimum, which your eye can resolve. Guess what? That's why when you take other optics like binoculars, that minimum expands and you can see more because the angle
Yeah. So
of your view
basically,
is increased.
so like if an object is getting closer to the horizon or further away from you, it becomes bigger, right? So why doesn't the moon become bigger if it crosses the horizon?
Well, it does appear
The
bigger.
energy.
Why? What difference does it make? We see what we see. When the
Well,
moon is
that's the
next to
thing.
the horizon, it looks bigger. When the
It
sun
doesn't.
is next to the horizon, it looks bigger. Even though if you
Well, no,
actually,
it doesn't. It's because
uh,
of
if you actually use a filter, then it actually just gets smaller and disappears uh, before it ever touches the horizon. So that's why the moon disappears long before it touches the horizon most times, because its light isn't as piercing as the sun's light. That's why you can see it high in the sky, 20 degrees in the sky, and then boop, it's gone. Can't see it anymore.
Okay, I can get by that. Do you think the moon is like? Because I saw a lot of pictures from you guys that you have like pictures of stars that like pierce through the dark side of the moon, and you can see that in flags like the flag of
There's
Turkey,
someone,
for example.
when you say you
Yeah,
guys,
excuse
someone in
me,
here
real quick, bro.
who
Salty,
posted
you're
that?
hot mic, bro.
Yeah.
Salty.
Yeah.
Should I just mute him?
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Hello?
Hold on real quick.
Salty,
We're gonna just solve this problem real quick. Well, that's Salty that's talking, I guess. Nope, but
Well,
that's not him. He's not
Yeah, that's not
creating.
him.
He's not creating that
That's some
sound.
other guy who stepped in.
Michael, is that you? What's up, Michael? I think that's
If you
you.
have a question, then you know.
No, what the fuck? It's not him either.
Nope, it's not Michael. Wait, somebody just muted it.
That's fine.
What the hell? Wait, maybe it is Michael. Hold on, let me try it again.
It's fine. It's
gone.
Move on.
It's gone. Wait, nope, now it's back. What the-
It's gone. Okay, yeah. So, what? So what you saying now?
It's about the pictures that basically contain a star.
Did any of us? Did any of us post
piercing
this?
through. I saw it on like Eric Dubé's channel.
Oh, right. So check this out. One thing
Yeah.
that I don't like is bigotry. Not saying that you're a bigot, but people have to understand certain terms and definitions when they come in here. One of those is bigot and bigotry. Because people think to label us as flat earthers, and then they think that we think what they think that all other flat earthers think. And that is definitely just nothing but bigotry. We're in a conversation. Let's just deal with the things that we think in here because we're here to speak for ourselves. See what I'm saying?
Okay, so I shouldn't quote any other flat earthers that aren't on the list of accepted people that.
Not accepted people. I can't speak for
mean-
Eric Dubé. That's all I'm saying. I can't speak for other flat
So, like,
earthers either,
everybody-
can I?
So everybody has a different theory then.
Well, everybody knows that water is level at rest. Everybody knows it's a horizontal plane. Everything else beyond that is speculation. So everybody who speculates would speculate something different, just like there's over 100 different cosmologies right now in university about how space came about. So it's not just us with different ideas, different theories. It's everyone, because they always like to speculate about things that they don't know definitively. That's just how humans are. But when it comes to the nature of Earth and its horizontalness, that's something that everyone understands, because you and I and every other flat earther and every other globe earther also experiences.
I mean, one fundamental thing that I'm trying to decode or crack is the fact that it's not just NASA. It's like there's NASA, there's the European Space Agency, there's the Russian Space Agency, there's the Indian Space Agency, Chinese, Japanese.
Yeah, they all get their get their data from one singular point.
Controlled by the Illuminati.
They all get their data.
The Freemasons, and they're all just
They
smoking
all
water.
get their data from a singular point. That's
So they all get their data from
that's
NASA.
not hidden. That's not hidden knowledge, though, bro. Just so you know, that's not like something that Eli's just saying. Like that's
Well,
just.
I know that when I look at Google Earth, I am looking at NASA images that are, just glued together.
What does that have to do with?
satellites.
What does that have to do with the ground? Like, I don't really care about satellites or NASA or JAXA or any of the European space, so-called space
Well, I mean, if every like space agency is investing probably millions, I mean, I don't know if it's just money laundering or something like that, but they're like investing into rockets that they send up into space, and they record them going to space. So you're telling me that's just all a hoax to push some ideology that we're on a globe, and that they're
Yeah, but
trying to hide
we're not
that.
really concerned with that because that's just a rabbit chase. Like I said, regardless of one agency, 1,000 agencies, doesn't really matter. Anyone claiming that the vacuum of space, now hear my words carefully, the vacuum of space is real,
Yeah.
they're just mistaken. They're just telling people false things. Why? How do I know? Because the vacuum of space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. Nothing violates natural law. Therefore, the story that they make up about the sky can't possibly be true. Not only that, it's only 100 years old. So it's just a story that people tell. It's not like anyone knows. That's why I said there's like 100 different cosmologies. So when I was talking about cosmology, that includes in university what they think about the vacuum of space. They're speculating because they don't know. So I don't care what all 100 of them in all these different universities think because they don't know. That's why they're speculating. I don't care what NASA shows. I don't care what they claim they're doing. I don't care what JAXA shows. I don't care what JAXA claims they're doing. Doesn't matter because they're all claiming to be in a second law of thermodynamics violation, that being the vacuum of space. So I'm not really concerned with that. What I do know is that the Earth measures and is practically used as a horizontal plane of reference for pretty much everything that we, yeah.
I mean, yeah, for me personally, I don't really care if the Earth's flat or round. It doesn't really affect my life whatsoever. But
That's a complete non sequitur.
I'm a hard-born skeptic in my heart, so I like to question everything.
But that's a
And
complete non sequitur to what I just said. Meaning
that's the thing. Like,
it doesn't relate to anything that I just mentioned. So you saying you're a
I
skeptic,
know.
you
I'm
saying
just saying
that.
I'm a skeptic. So I
All right,
any
well,
like
I don't know if you're
information.
skeptical. I don't know if you're skeptical. It doesn't sound like
Why
you're
would you be
skeptical to me.
skeptic of something you just admitted doesn't matter to you in your life at all? So I'm sorry, but I have a hard time when I hear people say that it doesn't relate or matter to you in your day-to-day life. It
Well,
absolutely.
I'm not a astronaut for NASA, so I don't really have to know.
You don't have to be
If
an astronaut.
But that's what I
well, I'm
was
not a
saying.
pilot
That's what I
either.
was
The
saying
pilots,
to the other. That's what I was saying to the other guy. The idea that space is real, or the idea that it's a globe Earth, you couldn't care less because
well,
it
I'm
actually
not
doesn't.
yeah.
Because it doesn't actually have an impact on your life, whether that's real or not. Because you don't have any consequence of living on a sphere. That's why you don't care. That's why it doesn't matter. Because truly, what doesn't exist doesn't matter because it doesn't impact your life. So, so what? What does that have to do with you being here asking the questions that you asked?
Well, I'm
But
not
they are taking your
a
money and
scientist, but I can
misappropriating
be
your funds.
interested in science in my own free time, and maybe
Say
you're not
again?
getting my logic. Maybe it doesn't have logic. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a logical person, and
What'd you say about the science?
I'm saying like it doesn't impact my life whether I live on a sphere or a flat plane.
Yeah, we
Because
know.
in the end, I will be just another, guy that's living from paycheck to paycheck. Just trying to get my food and
That's
trying to get
another mental.
my
That's
workouts
another
in.
mental prison as well, right?
It is, I might
To
just,
go to work.
become a monk and leave my
No, no,
job
no,
and.
no. You wouldn't have to do that because the world that you were born into, it's bountiful and you gain things in multiples. That's how this world works. You put a seed in the ground and you get a fucking tree of apples. Okay, that's how that works. The idea that you have to work, then work, then work, then work, then work. then get a paycheck, then work, then work, then work, then work, then work, then get a paycheck. That's something you think you have to do. Meanwhile, some people can make $1 million in one day. They've figured that out. That means that
Well, they're
that
on top of the
actually
pyramid.
is, excuse me?
They're on top of the pyramid.
No. Well, anyone can be on top of the pyramid.
I mean, I'm not a Rothschild, so you know, I don't
You don't have
have
to be a
access to it as well.
Rothschild. Why would you have to be a Rothschild to not do the thing that doesn't work,
I'm just
which is
playing. I'm
work,
just playing.
work?
Sorry, I'm just playing.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm
Yeah.
saying. Why do you think you have to be a Rothschild
I
to
don't.
work,
I
work?
just. I'm sorry. I was just joking.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the only reason that you have that kind of thinking where you think that, oh, I can't be a Rothschild, is because you think that the common man and the respectable man has to work, 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 then get paid. You've never thought
I
about
understand that. Like the 90%
you've
think that.
never thought
Bro,
about
bro,
setting
bro, bro,
aside
can you stop interrupting, bro? Let him
you've
finish his
never
point, please.
you've never thought about setting aside $10,000 of all the blood, sweat, and tears you put into a company. You've never used that leverage from your job to set aside $10,000 to invest in a property that may make you $800 over the course of I don't know. Even if it was a small return, even if you made 80% of that back, so $8,000 or whatever. Okay, well, $8,000 in a year, that's not a lot, but after that year, what if you did that twice? That's 16 grand. What if you did that again? What if you took on partners? You see how timetables collapse after that because you're doing something with your word. That's just one thing of 100 different things that humans could do to not be slaves. Okay, so it's just your thinking that's keeping you where you are.
Can I ask?
Yeah, I know.
Can I ask
I
this
mean,
guy
there's
a
like the
question?
90%. Yeah.
You said you consider yourself a skeptical person, yeah?
Yeah.
So when you go to the beach and you don't experience the ground moving, but someone comes up to you and says, "Well, actually, it's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator," would you be skeptical of that claim?
The reason why I said I was skeptical is because I
Well,
try
I'm
to
just asking you if
challenge
you would
all
be
of my views,
skeptical.
and if someone
Right.
tells me,
So
yeah, well, actually, you're on a globe that's spinning, this many kilometers per second, I'll be like, okay, well, what evidence do you have of that? Did anybody, go up there and actually film it, or is it just
okay,
all
so you are
smoke and water?
skeptical. So
I
you are
am.
skeptical of the claim that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
I am. But the thing is,
Okay.
it's like, I get the thing that you said about planting a seed, and I think that's what the flat Earth community is about. It's about spreading the message about thinking outside of the box,
So it's
questioning
about looking
what
for
we're told.
evidence. It's about looking
Yeah.
for evidence and verifiability of the story that we've been told. So since you're skeptical of the ground spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, did you go and look to see what the evidence is?
Yeah, I did, and I mean it's mostly scientific circles that are all based around the same observations, which we, as people that are not in those circles, cannot verify to be true observations, like satellites and other probes that were sent up into space. We cannot verify that ourselves.
Find any verifiable evidence?
Well, to my own eyes, it seems flat, but I'm still doing a lot of research on my own, and watching a lot of
Skeptical of the globe
flat
and you're
Earth
looking for the evidence.
Yeah, I keep an open mind.
All right. Well, what do you think the best globe evidence is?
The best globe evidence is, in my opinion, right now, since I can't find a counter argument for it, is the reason why we see different constellations in the north hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. I have not seen any rational explanation from a flat earther that would explain why we see different constellations on the northern hemisphere and on the southern hemisphere.
Why would you think that the burden of proof would be on a flat earther, quote unquote, to explain that observation, rather than the person on the globe side who is just assuming a sphere? Right? You're saying, if we see different in the north and southern hemispheres, you've just made an assumption. So actually, it would be on the person saying, we have these observations because we are on a sphere to prove that we're on a sphere, rather than the person who's saying, I don't believe we're on a sphere, to prove something about the lights in the sky. Why do you think that burden of proof is on us?
Well, all I'm saying is I haven't seen a good model that would depict those constellations in the sky, and I have a friend in Australia.
Why do you think we would need a model?
Pictures of the sky, and so I know that they see a different sky at night.
Right, but why do you think we would need a model when there's no evidence of the globe that this side are assuming to begin with? They need to provide
a
evidence.
different model than the globe.
Where's
No,
this
but the
globe model
globe-
you're talking about?
Yeah, there isn't actually a globe model. But before you even get to a model, you would be asserting, hey, the stars are doing this because the ground is curved. The lakes and the oceans are curved. Okay, well, you're going to need to evidence that the lakes and oceans are curved before you can say the lights in the sky are doing this because the ground, the lakes, and the oceans are curved.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know why the lights in the sky are behaving in the way that they are. If you move in
does your lack of understanding
you see different stars. Why
lights
are
in
we
the sky are
doing?
doing? Yeah, but does your lack of understanding that, or anyone's lack of understanding that, tell us anything about the Earth, the ground beneath our feet?
Well, I'm not assuming a globe Earth. That's
No, but you are, because you said the best evidence for the globe is this question, and this question assumes a globe Earth, if you want to use it in favor of the globe Earth. You're saying, we have this observation in the northern and southern hemispheres, so you're assuming a sphere, but that's already logically fallacious to jump to that.
I'm just trying to find an explanation to why we see different constellations when we are.
Well, let's say hypothetically, you're in a warehouse that's many miles long, and it's huge, right?
Okay.
And someone's put random patterns of fairy lights all over the roof. So wherever you're walking, you're seeing these fairy lights, these different patterns. If you're at one part of the warehouse and you look up, you're going to see a particular set of patterns in the fairy lights. If you move to a much further place in the warehouse and look up, you're going to see a different pattern of fairy lights, aren't you?
Okay, fair enough.
So, I mean, if you're under a different part of the sky, it can make sense that you would see a different part of the sky, right? So it's not a point in favor of the globe. You would have to fallaciously assume a globe, and then we'd just get back to, okay, the stars are doing this because the Earth's a ball. Now, can you show us that the Earth is actually a ball before we assume that about the lights in the sky? And that's what we're always going to come back to, no matter what the story. Oh, but what about the satellites? What about the gravity? Okay, well then, the lakes and the oceans are curving. Where's the evidence of that? Do you see what I mean?
I mean, the fundamental thing that you have to prove if you want to assume a globe Earth model is gravity, but I don't think.
No, it's not. It's the curvature. No. Listen, dropping something isn't telling you anything about the shape of the Earth, right? You would need to prove curvature if you're claiming you're on a sphere. You would need to prove motion of the Earth if you claim you're on a spinning sphere. Right? Those are the things you would need to prove to say, I'm on a spinning sphere. It wouldn't just be to say a word that relates to dropping something. It would be the physical dimensions of the sphere that you're claiming, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so what we come back to is when you say, oh, but what about gravity? Oh, but what about the astronauts? What about the satellites in space? Well, if any of those are true, then the curvature would be true, right? So can we just verify the curvature, and then we can start talking about all this other stuff that's just assuming curvature. And then when we ask that, we get, I don't know, someone. Do you know? Do you know who measured curvature, for example?
Well, the most famous story of a person measuring the supposed curvature of the Earth is was it Aristotle, the Greek mathematician?
Aristophanes, but he didn't measure.
Aristophanes,
He
yeah, yeah.
measured shadows.
What do you think? What do you think this person did?
Well, the story goes that he measured the shadow
Okay, that's not
of
Aristotle.
Aristophanes, whatever. Yeah,
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 that's
okay.
Eratosthenes. Okay,
So
so he
he
measured the
measured.
shadow.
You changed your story when you heard me say that too. You said he
Well, I
measured.
don't, I forgot his surname. I'm sorry. It
Okay,
started
no,
with an
it's
A.
not a surname. Doesn't matter. Anyway, so he measured a shadow, did you say?
Yeah, that's how the story goes. I think it's he measured a shadow in Alexandria, I think, and then in somewhere in Egypt down the Nile.
Okay. So
I
how
mean,
would
that's
that
how
have
the
told him
story
that
goes.
the Earth is a spinning ball? Or a ball?
Well, he assumed a globe Earth model, and that was his. Yeah.
So when I ask you who measured the curvature, the first thing that you can think of is someone who just assumed the curvature.
But the thing that I want to ask you guys is, does the sun, like, if you
Hold
suppose
on. Wait,
flat Earth
before you
model?
do that,
No,
before you
you're
do
jumping,
that,
man.
can you just address
Oh,
what he
okay.
just said to you?
Hold on. Yeah, let's
Before you go,
I did.
with the
dial it
question.
back a second.
I
No,
You're
you
did.
gonna
didn't.
just
You jumped ship.
It's okay, guys.
no.
It's okay. It's okay. Chill. I've
I
got it.
did. I said
Right.
he assumed, and you were, yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is the thing, because I asked you who measured the curvature, and the first answer that you gave is a guy that you apparently know assumed it. So I'm asking who measured it, not who assumed it.
I don't know, guys. I'm not an expert in this field.
Okay. Well, do you think has anyone measured it?
Do you know? I don't know. I'm a newbie in the flat Earth community, so
Okay. Yeah.
maybe.
This is why we're here. No one's measured it. That's
Okay.
the whole point.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
So if no one's measured it, and any attempts to measure it only show that it's flat, it doesn't really matter when someone comes in saying, okay, but what about gravity? Okay, but what about the satellites? Okay, but what about the southern stars, right? That doesn't matter, because when we come back to that's assuming curvature, well, we've checked for the curvature and there is none. So all of those stories go out the window. Do you understand?
Something else is going on.
I have that's my last question.
Hold on, real quick,
Yeah.
before you jump on that, I just want to kind of like end this Eratosthenes story, right? So like the story of Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, right? He looked at a shadow in a well, then he looked at another shadow on a stick 500 stadia away, and supposedly like he realized that on this specific day, the well, there would be no shadows, so he went to another location 500 stadia away, put a stick in the ground, and measured the shadow, and that's how he got both of his shadows at the same time. Now, it's interesting to know, PDK, that there is no direct reference from him saying that he did this. The only reference, the earliest reference of this is in the 1200s, and it was written by I can't remember who it was written by. I think it was another Greek who referenced this. So 1400 years after the fact, they're telling the story, right? Geographica is the name of the book that it was referenced in. It wasn't even written by Eratosthenes. It was written by somebody else 1400 years later. So you got to understand there's a lot of trickery going on. They tell you one thing, but they're not telling you the whole story.
All right.
Yeah, well,
I
it
mean,
sounds
yeah.
like he already knew it's a story. I mean, he prefaced it by saying there's this story. So
I mean, yeah, the globe Earth model was brought about by the Jesuits, right? By the
well, we're not getting into all that. We're not getting into all that. Listen, this is what you need to be thinking like if you want to figure this out. We were talking about the curvature. We're talking about who measured the curvature. Isn't it weird that the first answer that Google's giving you is a story that you can quickly figure out was just an assumption?
Like if Jim Bob had measured the curvature of the Earth, don't you think they would have said Jim Bob was the first person that actually measured the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, I mean, why would it be difficult to find a measurement of curvature of the Earth if we live on the ball of the exact size that they say?
I mean, I guess
I mean, not just
the whole
curvature, there's
scientific
still motion, everything else.
I guess the whole scientific
What else?
stuff
Just
is
keep
going
up on the globe.
the easy way.
All right. So what else are you thinking about for the globe? Are there any other points? The southern stars. Do you understand that now? How that doesn't prove a globe.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. So what are the other good points for the globe? Anything?
Not at the moment, no. I think there's a lot of good counter evidence for that.
Okay. So do you know that there's a bunch
But
of additional
last
resource
question
channels
is there,
further down the server list? Sorry, I'll let you get to your last question. I'll let you get to your last question. I just want to make sure that you've seen all the information channels down below. There's like beginner sections, PDF sections.
A whole library.
Do you see the list? Do you see the library? It's alphabetized A to Z.
like the first time I joined this server was like 4 years ago, and I don't think that channel existed back then, so no, I need to catch up on that, I think.
Okay, well, if you just scroll down the server list, like 3/4 of the way down, you'll see the additional information channels, like curvature, gravity, eclipses, long-distance observations. See all those channels? So when you've got a question about something, you can also have a look in there to see what's also been posted. And it's stuff that Google and YouTube will probably not be showing you because they censor it for some reason. So what's your last question?
I was gonna say something about Christianity, but that's a whole other topic. But my last question is about the best proposition for the flat Earth model that you could they could give. So I saw one where it was like a sun that was going around in bigger or smaller circles around the flat Earth, and it was doing like a perfect.
Concepts. Yeah, these would all be concepts. Listen, no one can achieve that view of Earth, so it's all speculation. I mean, there's a lot of work being done by people to try to understand the motions of the luminaries and what they're actually doing, but obviously there are very real practical and economic limitations to what members of the public can actually do. So, no, I don't ascribe to any model. I wouldn't even claim or push a model on anyone because I'm not looking to replace a story with another story. All I'm saying, personally, is we are given a story about the globe. It's very specific, and you can test the claims yourself relatively easily, long-distance observations, things like that, and you can find that they're not true. So, whatever the Earth is, it's not a globe. And we should all be interested in trying to figure out as much as we can about it. So when you say, oh, it doesn't matter to me, I don't care, like that's just crazy talk. I mean, you obviously haven't thought about it. Like, it's your physical
Hello. Ain't nobody in this joint. Let me take a screenshot. It's all Rumble, YouTube. Go watch. Give it some time. All will find your way here, as you always do. Well, let me open up the Rumble, YouTube, all that stuff, and see who's over there. YouTube.com. Find us on YouTube. Hit the search bar. 247 Flat Earth should come right up. Looks like we are live. 7 people watching. Find out who's in the chat. Internet Bard. Got a bunch of stuff in the chat. A bunch of people over there for today. Holy. Northern Rebellion. James Hadaway. Internet Bard. Bill Hayden. The Smart Lonesome Gully. Colton Zelinsky. Hairless Royce. Aleister Crowley. Those guys are just trolling. Kef. They're just clowning. Let's see. Let me check the Rumble. If you guys are not familiar with Rumble, you better get familiar. Looks like the Tate brothers are about to be live on Rumble in 20 minutes. They've got 7,000 in the chat and ain't no, the stream's not even playing. Might be a good time for us to go live on Rumble as well. Last time we went live when the Tate Bros were live, we got a lot of people in our chat. So, log in, see if we're live. Yeah, if you don't have a Rumble account, bro, you're slacking. Get over there, make a Rumble, subscribe to Helio Skeptic. There's also another channel, Flat Earth Pro. We need to get up to 100 subscribers. I'll drop some links in just a moment. Just still getting logged in and all that good stuff. Looks like we are not live on Rumble. Sad day. Come on, man. I've been bugging our boys in the background about getting us on Rumble. And I don't mean just a mirror stream. I'm talking we go exclusive. Not only on Rumble, but at times. You know, or there's guys like Crowder. They do their show on YouTube, but they also mirror to Rumble. And then if a topic comes up that's not very YouTube friendly, they hit this button that lets them kind of head over to Rumble and say what they need to say without killing the YouTube stream. And so I'm looking to do that. I've been asking for that for a couple weeks now. I think we're on like week 3. But I know the guys in the background are working on it. They just want it to be, you know, perfect. But yeah. So if you don't have a Rumble account, go make one. I'll drop a link to the Helio Skeptic channel and the Flat Earth Pro channel. We can get the subscribers up. You guys be prepared for when it does happen. So I will keep you posted on any updates over on Rumble. In the meantime, let's check out the chat. Live stream voice text. Crickets. Let's check the lobby. Oh, we got some activity in the lobby. Let's see. Plasma can contain gases. can contain gas pressure by plasma. Huh? He said it's been conducted in an experiment. He claimed in politics that you don't need a container for gas pressure because plasma can contain gases. Yeah, highly doubt that. All right, locker room. Huh. Most recent meme entry: space exists. A computer is a natural phenomenon. Just because you consider it beyond nature doesn't horrible grammar here. Beyond nature doesn't make the very basis of it unnatural. And no digi-space doesn't exist. Just because you consider it beyond nature doesn't make the very basis of it unnatural. What the hell are these guys talking about? They'll just say anything, guys. Shoes a phenomenon, computers a phenomenon. Holy. Live stream voice text, paraplegic coffee. In the meantime, it's bean time. Time for a cup of. I want to be a better boy blend. Oh, fact. Yeah, that's funny. Roasted on a flat stationary earth. Yeah, those are all hilarious. I got my coffee right here. Free coffee, that is. What happens when you're a good boy? You got some good people that'll hook you up with things like free coffee. All right. Cats are pretty quiet today. Not too much going on. Literally just me on my lonesome. I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. Yeah, Arwen got banned for reals. It was an unfair banning. I don't. Yeah, I'm trying to look into that. What the hell? There's no. That was the first thing I was like, what the hell? Arwen back in the cog. This someone's got it out for Arwen. I don't see though who did that or even when that happened. I'll keep looking. Why are you in detention? Yeah, there's nothing there. Let me just investigate. Someone keeps kicking me off the server. Yeah, I'm trying to find out who the hell did that, dude. Someone's got it out for my boy. I got you, homie. I got you. I'm gonna do some investigating to find out who the hell did that. There's nothing in the history that's. Damn, dude. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. Someone must be in the background doing some weird stuff because I don't know. Show me it. Should be able to. Let me fix that. Should be.
Ah, hey, thanks.
What'd you do? What'd you do? No problem.
I don't
Let me
know
switch.
exactly what's going on, but there's somebody out there to get me, and I don't think he leaves any traces. Or he or she, I don't know what it is. But anyway, thanks for unmuting me and all that. Getting me back in here.
No problem, big dog. I'm gonna switch mics here. My computer. I'm gonna switch over to a different computer. Mine's running super slow right now. But yeah, dude. Hey, I always got your back, Arwen. It's all good, homie. Yeah, I don't know who the hell that is back there doing that, but maybe I don't know. I'll try to figure it out.
Maybe somebody that really doesn't like my position in a whole range of subjects.
All right, I switched over to a different mic. Let me just check my settings and everything.
Oh, that's much better, actually.
Oh, good, good. Yeah, yeah. Sweet. Yeah, I don't know. Like you said, they're not leaving a trace. I tried looking up, like, any the typical stuff you do to find out what happened, but it's not. There's nothing there. Creepy.
No, but it's everywhere. I mean, it's with YouTube. Like, somebody's been deleting or like banning people, like even midstream when I don't, and it doesn't leave any traces. Like, it doesn't even say, "Oh, this person just got banned." I'm in the middle of a conversation with them on my channel, in my chat, during my live stream, and suddenly they stop talking, and then they like, "Hey, it's just suddenly I got banned or something." I get to hear through Skype. Like, what? Then I go to my list during the live stream of the banned list and find him there, and have to remove him to get him back on in the live chat during the live stream without any traces. Yeah, it's not
the
always
grabblers,
hidden.
bro.
This one did it. No, it's just gone. It's just boop, gone in my banned list. No trace. It's been happening
It's the
to me for
grabblers.
months now. Yeah, it's more than just hecklers. Somebody seriously fucking around. Sorry for swearing.
Perhaps. Oh, dude, you can say it. You can say it with your chest here. It's no problem.
All right.
Yeah, that's weird. Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I mean, I got you, bro. I'm always gonna be a fan, man. You were there when I first started, so and you're still going, man. Still doing it. So this is a marathon, you know. So
Well, it
still running
certainly
that
is
race.
a battle for endurance, but a battle of endurance.
Mm-hmm.
Well, my show yesterday was horrendous. Today was fine though.
How do you do it, man? You just you take notes before the stream and just like, all right, this is what I'm gonna rant about, or you just get in there and react to the chat, or I guess I've been doing
Well,
it too in a way,
usually
but
even before I go to sleep, I try to think of what I'm going to be talking about. A lot of
right.
the times, it just I wake up like almost feeling a different person, and it's like, okay, whatever I was thinking about yesterday, that's not going to work. And yeah, it's just
Yeah,
it all depends on what's like in the waiting row and whether I'm willing and capable of dealing with it.
true.
Because yesterday it was like, oh, Israel, Palestine, blah.
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, are you here to entrap me, you scumbags? Are you here to... Like, that was just my instantaneous response. It's like, that's how well I could handle it. I couldn't at all. I didn't even know what exactly had happened. Now, I had yesterday all day to basically look into it. Like,
Right.
on the surface, well, what's there? And it's like, wow, this is so obvious. Like, even mainstream sources are now just saying, like, yeah, it's definitely a setup. Like, okay, well, I don't even have to bring it up then. Because they've already got it all settled what's going on. Don't even have to,
Well,
like, spill the beans or anything.
dude, I've been so out of the loop. I didn't even hear. The only reason I even heard about some of this stuff is my boys over on Fresh and Fit were covering it with Tim Pool. They had Tim Pool on their show last night. So I was watching some of it and they were showing clips and stuff. Bro, I've been so out of the loop on any of these, what's going on in the world. So, I mean, do you want to like
Watching
react
Tim
to some of
Pool
that?
doesn't exactly help you get a better look.
Well, I would imagine you're right about that. I don't watch Tim Pool, but I do watch a lot of Fresh and
Good
Fit.
for
They
you.
had Tim on the show. I guess they're good friends with Tim and Crowder and some of these other people. So they had Tim on. Yeah, I don't love Tim.
Atrocious.
Yeah, he's never really been. I've never really like tried to like go and seek him out. The only reason I'm, he's on even in my feed is because of Fresh and Fit. So, do you want to like react to some of that stuff, or like what is your take on like what's going on in the world, man? What's happening out there? Is it?
What part?
I honestly don't. To be honest, bro, I don't even know. Like, I just see Palestine and there's bombs and news, and I
It's just the
have not
beginning,
been
man.
following any of
This is
it.
gonna be serious shit. I've seen it in a vision. I tried to warn about this. You might have heard me say that. But even months ago, it's like, yeah, I'm really wondering when this whole Iran thing is gonna like unleash. Because I saw that. It's like a distinct marker, like where I get a map overview in the dark world, like, yeah, they're like World War level unleash. And it's not even like it has it'll change everything or anything, but I mean, it is like a pretty big damn war that's like just unrolling now. It's very serious. Like, hundreds of thousands of people are gonna die in this one too.
Have you ever heard the term auto hoax?
No, have you ever heard of the term agreed wars?
Not that term, but I can kind of understand what it's pointing at, I think.
Right. Well, Israel government, which is not good for its people, and Iranian government, which is they have good sides, bad sides. Yeah, they're both like, yeah, well, let's just start warring on each other now. Like, Iran thinks they have enough people to do it. Israel, I don't know what the fuck they're thinking. They're totally fucking insane. I mean, they literally greenlighted this. They could have stopped this shit, but they wanted the scar. as a justification to really unleash. Which is really fucking sick, which means like, yeah, we're embracing a large-scale war. Guess who's gonna fight that war for them, huh?
Hmm.
Huh? You got an idea who's that gonna be?
Us or maybe their
Yeah.
people? Yeah,
Well,
okay.
you or maybe the refugee army that's getting grafted into the military.
Okay. Yeah, agreed. War. Yeah. Bro, I don't know.
What they
I
planned
let
it.
you
It's like,
guys.
yeah, let's do it. And
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Israel can use a war, because every time there's a war with them, they can start begging, oh, poor me. Oh, no, we're a small country. Oh, we're so poor. We need funding. And everybody just desperately throws their money at them in fear of getting persecuted by Mossad. And in the meantime, Iran is just like, yeah. I mean, duh. I don't even have to explain any of that. I think. Do I? Do I need to explain why Iran is attacking Israel?
Maybe to me, because I'm a total layman and out of the loop, but
Well, maybe it's because Israel, well, like, tortures children if they are of a specific heritage or religion, and they do it gleefully and all that, and just they're really unbelievably horrendous and really, like, I don't really like to talk about that, but they are, and they're fucking proud of it too. Really sick. And so, yeah, I mean, I'd do that too if I were Iran, you know? And besides, like, oh, nukes, dude, if nukes were real, Israel would be a glass parking lot like half a century ago. It would
Damn.
be a fucking glass parking lot a half a century ago, very quickly. Because the level of atrocity that they tend to commit there is enough to drive any person mad enough to want to destroy the world.
I learned about that, the whole like nukes thing from Crow 777. They, in their presentation, they say the same thing. It's not this idea that there's a button that'll just explode this whole thing. Like they're basically like, yeah, that's not real. But I know some people don't agree with that. And,
Nukes are mutually agreed upon fear porn tactics to ballast the people with whenever there's any kind of conflict. It's a pure collective burden tool to make everybody sick with fear. Right? When they're sick with fear, when they think they're going to die, oh, guess what happens? Wild, unexpected spending. Oh, crippling debts. Oh, you know what happens. That is what it's there for. It's just a panic extortion tool to drive people insane in times of war. Because they're not going to stop times of war. Of course. But now they have this story alongside to like, oh, is it the end of the world right now? Are we all going to horrendously die suddenly? Now? Or is it going to be the next time? Or the next time? Yes! Keep dreaming about horrendous extermination of everyone. For nothing. Keep dreaming about it. Yeah? And spend all your money and life saving while you're at it. Maybe get an extra loan, you know? 'Cause everybody's gonna die. So why not? Right?
Yeah, man. I mean, like I said, I've been so out of the loop. I've been hanging with the flat earthers, trying to educate these goofballs who think flat earth would be some different earth with different sunsets and all that stuff. So, you know, when I was watching Fresh and I'm like, holy shit, like, oh my God, all this stuff going on in the news. But that's where that term auto hoax kind of popped into my head. You know, the other side of the spectrum, Arwen, would be an auto believer, right? You turn on the news, oh, Tower 7, oh my God. And like people just believe it, right? Whereas you have people who are like on the other side of the auto belief, they're auto hoax. So they're like, yeah, it's probably bullshit until they prove it's real type of thing. So,
Yeah, but is it really auto belief, or is it just they don't care enough to want to find out?
Yeah, that's deep. That's deep.
Right?
Well, I was just
Like,
highlighting the
because you don't want to go against the system as long as you don't
right.
know. So you just, yeah, of course they're right. Yeah. Now leave me the fuck alone, okay?
Yeah,
Huh?
right. I just think that because like the auto hoax term, I had heard from hanging with. Maybe you're familiar with Infinite Plane Radio, Infinite Plane Society.
Well,
Tim
dude, I
Osman.
know auto hoaxing. I mean, that's
Oh, okay.
all the thing now, right? It's like everything
Yeah.
is fake. Everything is fake.
Yeah.
Like, even if the people that are doing it think it's real, it's still fake because it was all planned and all. It's like nothing is real about it, and except for the people that think it's real and they're part of the act to make it look even more real, even though everything about it is
Right.
fake.
So listen, there was
Like
a clip they
NASA.
played. Right,
NASA
exactly.
is
Yeah,
the best
exactly.
example of an auto hoax because they use an auto hoax with people in it that don't know it's not real. That's
Right.
auto hoax.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a really good song from the Infinite Plane gang that has can you show me a container with a pressure gradient? Yeah, Earth. But
Where's everybody, by the way? Why is it so empty?
I don't know. Sundays, man, I don't know. Usually someone has to come in and start chatting it up and then they'll pile in, but
I mean, there's not even trolls in the chat. What's going on?
I know, right? Yeah. I guess can you
You
Garvin, real
literally
quick.
can hear Paraplegic's wheels squeaking as he comes in. That's real silence there.
Yeah, I heard the squeaks. As well. Yeah. That's hella funny. Real quick, Arwen, can you think of an example where you have a container with gradient on the inside, besides like obviously Earth as it's told?
Yeah, that's not a really good example, is it? But
I heard like propane.
A container with a
propane
gradient. Well, yeah. Well, technically,
has like
it's very
liquid at the
hard to
bottom.
find any container with anything in it that does not have some form of gradient, really. But it's all about like where you're gonna assume it, or where's the line that you're gonna draw to say it's a gradient or not. You know, there's gonna be
Okay.
differentials. Always. Light. But yeah, I mean, the best example of like, a small container with a gradient of gas, right? Because that's the important part. The rest is all cute, but it really is about the gas. Oh, it's very simple. Well, not very simple, but relatively simple. You take a big aquarium glass box that's completely sealed. You do whatever gas in it, doesn't really matter. But if it's visible, it might even help you a bit. If it's a little thicker, then it's handy because you could basically put pressure sensors in there. It'll be easy. But if it's somehow visual, that's even more helpful. But I don't know. You put gas in there, and then you take two elements, a cooling element and a heating element. You put them in opposite sides of the aquarium filled with the gas, and then you watch as you turn on the cooler and the heater. Then you start to, in some time, start to notice that there is going to be a gradient in that container because there's hot heat on one side and cold on another side, and that literally creates a gas gradient dynamic. The cold part will become less pressurized compared to the heat part, where pressure is continually being created. So is that useful? You might be
Well,
able to
that kind
say
of
it a lot
points at the
quicker, but
well, it points out the we live in a dynamic system, right? I'm not the most technical guy, but like for example,
look, the point is before you go on, the main point is that when ballers say, "Oh, gradient," yeah, that's always they think it has to do with gravity, but the gradient is the way it is, the gas pressure gradient, not because of relative density at all. Like, the only way that even applies is that, well, the top, because of the circumstances, there will, on average, in the inhomogeneous mash of gas, there will be more of the less dense gases like helium and hydrogen will be percentile-wise more present than the other more typical gases like oxygen and carbon dioxide, which will, on average, percentile-wise, be more present at the bottom, because it still is present everywhere. It's just the percentages are going to be on average more small on one
Okay.
side as the other, right? But it's not because of relative density. Like, that's not the reason the gradient is there at all. It's purely a temperature influence. It's the only thing that can do that with gas. It's the temperature.
Okay. Okay, that makes sense. There's a video here that says something about. I just looked in the chat. Like, someone posted a video where you have a gradient within the container. So maybe I'll send them this one and see if that helps them. They want to tap dance around the antecedent relationship that's involved here. They basically are like, well, I use the analogy of a banana, and like it might get old, but like essentially they're claiming the Earth is this giant banana did not come from a peel. Like, okay, well, prove it. They're like, well, look, banana slices. Like, well, that doesn't really prove what you're claiming. We all know, like, if you're gonna have a banana slices, that had to have come from a peel. So if you're gonna claim you've got these magic peelless bananas, you're gonna need to like show me them growing on a tree or something without the
Or
peel.
maybe a fungi-based banana mimicking printer. Maybe it was 3D printed wannabe banana. Okay, I'm just ruining your.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. It's just that's what they do all the time is they offer up these parlor tricks. Oh, look at here, look over here, Cavendish. It's like, but that doesn't demonstrate what you're trying to offer me. You're selling me one idea and then showing me this other thing that doesn't really match. So if you're like, well, the Earth has this gas pressure with no container. And they're like, well, look, slices of the air. It's like, that's no different than you pointing out banana slices as proof that you have these magic peelless bananas. That doesn't prove what you're telling me.
Because they are told, like, very superficially in school, lower schools, that the gas pressure gradient exists because of gravity.
Right.
Which is really, like, not just a small piece of misinformation because it's not gravity, it's actually density. No, it's because it has absolutely nothing to do with it. Like, specifically doesn't. So they're all very confused about this. Because they all have this basic programming, the gradients caused by gravity. Which is complete horseshit. But they're all confused about it. If you don't know that, it's really confusing. I thought it was really confusing. Like in 2017 to 2020, when I was still dealing with gravity and all that with Anthony Riley on the Flat Earth debates. I was like, yeah, why is that gradient like that? It wasn't solved until much, much later when there were tests, like in 2020, I think, of, not by us, but by some other flat earthers that are like other guys out there. I don't remember their name. That did the test with an aquarium and a heat and cold element. They literally showed, like, yeah, that causes a gradient, like, very quickly. And that's like the first clue I had, like, why the hell the gradient? Because before that, I didn't have a clue. Didn't know.
I mean, I'm still learning all the time. So I get it.
So yeah, people will ask, like, oh, gas pressure gradient, it's caused by gravity. And then you have to explain, like, no, it doesn't have anything to do with it. Like, even relative density, if you want to go there and lay them down like, hey, gravity doesn't exist, it's actually relative density. There's no external force doing anything. It's all relative based on the density of the materials. Well, as soon as they get that, they'll start to get confused again about, like, why the gradient. So you then have to separately explain it. Like, it's the temperature. There's a temperature influence within the container. It must cause the gradient because that's the only thing we know that can even cause a gradient within gas.
Right.
and it's definitely warmer at the ground level. That's
Right,
already
right.
measured, right?
Yeah.
And we know sort of that that's also caused by the sun and terrestrial heat from the ground. So there's warmth here at ground level. There's definitely no warmth up there. It's like, where would that come from, right? Well, the celestials, even when you're up there, do not give you a lot of heat. Like, you're not like, oh, I'm so close to the sun. It's super cold out here, but it's so high up. I'm so close to the sun that I'm not cold. Yeah, forget about it. That sun ain't heating you up there. Can guarantee you. Unless maybe you're like in a closed container or whatever, with air that can't leak away, can't cool off from the outside, and can be heated up by sun that would enter it, like a mini greenhouse. Like, that could be done. But anything that's exposed to the outside air, way up there, it will cool way quicker than any sun can heat it up.
Trying to get someone to join the VC so we can talk about this a little bit further. They're all in the chat like, yeah, but gradient. I'm like, dude, you guys don't
Just
understand. It's
explain
not
it.
evident.
Gradient.
Yeah.
Good luck. Yeah.
Trying to get them to join, but they'd rather give themselves
Gradient
carpal tunnel in the chat. 1 second, I'll be right back. 1 moment.
Where are you checking? In Rumble or something? Not a lot of chatting going on here at YouTube.
All right, folks. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna relocate, and I'll be back in just a little bit. I'm gonna move
What?
move
Again?
spots. Yeah, well, I've got this private room, and so I can yell and be loud in here. But I'm gonna,
Okay.
yeah. So I'm gonna switch over to a different spot, and then I'll be back. So give me just a little bit, and I'll check back in on y'all shortly.
Hello, hello. Hi, Win. How are you? Yeah, I'm working.
Okay, one last time. These are small, but the ones out there are far away. Small, far away. Ah, forget it.
Ted, you know the way your eyes sometimes play tricks on you?
I know. Father Larry Duff.
Larry!
Yeah. He sometimes comes around this area when he gets a break. He's tremendous fun. I'll give him a call on his mobile phone. I got him one for Christmas. He's always complaining that nobody rings him on it. Must have it switched off.
Hello? Hey, who are you?
Hello. How are you? I'm okay, thanks.
Ah. Has Creation Bear gotten back yet? I'm just cooking dinner, so I'm not saying anything.
Okay. And meanwhile, I'm working.
Oh, okay. I
I'm
guess
gonna
it's going to
play.
be a bit of a silent
Yeah.
part.
Have you been in the politics server?
What?
Have you been in the politics server? There's another server. People are there, you know.
What? Politics server?
Politics.
Why?
Oh, it's just, you know, to expansion, you know, knowing this.
No, I haven't. I have not been in the political server at all. No.
No. Okay.
I didn't even know there was one.
Yeah, there's one. I can send the link if you want. The Quantum Eraser sometimes is there too. And many
I don't
people.
know. I don't really feel like talking about politics. If I brought it up, it was just coincidental.
No, but inside that channel, there's a home 24/7 Flat Earth. So they are mostly these days there in that 24/7 Flat Earth.
Send me a link or something. But I'm cooking right now, so I'll be right back much later.
Okay.
In like 15 minutes or something. So yeah.
See ya.
I'm back, bitches. I'm gonna move in Gamlee. I'm not sure if you can hear or if he's having technical difficulties, but Gam, if you can hear us, please feel free to chime in. We can Gamlee gone. Not sure if we're saying that right, but if you want to talk a little bit about gas pressure, we got you. There's a bunch of people talking about gas pressure in the lobby, so this is a good conversation. Jerome says that I said his question was, what makes the surface of a container special when compared to the surface of Earth outside? Gas particles are bouncing off the Earth's surface all the time, creating pressure. And I said, there's nothing special. It's required. Container, that is. And he said, well, I have the Earth's surface. And he says, well, so no gas particles bouncing off the Earth's surface? And I said, well, they're produced at the surface. And what directions do gases go? And he goes, well, answer me. Do gases bounce off the Earth's surface or not? Which I already answered. I said, again, they're produced at the surface. So they're not, how are they being produced at the surface? And then what? This is where that running joke, gas goes down, goes boom, boom, like bouncy balls in a fish tank comes from, because you guys are saying they, quote, bounce off the surface of the Earth. And I said, well, what direction do gases go? He said, all directions, including down. A rest in peace. He says, so your only answer is an emoticon? Which actually wasn't even the first one to put that. Martoth did. A laughing reaction. So I told him, well, look, if you want to do one better than a reaction, you can join the voice call. So, do gases bounce off the surface of the Earth? Bro, we have a gradient. It's higher pressure down here than up there. So, but I think the big thing that people are missing out on is that you don't get gas pressure or a gradient without containment, a container. And folks will say, well, the Earth is so big, you don't even need one. I think someone in the chat was like, well, you can do a container in a lab, but when it comes to the Earth, you don't even need it. It's like, I think that's kind of a silly presentation. Like, I use analogies all the time. So I really enjoy the analogy of, and let me just double check, make sure my mic sounded good. 1 second. All right. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me just fine. So let's see. They're basically, I use the analogy of a banana. And I've heard people use the analogy of beef or steak. And so the analogy goes a bit like this. If I claim that I have this magic banana that grows with no peel, right? I've got this banana, this peelless banana. Well, for me to prove that claim, I would have to show more than I'd have to actually show that. I'd have to demonstrate that claim. So what people do, they're claiming the Earth is a big peelless banana, right? You've got the banana being the gas pressure, the peel being this container, or lack thereof, aka peelless. And so when we asked for a demonstration or proof of this peelless banana, no one in their right mind would accept someone showing up with slices of banana slices, right? You go to a picnic, you got your little banana slices, peanut butter, maybe a raisin on top. That is certainly not demonstrating the claim that you've got this peelless banana, right?
So what they're doing with the air and these layers, they're essentially saying, well, look at all these slices. Yeah, I'm aware, but that doesn't verify or prove what you're claiming about this banana not having a peel, never even needed one. And so they'll go, well, it's the size of a planet, so okay, well, so what are you saying, that if I just blow up the size of a banana, you don't even need the peel? That doesn't follow either. Folks have also used the analogy of beef, right? So they're like, you've got a filet mignon on your dinner plate. Well, you know that came from a cow. Period. You don't get the fillet. You don't get a T-bone. You don't get any of these things unless you have a cow to begin with. But folks who believe in the globe, they're essentially saying that, well, the filet mignon is so big that you don't even need a cow. That's ridiculous. Increasing the size of this, the antecedent does not relinquish its relationship to the requirement of the thing it came from. So again, you just because you have a large quantity of air doesn't mean that, oh, well, you don't need a container anymore. I also joke around, I'll use the analogy of like gangster rap music or whatever, right? They'll be like, I'm riding around on 24s. Okay. Oh my god, hold on. Bro. This guy's in the chat saying gravity definitely does exist. There is a force that pours objects towards the earth, not gases. Okay, bro. Anyway, yeah, gangsters riding around on 24s. Well, these globe heads are essentially saying they're riding around on 3959s. The rims are so big they don't even need tires. It's a ridiculous claim. So, so no, it doesn't, bro. This is you guys are skipping. What we call it doesn't matter. There's certainly an invisible force pulling us towards it. Not me.
Elish.
Yeah, hellish clown.
Is a she, right? No.
No, it's a dude.
To do it. So he's saying there is an invisible force. An invisible force pulling us towards the earth. Yeah. But when I have an anvil, made of iron, why doesn't sink in with how you say?
Oh my god, these guys are so dumb.
With mercury, So there's no force pulling out this anvil in the mercury. They forget density. No, and then he's talking. Why I'm not floating right now?
See?
Because you are so dumb that you don't know that the density of air is less than you. So anyway,
What? Are you trying to be a baller? Because you're barely intelligible.
No, Creating Bear is looking at the lobby.
What?
That's
Can
my
you
guy.
translate that, Tracian Bear?
Dude, these guys are in the chat retarded, like with bird brain. They're saying, "Why would I not
in the
float?"
YouTube chat. Yeah, no,
No, in
those,
the lobby,
that-
in the lobby,
no.
in the server lobby.
Lobby, entry level.
Wait, what? The
Talk
live
about
stream text voice?
No,
lobby.
I'll put a link. It's in the lobby. So click on that link. It'll take you in there. You can
Lobby.
grill these goofballs who think they should be flying. He says the fact that you don't just keep going when you jump, that's called flying. You freaking bird brains. You don't have those abilities, so nothing is stopping you from flying. What the hell? You just don't have flying abilities.
Doesn't he just jump from an airplane trying to fly?
Holy smokes, dude. Why aren't I floating? This isn't freaking Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. You goofballs. Humans don't float in air. What is that? Why don't I float?
Oh, we could float in air.
What the fuck,
If it was
man?
really, really dense, I wouldn't be breathing though.
Well, they always do this, but density doesn't have an inherent direction. Okay, why would this is their biggest issue is
Based
they
on
think
what?
exactly.
Based on what?
Exactly. Well, they're saying that this is the big problem we covered yesterday with that guy Trake. They think reality would be different. Oh, well, if you guys are right, then density, why I should go sideways. No, bird brain. Nothing changes, bro. You can't float or fly in air, period. Nothing. These are the two
But
ideas.
if it would go sideways, then that would become our up and down because that is how all the matter within the realm would orient itself then. Dumbass. Sorry about that. Could you hear me?
No, please say it with your throat. You don't have to apologize.
Just
He says a
saying that
helium
if
balloon is
density-
surrounded by air.
If the density axis would be another direction, well, guess what? If that were the case, then that would be our up and down. Because the density directions of less dense, more dense is what determines our very orientation of up and down. Absolutely.
They really think they have some sort of gotcha. Oh, how come I'm not floating? Why would reality be any different than the way it is now? Holy smokes, bro. Why would you float? That's stupid.
Why aren't you a purple dinosaur, dude? Explain that on a globe for me.
Yeah, exactly. Why isn't reality different? Yes, but the balloon is less dense than the air beneath it as well. Less dense than the air. Why does it not go down? Critical explanation, not gravity.
No, that's a combined. The density of an object is the combination of everything. So yeah,
Why
the
would it
balloon
go down?
is more dense because it's rubber, but volumetrically, the amount of air or gas that is in it highly offsets the average density of it as an object as a whole. Yeah? So you combine something that's much less dense, the gas, and the rubber that's a little bit more dense, more dense than the air, and guess what? You become less dense on average than the air as an object, and thus you go up when you're talking about a helium balloon. It's really simple. Unless you're incredibly dumb, and then you just don't get it and you ask the same dumbass questions over and over again for years on end. Right, Marloth? Martoth?
W. Martoth, big fan of his. But holy smokes, bro, these guys, bro, like, they'll never let go of this idea that flat Earth should be this different other reality than the one that all the flat earthers exist in. It's like, dude, it's like number one pet peeve. Oh, well, if the flat earthers are right, then reality I should be going sideways. I should be able to fly. I should be able to do this. Hell no. Hell to the freaking no.
Hell no!
If the Earth is flat, then you'll experience everything you've always experienced exactly the same as you always have, except that you're now looking at it differently. That is all.
Okay, you guys. These guys, when you're on the Earth, like everything you've ever seen spin, it flies away. It flies off. A wet tennis ball, whatever the hell it is. If you're on a merry-go-round, you get flung out and away, right? So you see water fly off, right? Okay, now all of a sudden NASA wants you to believe that once the thing you're on gets really, really big, water does a 180. Water does a 180. It turns completely 180 degrees, turns around and starts getting sucked towards the center. That's like you being on the merry-go-round and all of a sudden you start getting like sucked. All of you are like just getting smashed towards the center of the merry-go-round.
Right, exactly. Now you're getting it.
It's so absurd.
No,
It's so absurd for their brains to work like this. It's
not really.
It hurts.
though.
It hurts my head. It hurts my head.
It's not really that weird though, because they get taught exactly how that works by showing water in a bucket spinning it around and say, now imagine the exact opposite. That's the Earth.
All right, so just say, hey, when you were on a merry-go-round or you're on the thing you spin at playground, like all you guys got smashed towards the center then. All you guys are like, oh, we're stuck here in the center. Don't spin it any faster. We're smashing into each other. Like, no, you fly away. Like, dude, it's once you
Unless
critically
you
think
were
about
less
this.
dense than the air. And then you would go to the inside. Yeah? Ever tried that?
I don't know. All
If
I
you have
know
a
is everything was.
centrifuge, yeah, but it's still there's a density ratio that's basically showing itself in any form of centrifuge setup. And
Right,
the
you know
more dense will
what?
always go to the outside, and the less
All
dense
right,
will go
you
to the
could
inside.
you could always just go to that thing with the oil, the water, all the different things where it's got the tomato in there. Like, I don't care if it's not gas. So what? Who cares if it's not? Why's it got to be gas? It's stuff. It's stuff. Things get denser. It's the same with the freaking gas. They probably stack up the same damn way. I mean, obviously not as neatly, but you know what I mean? Like,
well, not really.
with the oil, the water. All right, yeah, maybe not.
The
Whatever.
gas
But
is
still.
spread around in all directions, and eventually they end up in an inhomogeneous mash. So they never really order themselves like for, let's say, for example, water and oil will always split off and form density layers. Air doesn't do that, but it will like become an inhomogeneous mash where everything that is in there will be spread around, but the less dense gases will tend to spread around at the upside.
Right,
And the more
so
dense
if you
gases
looked
tend to
at
spread
it-
around at the downside.
So if you looked at it from far away, it would still organize itself in layers. Is basically what I'm saying. Obviously,
no, it
not as
specifically would not.
neatly.
That's what I'm saying. That's absolutely incorrect. Yeah, no, that's incorrect. This is where QE
All
would
right.
come in and tell you just
All
failed
right, you're
your third
probably
grade
right.
physics.
You're probably right. But all right, but it still is in some kind of a layer, right?
Nope.
No.
No.
Hmm.
It
All
becomes
right.
an
You
inhomogeneous
said
mass.
you said, but you said it organizes. It organizes into a mishmash, but still, you're gonna have more of this stuff up here than down here.
That's statistical
Maybe,
percentages, and those are small.
maybe not like.
No, but not layers. That's not absolute layers, not over time entropy.
Okay.
Dude, can you just let me answer? Yeah, gases over time due to entropy will not separate themselves into layers perfectly like oil and water does. What will happen, however, is the gas will attempt to sort of settle and things become very complicated and statistical and all that. And then within the inhomogeneous mesh, where every part of the gas is everywhere within it, there will on average be a little bit more of the less dense gas particles at the upside, and the more dense gas particles will tend to sort of spread around more at the downside. And that's like the only significance that involves density with gas. Because otherwise, they absolutely don't order themselves at all. They always spread around until it's all mixed in an inhomogeneous mash every time.
Okay, not layers. Not layers then.
That's correct, not layers. Only liquids and solids order themselves in layers.
Freaking layers,
Still
man.
mishmash, but still mishmash higher percentages in certain areas. Is what you're saying.
Helium gas, that helium and hydrogen will be literally everywhere, including at the ground level. But percentile-wise, there will be a slight upturn in percentage presence, very high up as very high down, very low down. And that's it. That's still not a layer. It's still completely mixed in. It's just slightly more of it down than up. That sort of thing, and up and down.
What about with
layers.
something like something super light gas, super heavy gas? I don't know, dude. I'm not fighting for freaking. I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting for freaking Baltardia. You know, I'm not fighting for Baltardia.
I know. You're just being really rumpusy. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll like. Hilarious.
So if
I love
you
you,
mix
brother.
in hydrogen gas with sulfur hexafluoride, they still will not form separate layers. As time progresses, as time passes, entropy sets in, and it will all spread around. That means that at the top of the container, there will be sulfur hexafluoride atoms floating around, or molecules, whatever they are. And at the bottom, there will be hydrogen atoms floating around. And that's just how it is, because it will never over time separate in separated layers, because gases never do that.
Yeah, a really smart ass would say, "Oh, that's super, really unorganized layers." I know it's not though. It's a mess. Whatever. You're right. You're right. I'm not. Look, when I'm wrong,
It's
I'm wrong.
good that you weren't gonna say that.
I just came in. You're talking about sulfur hexafluoride, huh?
Oh, hell no.
Hey, CB.
What up, dog?
Oh, good, man. Yesterday I wrote you because I wanted a feedback for a song, but I'm redoing it. So another time I'll ask you for a little bit of feedback because I need
Alright.
some ears. You know, when you're producing, you lose perspective. So I need feedback once, and I was gonna ask you, but it's okay, man. Another time. Thanks for responding.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. No problem. Yeah. When you're finished, we can definitely do another round of lyric review, and also welcome Gam Lee Gone. You should be able to chime in now. You want to say hello?
Hello.
There we go. You're low.
Does this mic work? Well then, fuck that mic. What happening? Okay. So, have you guys talked about diffusion yet?
Can you guys hear him? I got him up to 200%. Can you maybe turn yourself
Can you
up or
raise your
speak a little
gain
bit louder?
from your end?
Is it better now?
A little bit.
A little bit.
A little bit. All right. I just wondered if you have discussed diffusion yet. That each and every kind of molecule will spread evenly in whatever container they
Well, that's
occupy.
kind of entropy, right?
Ask him if he killed his wife. He sounds just like that dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't think you guys should know that. So, you think that we live in a container, and that is why we have gas pressure, and you earlier discussed the pressure gradient, and if container with low pressure in one end and high pressure in another end, why do you think? Do you have any theory why that would be so?
Well, and I mean, just to rephrase it a little bit, like, I don't think that bananas come from a peel. It's just, you can't get, a nice banana smoothie unless you peeled that peel off first. And same thing with, like, you don't get to eat a nice steak dinner unless there was a cow. And so, in the same way, you don't get gas pressure unless it came from a container. Okay, and so what we're dealing with
So you
is,
think
folks,
that some
real quick, just because I think this is the important part, because people are going to continue to point back at this gradient. It's important to keep in mind, number one, the gradient is not in contention. Well, we all agree there is a gradient. So for folks to continue to point at the gradient and say, no, that's the proof. Actually, it's not. We all agree it's there. It's not in contention whatsoever. The claim is that you've got no container plus gas pressure. And so here's the analogy. This is why I like the banana analogy, because essentially folks are saying the earth is this big banana that never came from a peel. It's this rare banana, no peel, never needed it. And then so we go, okay, that's fine. That's the claim. Well, show us the proof. And they go, well, look, here's some banana slices. Bro, if I claimed I had this rare banana that grew in my backyard, and I was like, and you told me to prove it to you, and I just showed up with a bag of slices of banana, you would never accept that as evidence for my claim. And so the analogy is,
Redshift.
yeah, right. Well, so what they're saying
Redshift
is
the
that
banana peel.
they're saying that so the analogy is essentially the banana and the slices is the gradient. So when you're like, well, look, here's the gradient, you're basically just offering me slices saying, yep, here's the proof of my claim. It doesn't prove the claim, my friend. And so we can't continue to point at this gradient for evidence. It's not evidence and it's not in contention. If you want to
Ask him if,
demonstrate the claim, hold on, if you want to demonstrate the claim that there's no container, we're going to need to see that demonstrated in reality. But folks will say, oh, well, we don't have another planet. Bro, like,
Or how
if
about,
I...
Oh, sorry.
Well, just to wrap up my little monologue here, it's like going back to the steak dinner, right? They're essentially saying, well, if I just increase the size of this T-bone to the size of a planet, then you don't need the cow anymore. That's what they're saying. Well, we've got such a big Earth, you don't even need it. That's wild. That's crazy. So we're gonna need to see a demonstration. I don't care what scale you're talking about. We're gonna need to see a demonstration of it. So
Or
there you go.
how
Hopefully
about
that helps.
how wouldn't there be a gradient within the contained flat Earth? Like, that could be a good back question. Like, gradient, yeah. So how wouldn't it be there? Exactly.
Well,
Within a
you can
container.
apply fluid dynamics to gases. So if you have a glass and you pour water, then oil, then anything, it is in a container. Maybe not just pressurized because it doesn't it's not volatile, but things are gonna stack up according to their density, right?
But if you
Yeah,
have
but
a
not gases though.
if you have
They
a glass
don't.
of water, if you have a glass of water, do you
They do, you know, you put argon gas. Sorry, just to finish.
Yeah,
You
they
put
don't.
argon gas.
Yeah, I know. I would know what you're gonna say. Is heard it a million times by now. That doesn't happen. What happens is you pour it out, it starts mixing in, and then it's all mixed in and not a layer. Yeah, because of course, when you throw out something pure that tends to spread in all directions, it's gonna be pure first. It might have some temporary density relation and show some relative density type behavior. But that's gonna last very, very short because entropy will inevitably very quickly set in and then there will not be layers. It will be gone. You won't be able to
You're right.
practically
It's a bad
detect it
example
anymore.
because in liquids you have polar and nonpolar, and they separate for different reasons.
But do you know a Coca-Cola can?
Container.
It's a
Yep.
closed, yeah, it's a closed container with liquid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you agree it has a pressure inside from the
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't get the pressure on the inside if you didn't have the container.
Oh, so in a glass of water, would you say there's a water pressure inside the glass of water?
Well, Alan Watts has this old joke that I really love. He basically tells people, "Why don't you go ahead and mail me some water, but don't use a parcel." So yeah, your example has a container baked into it. Again, your guys' claim is that there is no container. So stop giving us examples with containers, bro.
But do you consider a glass of water closed container?
Yeah, because you have
water, liquids and gases.
not
Liquids and
closed.
gases are not the same, bro. Again, that's why you need the container for the Coca-Cola. Hold on, because it's the gas pressures on the inside. So right, they're trying to contain that gas and have the pressure. If you open the seal, open the container, pour it in a glass, dump the water out, pour the Coke in the glass, you're gonna lose the gas pressure.
I just have one argument for this. If you reduce atmospheric pressure, water boiling point changes until it can actually vaporize at room temperature, right? So you have the atmospheric pressure pushing the water. So there's pressure in the water. It's just the water is kind of a little bit incompressible, but it is compressible from the,
Yeah, so
in
now
large-
imagine Earth without a container. Yeah, that's right. Gas first explodes away, then the water starts boiling, and then that water vapor also explodes away. And then you have absolutely nothing but bare.
Do you guys know what a pressure cooker is?
Another container.
Yeah, a container.
Yes. And
Bro. Give us an
Keep making
example.
examples, dude. Maybe he's got one of those merry-go-rounds in his backyard where everybody gets pushed towards the center. You got one of
Brother.
those in your backyard?
Brother.
Yes.
You're gonna have to demonstrate something without the container. You're giving us all these examples. We know that you need a container to have liquid. If you're gonna
Tire
mail me
pressure.
if you're
Show
gonna
us
mail
tire
me,
pressure without the tire.
What I'm saying is, if you have a container, you normally don't get a gradient.
No. It's the other way around, my friend. You don't get a gradient. You don't get gas pressure to begin with without the container. I already gave you the analogy of the banana and its slices. You cannot cannot continue to point at the gradient. No one in their right mind would ever accept someone handing me a bag of sliced banana and saying, this is the proof that I have this rare magical banana that never grew from a peel. No one would ever accept that. So you can't keep offering us gradient or slices of banana for your proof. No one's going to accept that.
I'm curious that you guys have never pondered over why is there lower pressure, higher
Oh my God, you're doing it again.
I literally just had an entire item here explaining that. But of
He's
course,
gonna continue to do it.
you have to, as a baller, always come in and ask a question about something that was just meticulously explained. Of course,
I'm
you
sorry.
do.
What was the explanation?
First, before Arwen goes, I just explained to you that the gradient is not in contention. Notice you try to slip back in. Oh, but look, we have a higher pressure down here and up there. Let's take it off the table. We can forget about the gradient. That's not evidence of the claim. We're well aware of the gradient. We know it's there. We don't contend with that. The claim is that you've got this Earth plus gas pressure with no container. That is the thing you must prove. Pointing at the gradient is no different than saying, look, here's a bag of slices of banana. That proves I have this magical rare banana that never came from a field. No one's going to accept that ever. You wouldn't accept that. So stop trying to offer us that. We're not. That's not proof.
It's a very simple rebuttal, if I may.
He's going to do it again.
Right, to get it on with forever. So you lay it to rest, right? So the necessary antecedent for a gas pressure gradient is gas pressure.
Gas pressure.
The necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container.
Container.
Therefore, the necessary antecedent for a gas pressure gradient is a container.
Correct.
There you go.
So,
if you want to
so
say
you get-
otherwise, you have to demonstrate that
No.
claim. Not the gradient is not evidence. So stop
so
with
I'm
the
just-
stop with the gradient thing, bro.
Yeah, so you guys think that somehow the container produces the pressure.
You don't get pressure without one. Period.
So the walls are somehow making pressure.
No, it's the gas that uses the walls to press upon.
So the only
That's in the
if you take-
definition.
The gas
Yeah,
presses, right? Gas pressure,
Yeah,
it presses.
so-
It presses on
Yeah,
the
so
container
if you
wall
take- if
and
you
the
take-
other gas that surrounds it.
Yeah, if you look at 1 square foot of gas in your room, do you think that square foot gets its pressure from the air around it?
Yes, and that gas
Yeah,
gets the
so-
pressure
so-
from all the other
yeah.
air around it, and all that gas
Yeah, so-
gets the pressure from all the other gas
Yeah.
surrounding it and the container. If there would be no container,
every
then all the
little-
gas would try
every-
to press against the other gas that would not press against anything, resulting in it all exploding away until it finds some kind of container wall.
Yeah, so every square foot of air gets its pressure from the other square foots of air around it.
Yo,
right?
but you're like
From the
you're like
container.
isolating. You can isolate the a square centimeter in your pressure cooker. What's with that line of thinking, man? Come on, like
Your
I think
pressure
you're smarter
cooker
than
is
this.
a container.
You're just pointing back at
The
already
pressure cooker
containing.
has exactly a pressure cooker does not have a gradient inside it.
Okay, well that's again, you're just pointing at already
Who gives
contained
a
gas. I know, let's dude.
Who
You
gives
gotta.
a fuck
You
about
guys.
a fucking gradient in a pressure cooker? You
I know,
goddamn
right?
retard.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on,
Because
dude.
the
Listen.
gas will have
You
the
gotta
same pressure
hold on,
everywhere.
Gam. You gotta remember what your original premise is, my man. Your premise is that you do not need a container for gas pressure. So you're gonna have to demonstrate that. Like Arwen said, fuck a cooker or whatever. Forget all the air that's already in your room, that's already contained air. You got to show us what you're claiming.
So you're saying at the edge of the atmospheric pressure with no container, there's a one air molecule or whatever. There's just a bunch of air molecules acting as a container, but there's no physical container.
No.
So what's your reasoning?
Because you guys, you don't think that an air molecule has any weight.
What the fuck
What?
is
Who
that
said
kind
that?
of red
Bro, don't worry
herring?
about what we think, bro. You have the claim on the table that there's
No,
this
the reason I
claim on
come-
the table. We're just addressing that claim. Your claim isn't true because flat earthers don't believe in X, Y, and Z. That doesn't verify
The
what you're
reason-
claiming to be true.
The reason I'm here is I'm interested in how you see the world.
This isn't a psychoanalysis. I know you guys love to do this. Oh, well, how do you flat earthers think this and think that? Don't worry about us. Worry about
You
what
know
the
how
claim
we
is.
think?
It's not-
We
it's not
think
like-
It's
that
the-
what
it's-
is
it's-
true is
the-
true and
bro.
what isn't true isn't true.
Right.
That's what we think.
Here's the difference
You're
between
the one
you
that
and
has
I.
the problem here, not us.
Correct. Here's
You're
the difference
the one that
between
believes something that you can't prove.
correct. The
Yeah,
difference
man.
between
I'm
flat
a-
earthers and globe earthers is this, right? Flat earthers talk about the earth. You guys want to talk about flat earthers. So forget about us, right? You need to focus on the claim that's on the table. The claims are this. The Earth curves, the Earth moves, and that you have gas pressure without a container. So those are the claims that you're going to need to prove. Us not thinking this and thinking that doesn't verify those things. So forget about me. You need to worry about the claims on the table.
Why
Go ahead.
do you actually care about what I think?
You care about
It's
what
the other
we
way
think.
around, bro. You said you care about what we think. I don't care about what you
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
Look,
because I'm
listen,
interested.
they're telling. Hold on, they're telling
don't
flat earthers
care.
that we need to drop this idea and go back to those claims.
Yeah.
Right. So
But
you believe those claims are you believe they're true. So let's go through it with you. We can either just rip the Band-Aid off and tell you, look, what we're asking you for, this demonstration of gas pressure, does not exist. It's impossible. You'll never be able to provide that. But I think that you do believe that exists. So we're going to send you on a wild goose chase to look for something that isn't there. Maybe on your own journey, you'll realize it's not there and come to your own conclusion. Or we can just rip it off right now and tell you it's not there, bro.
Yeah, and it's pointless. It's a law of nature. It's
Right.
literally in physics, law of nature can never be violated, has never, will never be violated.
Period.
It is
I really
always.
think I really think that what you want to know is that if we're flat earthers from unresolved childhood trauma or something, you want to psychoanalyze why we're flat earthers. So yeah, my dad beat me as a kid, and I became a flat earther. That's why my reasoning is faulty, right?
Yeah, that's what you guys. I mean, not to just grill you. I know you've been a good sport, but this is something that's not uncommon. People are like, well, I just want to psychoanalyze you guys. Well, that's. Listen, I look at it more like a court case, right? I am the counsel for my client, Flat Earth. You are the counsel for your client, Globe. So you don't need to turn to me as the counsel and start trying to psychoanalyze me as the lawyer.
It's okay
You have
for
a
me
case
that
to
you-
make. Go ahead.
Yeah, but it's totally okay for me that you believe the Earth is flat.
Well,
and
we
I
don't
believe
believe it's flat. So listen, you're trying to don't worry about what I think and what I believe.
I believe it's not flat.
Well, you don't know what
So-
flat Earth is. I would challenge you. It's
doesn't
not like you've
matter.
asked anyone in this panel what flat Earth is. So people will say, "No, I believe it's not flat." And I would just simply ask you, "What is flat Earth?" And I almost guarantee you're not gonna know what it is.
Depends on which flat Earther you are
Exactly.
speaking
See,
with.
that's what I'm saying. You guys always do this. Everyone does this. Oh, I don't think
We
it's
don't
flat.
really say
It's
what it
not
is.
flat. And all I have to do is ask you,
We're saying-
okay, what is flat Earth? And you're like, well, it could be these many things. Guarantee you, no one in this
You
panel
can
thinks that's
always
flat
find
Earth.
a dumber flat earther that gets it wrong. You can always find those out there.
LARPers,
if you really want.
fakers. You're not going to find a genuine person.
You think that these flat Earth societies are psyop, don't you?
What? There is no, dude. There are no members of this quote flat Earth society, right? All that is, my friend,
technically
is a
there
bunch
are,
of
but-
globe heads running out into the street yelling, "I'm a flat earther!" and they shoot themselves in the leg, and then you see it and fall for it. There are no quote flat Earth society members. I promise you that.
They are controlled opposition shills, very blatantly.
Yeah,
But you guys fall for this. So again, you said, well, it depends on what flat Earth. That just shows right there. You definitely don't know what flat Earth is.
And most of the time, we're not saying what it is. We're saying what it's not. Just like CB said the other day in the
Yes, sir.
betas. We're not. It's easier to explain, kind of have the conception of what God is by saying what it's not. I'm not relating it to theology at all, but it's just an analogy. It's not curved. That's where what it is. We don't know. It's not curved. There's no measurable curvature. You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Correct.
It's not curved.
Flat stationary and contained.
Some of you think that the Earth is about where the Antarctic wall is, and some other think that the Earth extends way beyond the Antarctic
Look, man,
wall.
we all have our theories what this might be, but there's still theories we don't know because we can't go there. We can't scoop. We can have theories and talk about it for
hold
2 hours,
on.
but
Well, we don't know if we can go there. There's a lot about
Okay,
the Earth
well-
that we don't know yet. Like,
yeah.
what is the actual containment? Like, how does it work? What is the orientation
even
of the
know.
landmass? Is that question that nobody ever asks, including flat earthers, because they all just default assume it's a disk now, because that is the most prevalent animation for flat earthers.
Or an
to
infinite,
use,
or
just
or
like
an
the
infinite
globe.
yeah.
No,
or
no,
an
no, it's the
infinite
same.
rendering Earth.
The
We don't even know
infinite
what's
plane-
9 miles down.
Yeah,
We
but the
can't drill
infinite plane
even.
theory is still a disk. It's still disk oriented. Yeah, it's still assuming it's a disk that what we're standing on.
It has a boundary condition. That's what you're talking. That it's infinite, but somehow it's still a disk floating in space. Like,
No, there's no space.
yeah, I know. Yeah, sure.
And
Do you
we
guys
don't know
agree?
how the land masses within our realm orient toward each other.
Do you
We
guys
just assume
agree?
it's a disk.
But Gam, listen, bro. I don't. We don't have to turn this into. Like, I don't typically do the whole like theology type of stuff. But I would assume. Do you believe in some type of like God or creator or whatever?
No, I don't.
Oh, you're agnostic. I mean, that's okay if you are. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, sure. But I have very high educated friends that are highly religious. So
So
I'm very sorry for you. I'm
my
very
only
sorry
point in
for
bringing
you.
that up is like in the same way that people have different like quote ideas about God. They're
Highly
you're not
educated.
server muted.
Sorry, can I say something? Highly educated friends suck when you try to figure out flat Earth or the creation. Okay, it sucks because nobody's more misindoctrinated than high education people who, if they say something that goes against the conditioning that's part of their training, will fear losing everything they worked for. So they will never even get to your side. They will never even be open minded. They'll just judge you on how you got it wrong or right in accordance to their teaching. Yeah, that's highly educated friends. Not a good group of people to do this type of research with because they all made up their minds. Their entire financial dependency is resting
True.
on it.
True. So anyway, look, you got to kind of look at it like a court case. I always try to reset the table and have people focus on the idea that look, in a court case, there is one party that holds the burden of proof, which in this case is very much going to be the globe side. They're claiming these specific things. The Earth is a very specific size. It's doing this specific thing, moving, rotating at a certain speed, and it's in this specific location called outer space, which involves having no, barrier for the gas pressure. So what we're doing is addressing those claims. So
I really don't think that I would be able to make you see my point because I think we have
Wait.
different assumptions on many places.
Bro, I think what a lot of people forget is that flat earthers didn't just spawn out of the womb, never heard of the globe, fell off a truck, hit their head, and started believing in a flat earth. Like, I know people want to believe that, but it's most certainly not the case. If anyone knows the globe, it's gonna be the flat earthers. You'll be surprised. I think if you took 10 random people off the street and 10 flat earthers, those 10 flat earthers are going to outshine those 10 random people on what the globe is almost every single time. I believed in the globe my entire life very passionately. So you can't be like, well, I just don't think you'd understand the globe. We know what the claims
No,
are.
but that's weird.
I think
Dude,
that
it's different.
most flat earthers believed that if you went up in a airline plane, you would somehow see the horizon curve around you.
No, we don't think that. That's you goofballs who think
Could you
that.
give us an example of a flat earther that said that?
Bro,
when
listen,
you
nobody
believe-
says that on our side. That's stupid.
No.
It's the
No,
folks on the globe side who will randomly, you ask them, you dude, okay, let's go back to those 10 random people, right? If I was like, all right, guys, if I just took them one by one, how high do I need to go to see curvature? One of them's going to say, just get in an airplane, bro. Another one's going to say, climb a tree. Another one's going to say, go on a tall building. Another one's going to say, you can't see it. Bro, we don't say that you can. We don't say. We know that. We know. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. Hold on. We know the claimed size of the Earth, and so you have to know that to know how high you'll need to go to see curvature. Being in an airplane is not high enough, and the most honest globe earthers will tell you that. They know that. So no, flat earthers don't say you can see curvature in an airplane. That's ridiculous.
But when you believed in a round Earth back in the days, then did you expect the horizon to be visibly curved from an airplane?
Again, this goes back to like I said, most random people don't know jack shit about the globe. They just auto believe in this vague thing. You ask them how big is it? They don't know.
point.
What is the
When
distance to the
you're-
sun? I don't know.
when you're
These
just
people don't know
random-
jack shit. I didn't know these things. I learned way more about the globe when I started investigating it. But most people don't take the time to actually investigate. They just auto believe in this vague globe they know nothing about. That's why they say things like, just go on a tall building, you'll see the curvature. They're just saying shit.
When you don't know anything, you believe in the globe because that's what's being said everywhere, that is what it is. Then you start to study it and then find out, wait, there's inconsistencies to it. And then you become a flat earther, or you just try to forget about all of it.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then when you're a flat earther, now you actually know the globe because you're constantly getting swarmed by questions about it, so that eventually you become a globe expert.
Correct.
Well, as a glober, you don't become a globe expert unless you're an anti-flat earther.
Yeah.
And then you've basically been a flat earther too. So globers aren't globe experts. Flat earthers are globe experts.
Amen.
Couldn't have said it any better. That was all facts. Everything you
All
just
right,
said.
well, talking about
what you're
people
looking
who
for-
aren't familiar with the arguments is kind of pointless, right? Like, shouldn't we move? We can move on to like one of the arguments now, right?
Please.
Yeah, I will just listen
Well, so
to you guys.
okay.
So I will shut up and listen for a while.
Nice
right,
to
cool.
meet you, Gabligoon. Hey,
Yeah,
what
yeah.
you're looking
I want to make
for
sure you guys
is,
did not verified role. Sorry, go ahead.
is not this Discord. They opened a Flat Earth Society zoo here in Europe, and you go there and you see the flat earthers in their natural habitat. You know, yeah, you give them raisins and stuff. They're on a flat disc, and that's their and you can see them reproduce and cock this in their small corner and stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds
Hit me
great.
up if you want to know the location. See you, man.
Thank
Love it.
I
Okay,
always use humor to diffuse because it gets intense, right? Like it really gets intense with these debates, if you can call them debates, because they're not. But
I know how to kick this thing off, Hellish. I think I can kick this thing off, bro.
Well, I want to go back to what we were talking in the lobby, though.
Me
about
too.
this.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah.
Because you guys, listen. Why aren't I floating? What a ridiculous question.
It's not ridiculous.
No, it is insane. It's beyond
Well,
ridiculous.
let me clarify.
Why
Let me
would,
clarify
hold on.
in
Let me
my-
just
my
ask you.
question.
Let me just flip it back on you. Why would you float?
Well, if there were
you
no
born with
force
floating
keeping
ability?
into the
Let him
earth,
answer. Come on.
You're going to do this thing, Hellish, where you're going to say, "Well, reality would be
No, no, no.
different if flat earthers are
let-
correct."
Let me be clear. I'll clarify. So the problem that I keep bringing up is that density alone does not explain why objects move in any particular direction when they're released into free fall. You take a brick, you take a helium balloon, you take whatever object you want to, whether it's less dense or more dense than air. The air surrounding that object when it's released is the same density on all sides of the object. There's no inherent direction. Why would it move up or down or left or
So
right?
we're-
There's no direction with density.
Why would it be different? You're just
I'm
going
not
to
sa- I'm
subtly
not
do
talking
this
about
thing where you
the
say,
difference. I'm
Average
not talking
density
about
of the
the
it should
object
do
is
this
exactly the
different
same
thing.
as the air. If the average density of the object, the balloon, gas within it, is exactly on average the same as the density of the air that surrounds it, then it will just float freely and maybe be carried off by the wind of it. That's what would happen.
Path of least resistance. But again, it's just this subtle way to say, well, those flat earthers are right. Reality would do something completely. It would do backflips and jumping jacks and all these other random things that doesn't happen now. That's silly.
I'm not talking about a difference between the flat or the globe Earth at the moment. I'm just talking about how density doesn't have an explanation for why things move in a particular direction.
Yeah, but why
Yes,
would
it
things
does.
be
It
different?
literally does. It moves in a
Well, then-
particular direction because it's either more dense or less dense than the medium
the
that it is
air-
surrounded with. Medium.
It's more dense or less dense than the air, which is the same density
Medium.
on all sides.
No, not air. Medium. The medium.
Well,
Whatever
medium,
it is.
yes,
Air,
it's released into whatever
liquid,
medium, certainly. But
whatever.
right, but the medium is going to be the same density on all sides of the object, right?
Yeah, then it's
good
not
luck
gonna
measuring a difference in the density on either side, right?
Yeah, then it's not going to move.
No,
Remember, you
a
have
helium
kinetic
balloon.
force.
Yeah.
A helium balloon would have air that's the same density on the bottom than on the top, right? The density of the air surrounding that balloon wouldn't be different, right? It would be the same density on all sides.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're not seriously saying the direction is relative? Are you going with that shit? For real?
No, I'm saying density alone doesn't provide a direction.
Yeah, it does. More
Okay,
dense
well,
goes
so
down,
helium
less dense goes up.
is a
More dense goes down, less dense goes up. More
right. Well, the
dense
question
goes
is why.
down, less dense go up. I can't
not?
define it more clearly than that. It is literally within the very experiment, within the very theory of relative density, exactly how it does that. Where the hell are you getting this from? That it doesn't define that. It absolutely tells you exactly what happens and why. That's
Well,
why
I'm
it is
familiar
the
that
theory.
I'm familiar that objects of a particular density will move in a certain direction based on the relative density. Certainly, I agree with that.
Yeah, because
But
they're more dense or less dense. That's
right,
what
less dense
literally
or
is
more
the
dense.
cause behind the differential, but behind the movement that it is showing, is whether it is more or less dense. That is
So
literally it.
what is the density of the air like directly above like the object, above like a helium balloon, say, or a clay brick? Like that
You
air
already
has a
baked that
certain
into
density,
your.
right?
You already said it. The same.
Right. Whatever density the air has on top, it has the same density below that object too, right?
Yes, so? Is
So
it more or
why
less
does it
dense
move in a
than the air
direction?
that surrounds it? Above it, below it, beside it? Is it more or less dense than what surrounds it?
My question would be, why would it do something different?
I'm not saying it wouldn't.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is
really
that
subtly you are saying that.
no.
It's
What
'cause,
I'm
look, you guys do
saying
it all the
is
time.
that
This guy, let me
with
just read you
density
out.
alone,
The guy in the chat
with
says the same thing. Why not sideways? Why not up? Why not this? Why not that? Why would it do
exactly.
those things? Just like why would you float, bro?
I'm just saying in a system with only density, with no other factors. There's
But
no
that's
there's no
that's the
inherent direction.
same system. That's the same system as right now. We're just taking away the gravity. The gravity's not doing anything. So when we take it away, it's not like, oh, I'm gonna start floating now.
There's nothing
No,
to
you
take
didn't
away. It
need
doesn't
that in the
exist.
first place. You guys, this is why I typed it out in the chat.
I must
Number
need a
one,
visual to help me. I don't.
you
There
don't.
must
You
be
don't.
something
Look,
lost
let
in
me just say
translation.
this. Let me just say this, bro. You have these two ideas. All you need to do is take them away. Enzyme, watch this. This is that neti approach I talked about yesterday. So you have two ideas. Number one, I have floating / flying abilities. Number two, something is preventing me from achieving those abilities.
I'm not. That's
Well,
not what I'm
let me
saying.
finish.
I
Let me
don't.
finish.
I'm not
No,
saying
no,
I
no,
have
no, no, no,
telepathic
no.
flying
Let me
abilities.
just
I'll
let me
come
just
back. I'll
finish,
come back
Hellish.
with a visual
Let me just
later.
finish, bro.
That's what I'll do.
Oh,
Okay. I mean, he did try to do it, right? He did try to say, why, if the air is less dense above it, he wanted to say it. Why doesn't it go up? He
yeah.
wanted to say it.
hmm
And then I confronted him with it and he denied it. And then he continued trying to say that. Is this
Correct.
unbelievable?
They try to mask it behind question. This is what they do, guys. Is they mask rhetoric behind questions. We know what they're doing.
What he was basically trying to do in a poorly articulate way is what dictates up and down if not gravity.
Here's their problem: is they have, for us, it's really simple, right? There's only one up, one down, right? For them, they've got up is a different direction for everybody. You know, everyone raises their arms to the sky. Well, everyone's pointing in different directions. For flat earthers, we raise our arms up and we're all pointing in the exact same direction. Up is easy, down is easy. Simple.
Right. And absolute. Also, something that's still debatable among some flat earthers, but it is. It is absolute. Absolute up, absolute down. How is it up and down? Well, we know because less dense things go up and more dense things go down. And that's how we know what is up and down. It's because less dense things go up. And that's how we know that it is up. And more dense things go down. And that's how we know it It's that
They just
simple.
need a force behind it instead of a general direction, right? And then where a lot of flat earthers go into the electrostatic and charge thing.
Yeah, and that they shouldn't because it's horse shit. It has nothing to do with anything. It's all density.
Yeah, well,
It's
they
the only
think that they're like, if no gravity, reality different. No, bro, gravity's not reality. So when I take away your gravity idea, reality doesn't shift and morph and start doing all these other things. This is one of their baseline issues. And I keep trying to tell Hellish every single time. This is his like favorite tactic. Flat Earth would be different. And they all do this. Oh, well, why doesn't balloons go sideways or left? It's like, why would they? Like, you're saying you're making this presentation that reality should do something different than it does right now. It's insane.
Right. How can flat Earth work the same as everything does? That can't be. It has that something has to be different about it. Right?
Yeah, that's what they all trip up.
Flat
They
Earth
trip up on
can't
that every
be
time.
like reality. There has to be something different about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's always
It's like they don't realize we are the flat earthers on the earth where all these things already happen. What the hell? All they're doing is creating a position that no one holds. Oh, they're basically saying, you flat earther, you should believe things do this. No, we don't need to believe anything. We're just observing reality as it is now. Doesn't
Right.
change.
Yeah, because we don't have opinions on how you have to go before you can see the curvature, right? They bring
Yeah,
that
I think
up.
that was our friend Gam who said that flat earthers think you can see curvature from a plane. Hell no. No.
Projection much?
No, I didn't. I said that before when you were round earthers as a child.
Okay,
Then
all
you
right.
thought you could see it, and that is what
Eh,
was. That
I
is
don't know if I
one
actually
reason.
thought that. To be
That
fair,
is
there's a lot of things I didn't think about when I just auto believed it, right? I didn't
Yeah.
really think about it that much. I didn't consider all these things that I know now. What is the size of the earth? What is the distance of the sun? How are these things measured? I just took it on faith that it was all true already, and I very much believed it, very passionately.
Do you know how I used to argue gas pressure without a container when I was very young?
No.
Well, I said, well, it can't be natural law because how else could there be outer space?
Because you presuppose there was an outer space.
Yeah, I couldn't
and
think
you
of it not existing. So
I understand.
then natural law had to be wrong about it. They had to just be archaic and wrong because, of course, there has to be outer space out there. So
Yeah.
it
I
can't
think
be natural law.
most globe earthers think that way. I think they have learned a lot of things by heart, so they adapt their arguments according to that. So I think you are quite right when you're discussing with many people.
Your volume is incredibly low.
I don't know how to fix this. Could you assist? Is it some? Do you have to do some adjustment in Discord?
It's a
Do I
little
have
better
some,
now.
Okay. I will. I look ridiculous, but I have the microphone just at my mouth.
Yeah, don't worry, there's
I
no
have this.
camera on.
Oh, yeah, that's great. That's great. One. Do you guys think that like your grandparents or something before the 1950s were taught in school that the Earth was flat or not?
Yeah. In the 20s, it
Ah.
still was. In the 30s, still even.
So you don't.
But they weren't. They don't
you-
literally
have you-
teach you it's flat, though. It's just like, oh, when somebody asks, that's just going to be the answer, and it's not going to be expounded upon a lot. But I mean,
Have
they
you
assumed it's
spoken
flat,
to
it's
your
stationary.
elderly? Have you spoken to your relatives about this, and have they confirmed it to you?
No, not my relatives. They died
Yeah, I got a
before I
Ouija
figured out
board, and
their.
I've been talking to them. The Ouija board says
No, but
yes.
I
Come
mean,
on, man.
there are very old people that have communicated that. Do you remember the video? You got like this really old lady who still could remember having had being taught in school that the Earth is flat, and that
Wow.
she thought it was ridiculous when the moon landings happened. She didn't buy it.
Ah, I see.
Remember that? It's on the DITRH channel from a while ago.
Hmm.
But there are
Yeah.
definitely very old people that have, like, if they still went to school like before 1940, yeah, they will have been taught about flat Earth, or at least that the Earth is stationary. Flat, I don't know if they would literally teach that,
Have
but
any of
definitely
you
stationary.
seen a really old, what is called in English, Earth globe? You know those things you have in the living room.
It's called a globe.
What?
Yeah,
Yeah, the miniature Earth.
yeah.
Well, I think it's
Have you
just
seen
called
really
like that.
old ones?
What?
Have you seen really old ones?
Yeah, why?
You don't think it's peculiar to manufacture those if everyone agrees that the Earth is flat?
What? What the hell? Like, what is the argument here?
The year 1912 or something. Why would you try to sell a round Earth globe if
Look how
everyone?
popular it is. Everyone
Because
loves it,
it's a
bro.
conspiracy that's yielded the biggest profit ever recorded.
Wait, selling the truth to people isn't like there's no incentive for that. Look at how popular things like Christmas is, Santa Claus. It's not really popular to be like, no, guys, like I'm gonna sell you like Santa's not real. Like there's way more money in these fanatical things.
Not
You know?
only that, but don't you see the alien agenda? They're taking it forward a little bit lately. Like it's more prominent now. If you're telling
Yeah,
people
but
you
that's
live
just
inside, go
that's
ahead.
not a direct profit margin, though. There is a lot of to be made from Globe Earth, and that's the fact, right?
Look at
I
how
mean,
much
you
people
just have to
love it,
say,
dude.
look, we need a satellite to get more reach, right? Which is literally, very likely, just a tower being erected. But because you're launching a satellite, that costs millions, So yeah, you can then basically fund it for millions, even like have people fund you for it, sponsor you because it costs millions, even though in reality it might cost you like $10,000 or something, right? Extremely profitable if you're in on the game. Extremely profitable.
Perhaps
I mean,
should
let's
do
look
it.
at look at just like things like Star Wars, Star Trek. People freaking love this shit. They eat it up. And so, why would you not do that? All that desk globe is just paper mache. There's really nothing. I wouldn't say that's like proof of the Earth or anything like that.
But do you think that the idea of how old do you think the idea of a globe Earth is?
A couple hundred years, maybe.
Now, the Globe Earth idea is very old. It's just that nobody would ever take it serious. It was always an occult belief in the past.
Okay, I see.
Something weird that mathematicians were.
Well,
And
that makes
Jesuits
sense.
and all that, right? And astronomers.
Truth isn't popular. That's what I'll say. The truth isn't really that popular. So, I mean, we can go into some other examples, but we're not on Rumble
I'm
right
a
now.
conspiracy theorist in other areas.
There you go.
Oh. So, how many of you were awakened by the 9/11 events?
I was too young for that, really. I was a little bit.
Not me at all.
Oh.
Alex Jones had to shake me out of that because I just thought like, oh yeah, sure. I mean, I knew things were wrong and things weren't to be trusted, and the government was probably fooling around, but I had no idea like how until much later.
I was in like first grade, so I wasn't like going conspiracy mode as a
Facts.
first
I was
grader.
in diapers, bro.
Yeah.
I was 21, so
Oh
Nice.
wow.
I don't have that excuse.
The
For
thing
me,
that
the
woke me up,
yeah. Go ahead, Kenshi. I'll go after you.
I started.
What wake you up about the flat Earth?
Oh, the flat Earth. That was
Yeah.
2017. But what started waking me up was, you remember the music industry, the Illuminati conspiracies and all that. That's where I started at. So yeah.
For me, Gam, it was when they were like, "All right, guys, we're gonna launch a car into space." I'm like, "Yeah, that's definitely not happening." Because I believed in outer space a lot. I watched The Cosmos with Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan. I love that stuff. You know, like I would tell people for their birthday, I'd be like, "Hey, man, like congratulations, you made it another trip around the sun." And like I genuinely deep down believe that. I meant that.
That's cringe, man. That's cringe.
It's so cringe to look back on it, but a lot of people did say like, "Whoa, man, I never thought about that." Like, "Oh, that's cool." I got a lot of good feedback from it. So anyway, so I did believe in outer space, but I'd never believed in the moon landing. So when they were like, "All right, guys, round 2, we're putting a car in space," I'm like, "Yeah." I was like, "Stop the cap."
Stop the cap.
It looks so fake because it's real. You know, the one thing that really got me about the car thing, were those tires pressurized? Because they would explode in space in vacuum, right? But they that's one of the
Yeah, but
millions
not
of reasons.
really.
That's funny
Sorta.
because I think Elon Musk thought that he would educate people about space, but perhaps his actions had the exact opposite effect.
So
What?
for me, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back in terms of outer space. I'm like, yeah, this outer space thing is a little bit fishy, you know. And I heard the words "flat Earth" for the first time in 2017, kind of like Kenshi. And so, like, it wasn't this. I usually say this subject is not like a microwave meal. It's like a good whiskey, and it takes a few years for it to age. And I'm in 6 years now into this thing. A lot of people are still finding out about it. So I don't expect people to get it overnight. It takes a little bit of time. I heard about Flat Earth in 2017. They did the space car thing in 2018. And I was still like trying to figure out how space works. But when they did that car thing, I was like, yeah, space started to fall apart for me. And that's when I started investigating even more. So I do think that a lot of the things that they do, it has this like dual effect where it'll be a gatekeep for people. Some people saw the car Tesla thing and they're like, oh, great. Yeah, space definitely even more real now. But I think it also has this negative effect where it'll push people away like it did with me. So
No,
the
but
more
it doesn't make people think it's even more real now. It just forces people to bypass it and overlook more. That's why I
That's
think
how
they are making all
most
these mistakes, is
people,
that the true believers witness it and look past it so that things slip by them even more. It's like
That's how
programmed
most people,
stupidity for believers.
have you guys heard the expression "jump the shark"?
no, actually, I'm gonna Google it though.
It's when a TV series goes so ridiculous, so you lose faith in it. It was a TV series from the, I don't know, 50s, 60s,
What's it again?
70s.
Is that about that bar, right? What's it called again?
Fonzie and what's it called?
Ah, I see.
Yeah, at some he was the cool guy in the series, and in one episode he took a jet ski and jumped over a shark, and after that
Mhm.
nobody could take it seriously. So jump the shark is when you go over the
Oh, yeah,
top.
it's Happy
So
Days.
perhaps Elon Musk jumped the shark with his car.
It says the beginning of the end. Something is said to have, quote, jumped the shark when it has reached its peak and begun a downhill slide into mediocrity or oblivion.
Yeah.
Oh, that's no chemical axiom, actually. So that's why I may be a little bit late in development, because I know the moment I reach my peak, it's just going downhill from there.
Yeah. Okay. It was really nice talking to you guys. Perhaps I'll see you again.
Yeah, man, come back anytime. I know it was a little hot at first. The grills got kicked on immediately, but we do have good conversations in here, and we love a good bit back and forth, a little spar. So you come back anytime. You're welcome here as much as you like. So
Take care.
thanks for stopping by.
Peace, peace.
Well, that went well.
Yeah, I think it did. At first it was definitely a little spicy. I'm like, no, bro, you shut your mouth.
Well, you get jaded real fast here with trolls and explaining the same thing over and over and hearing the same thing. So
Yeah, I personally do, bro. Like, cause I don't know how more. I'm the simple guy, like you said, and so you're like the analogy king. I was laughing about that last night, actually thinking about it.
You are.
Yeah, it was very flattering. But I do try to keep things real simple. A child could understand the type of stuff I present. So you can't sit there and pretend like you don't understand and then just like move on to something else. Like, hell no, bro. You understand the banana slices. And he just went right back to, well, there's higher pressure on the lower gradient. I'm like, bro,
I think
you heard me.
repeated the phrase antecedent relationship maybe 100 times from yesterday till today.
I know. They really think they got something with the gradient, bro. That they were in the chat like gradient. I'm like, you guys don't understand that you're selling me this idea that there's a no container, but you're offering me up something that, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of a good analogy for that. Where something's for sale, but you offer me what wasn't on the advertisement,
No, and it's almost like the same as the argument. Look up there, the sun is a sphere, and why is no the planets are spheres, and the Earth has to be a sphere. It's almost look up instead of looking down and measuring that there's no curve, and then everything else should fall in in a logical place. But
yep. You know what I was thinking about last night? It's funny you said that because the moon, it does such weird things, man. It's kind of hard to keep track of it. Like, it's never in the same spot. It comes out at different times. Like, it's really weird. And
changes color a lot.
Yeah, that too. Like, I think about. I was like looking at it last night. I'm like, I should ask more globies. Like, did you see the moon last night? And like have them.
It's a fucking mystery, right? Because you researched a little Crow 777 and all the other things about the moon and how it actually proves that the sun is not making the shadow go up in the moon and stuff like that just by the cycles.
Be shouting out my nigga Crow 777.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude. I mean, like, I was looking at it last night. I had a nice little gibbous or whatever, and I'm like, I should ask globies more often to like go out and observe. Like, did you see the moon, bro? And I bet you they'd be like, no, I don't really do that. Like, it would be good to get them to think a little bit more about reality. Like, go outside and observe the moon. Watch how weird it is. It does weird stuff. Like, it's never in the same
spot. They don't have to observe what's outside. They can just look it up on Google and then get the animations.
I know.
What's even crazier is when you see a supermoon. I'm sure you guys have all seen it, like in real life. There's just something about it. There's a presence. And then 15 minutes later, it's small again. Like, I don't know. It's crazy.
Yeah, bro. A few years ago, there was a strawberry moon or whatever. And I made sure to go out and take pictures from this dope spot in Kentucky. And it just, the moon isn't, they're always like, it's just a rock. The sun does that. What? How could you possibly think that?
They're selling moon rocks and shit, man. It's like almost like the insurance for meteorites. Are you worried meteorites showers might fuck up your car?
I played it so many times. You guys have remembered the clip now. I know, dude. It's funny.
And when they analyze it, it's just freaking Earth rocks, but that's wood. The proof. The moon
petrified wood.
This
Yeah,
is
they're like,
exactly what I was
Moon rock
talking
was
about.
petrified wood.
This is exactly what I was talking about, right? Where they sell you an idea, but when you go in to purchase it, they like give you some other thing that it's like, wait, whoa, like this isn't what I ordered online. Yeah.
You remember there was a time, and it's a meme about people buying property like the stars are like their property, like they have the property for it.
Yeah.
They're selling certificates. Yeah, Polaris, I bought it. It's for you. Look at this
Yeah,
piece of
dude.
paper. It's fucking nuts, man.
You can use that when people ask you, why does it matter? Why do you guys care if the Earth is a globe or not?
Well, I bought the rights for it.
Well, dude, you can buy craters on the moon.
That's why it
Literally.
matters.
Literally, you can do that.
That's exactly why
I
it
had
matters.
friends
like
that
selling-
did that.
In
You
Meta,
would never
like,
be so
like,
gullible.
when you're buying piece of land in Metaverse, right? And you pay.
That's what I'm saying, guys. Like, you can use that as your answer. If someone's like, why do you guys care so much? Why does it matter? Well, you would never be so gullible to buy, like, space land and moon rocks and meteorite insurance for your car, like all this crazy stuff. You would never be so gullible.
You're right, insurance.
Joe, dude, Arwen, you might not have heard how. Let me play the clip, bro. It's hilarious. I was watching.
Yes,
I was just on
please.
YouTube,
And
and this
after that,
advertisement
space
pops
food.
up.
Space food.
Okay, yeah. That's so funny. I will.
There is an
here
ad
it
where a
is.
meteor hits a car, but that's
Oh my
not about
God, well-
meteor insurance, right?
No, not to insure the meteor, but to insure your car from shit falling from the sky like a meteor, to protect your car from it. Listen to this.
What if I bought
They
the
say an
rights for the
asteroid
meeting?
wiped out the dinosaurs. I don't know about that, but I do know if space debris hit my car, it'll be all right. Comprehensive car insurance can cover things that fall from the sky. Hail, trees, golf balls, even meteorites.
How about Satelloons?
Right. Shout out to the Truman Show. But yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, you would not know. And then also, there's a company called Caviar, and they sell iPhones, right? Custom iPhones. And if you go on there, you'll see
space metals, space
yeah,
alloys.
you'll see iPhones that cost like $14,000 because they claim there's a piece of meteorite in it. Give me a break.
Yo, listen, like I don't like them scamming people, but at the same time, there's a part of me that's like, if you're so fucking stupid to pay that money,
that's it
for that thing. You deserve it. You deserve to be scammed. There's a big
That's it,
part of
bro.
me.
Do they deserve to get richer from people that are stupid enough to get scammed, though? That's the question.
That's it.
Yeah, it's a moral
Enzyme.
conundrum. Yeah, I know. Like, I don't feel good about it, but at the same time, I'm like, and I know they're human beings and they should know better, and I would love to educate them or help them out. But at the same time,
And help
man,
everybody.
there's a part of me that's like, you fucking idiot, you deserve to be scammed.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
dude,
but you could have spent that money on actual useful things that would have benefited everybody. So
yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, brain transplants are worth, still not there yet.
aren't they? I thought
I
head
hope not.
transplant were officially done with humans.
That's fucking nuts. But I know they've
Yeah.
been done with dogs in the 80s and 90s, and they did stuff like that with monkeys and shit.
Didn't they do it in China last decade?
Well, there's theories they clone people and shit, but whatever.
Yeah, but
I don't
head transplants. I thought it was an official news article at the time. They were
Jeez.
so proud of it.
So what happens? The guy just the head is the individual, and then
Yeah.
Oof,
Then you
ah.
get a dead body and then you have it sewn on it.
damn.
Dang.
I always wanted to be black. That's a dumb joke.
That's not gonna make your head black though.
Don't worry,
Which
I
one?
can just use makeup for the upper part, but from the
It's
chest.
gonna look like shit.
yeah.
Literally. It's gonna literally look like shit.
Yo, that's crazy, man. Like, I don't know. That just we've been tinkering with nature for many years, and I don't like it. But this is just they have the transhumanist agenda, so they don't fucking care about. They need limits of morals or ethics or whatever. Like, they don't care. They can copy your consciousness, put it in a chip, put it in a dog.
No,
put
they
it in
can't. That's all bullshit. That's all
Yeah,
science
whatever,
fiction
I'm just
nonsense. They can't
gambling.
do any of that, and they never. because that's literally none of it is true. It's all based on this idiotic materialistic view of things, and it doesn't work. A robot can't be a throne to your spirit. Only your body that is designed for you can be the throne of your spirit.
I went into many rabbit holes. I forgot the name of this guy. He supposedly was a musician and was trauma-based, mind controlled since a kid, and that he knows about how they make these clones, and when you enter REM sleep, you control the clone. It was fucking crazy, but it was really crazy.
Yeah, sure. Now that I've heard of that part, definitely.
Yeah.
You can
I've been
astral project and
researching-
literally go in vessels like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been researching. Maybe we go to other rabbit holes of how mummies that are originally from Egypt, we can't replicate those types of mummies because the cells are viable for cloning, and we can mummify this way for some reason. And there's these theories that they were waiting for the old technology to come back, and that's why they preserve the tissue so they can clone them. You know, the conspiracy that Obama is a clone of Akhenaten and all that shit.
He could very well be.
That's just a big rabbit hole, man. But hey, I went through all of it. I don't know how I still remember some of it because it was so
But is he a clone, or is he simply an offspring that happened to actually start resembling him again? Right?
Yeah, who knows, man? Genes have a funny way of expressing themselves and passing through generations and such. So
Yeah, and they are collected. I mean, these elites collect these types of genes.
Yeah, they're like the art.
Between each
They're
other.
art.
It's like they use each other as collector items, like that.
Yeah,
Wait, I got a quick question though. Is the same person who's saying this about Obama? Is this the same source that says that Obama was, as a teenager, working on Mars as an astronaut?
No,
that's also.
I think you're going into the rabbit hole of the super soldiers guy.
I've got this from Freeman, and that is in 2007 or something.
Actually, I think it was the time travel people. They said that Obama was time traveling, and they used young children, and this is part of the time travel because people don't notice young children or something like that. Anyway, if it's the same source, if it's the same source, the source kind of burned himself because you'd have to demonstrate Mars to be a place in the sky to go to.
Some of those nut jobs just take other conspiracies and add their own craziness to it. It doesn't invalidate
to
the
discredit
theory.
it. That's right.
It's not the original
being
source.
a clone like that is a very old idea, and there was definitely no nonsense about Mars side. So, whoever's saying that now, they're doing credit. That's the only reason why you would add such nonsense.
Well, yeah, it's a similar thing as why I from here on out don't ever take anyone seriously at all when they talk about the concept of remote viewing and saying that they've done it. Because I've heard a remote viewer, quote unquote remote viewer, like the best one they have, so to speak, on Coast to Coast AM a few years ago, and he said that he was remote viewing astronauts on the moon or some shit like that, like people on the moon. And I was okay, dude,
That's misinformation. You really think they're gonna anything? People are literally involved in the Secret Service espionage for a century. They're not literally gonna tell you anything. They want you to not believe that. You see? That's safer that way.
Yeah, and it's almost like the Flat Earth Society. They have a pretender clown on purpose, discrediting everything. Maybe there's something to it. We don't know, but we're gonna assume that it's all shit.
Right? It's like what the CIA's motto is. Our mission is complete when the American people, everything they believe is wrong.
Is that really their?
Yeah, it is. They said
That's
that
great.
officially.
They're almost like a skull and bone society with their.
Hold on.
They are
To be
a skull and bone
fair, I
society.
think it was
That's where
an
they come from.
individual, don't misspeak about that. Like, to be fair, like it was an individual in the CIA that said that. It's not like
Yeah, for
every
sure.
CIA
Like,
employee is
don't
like got
all
that
say
badge
that,
on
that's
them and
right.
like, oh yeah, I lived at that, you know. But it's
yeah,
keep in
but
mind, it's an organization. Keep in mind, the CIA was formed during World War II to combat the Nazis, and it just continued on afterwards. The major German Nazi threat is long dead and gone. The CIA doesn't need to exist anymore.
Threat long and gone, dude. They are the fucking. Where do you think all these paperclip people went to? The CIA didn't go after the Nazis. They were there to replace them.
Yeah. So either way, whatever way angle you want to look at it, the point is, there's no practical purpose for its existence.
Of course, there's a practical purpose. Power. That's what it all was, always.
That's not a practical purpose.
Yeah, it is. Power. To stay in absolute control of everything. That is the purpose.
Do you know what the word practical means? It means like, you know, make sense for everyone, or at least the majority, you know? Like,
Doesn't
how
have
does
to
one
make
person,
sense
how
in
does
order
one
to work.
individual... Never mind, whatever, dude.
It doesn't have to make sense in order to work. Mind control is mostly based on misinformation. And it works. The power of it works. That's why that exists. That's why there's organizations that do that. Because it works. They don't do that because they want to sow confusion, because that seems interesting. They do it because it. Because people are stupid enough to buy that shit.
Buy what?
And then when
The
they
Earth
buy
being a ball?
nonsense, then they don't buy things. They already have something. They're nonsense that to believe in. Right? If you tell somebody a lie and they believe, then if you then afterward tell them the truth, there's a great chance that they won't accept it because they already have it filled in through the lies. That's the trick. That's what the
But
CIA
I think the saying that you're looking for is that it's much easier to fool a man than it is to convince him he's been fooled.
Yep. But I'm not going to reference that literally because that was said by. You know, that doesn't make it not true. It is true.
You cut off there. It was said by who?
Hitler.
Oh.
Who the fuck is that guy? Who the fuck is that?
The Earth mentions the flat, non-rotating plane.
Right, but on average, you can like anything that officially comes out from the CIA that involves some kind of technology or secrets or things that have happened, you can assume pretty much per default that it's specifically said to mislead you. Especially if it's scary. A lot of the time when they say, oh, we can do this, and they actually can't do it, but they are working on trying to become able to do it. You see?
Supposedly, after a certain time, they release secret documents, right? And a lot of these documents, people just go crazy because they have mind technology, sound wave, whatever guns, whatever crazy shit you can imagine. They already have it and done it. And it seems really fishy to me.
Yeah, but they don't really use it. If you use those secret technologies too much, well, then somebody might find out and start to use it for themselves. And that's why they don't just use everything that they discover. But they love to bring you, tell you like, oh, we got this and that, when they don't have it. And then other agencies can try to figure it out and send their spies to find out. And it wasn't there, because it was just a trap. Whenever any kind of Secret Service related individual says anything, I'm going to assume that it's all a lie. Like immediately. Before I sink into it and start to judge whether it could be possible, right? I just first off assume it's a lie. Because it probably is. The more interesting and fascinating the story is that they say, the more likely that it is actually a lie.
Yeah, that's that auto hoax thing that we were talking about earlier, Arwen.
Right, but boring facts usually aren't auto hoaxes. It's when it becomes really interesting. Right? That's when it's a hoax, more likely. Because actual, real interesting things tend to get them into trouble. It gives them unwanted attention.
I get that.
Yeah, too bad everybody else doesn't.
I don't. Do you have a specific example of that?
Okay, well, heart attack gun. Mind control devices. All these things. Have you ever seen a demonstration? Is there actual proof that any of it was real? It sure as hell scared the shit out of a whole bunch of people. Talked about that, right? Kind of famous, these clips. Is there any actual proof that any of it is real?
Well, first-hand demonstrations, no. But,
Yeah,
you
because
can
if it
say the
was
same thing
real,
about a lot of things. Yeah.
if it was real, you could just use it. Very easy, you know? You don't have to violate anybody to demonstrate whether that's real or not. Yet, there was never any demonstration. Ever.
I wonder. I was thinking to myself, well, who would you demonstrate it on? But then I realized, oh yeah, you could probably demonstrate on like a goat, right? If it was real.
Or a cow that was about to be slaughtered anyway. Although they could probably do it. I mean, point is that they didn't develop it. It was probably just an idea. Like, hey, we could do that. And then they realized if we do that, everybody's fucked, especially us. Right? I mean, could you imagine that everybody could just readily available get guns that don't even need bullets, that without a sound can literally create a heart attack in somebody? Could you imagine that? You imagine how fucked the world would be if that actually existed.
That's like straight out of an anime or something.
Much worse. I mean,
Well, those were CIA documents, right? They had the heart attack gun thingy.
That's crazy.
Yeah, they have more crazy stuff than that, but that's
yeah,
one.
but they never demonstrate it though. They never actually prove that it works.
I'll be honest.
CIA agent that will tell stories about how they've seen that it works, but you never actually get a demonstration, now do you?
I'm a little more scared of what people could do with tiny robots.
Yeah,
Nano.
they have the nano-controlled bots that you can control wirelessly and stuff, and those documents also have been released, if I'm not mistaken.
Have you ever seen that demonstrated?
Oh, like gas pressure without a container? No. I'm just kidding.
No, but they
Yeah,
say
but I'm
they
not
have
talking about
that,
those
but you
kinds of
haven't seen it.
robots.
All we've ever seen is a bunch of graphene ordering itself. Yeah? In
You can
just
do that
a
with electric
random.
current. Yeah, that's just
Yeah.
electric current. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's as far as it goes because that's a thing that you've actually seen, you see? So that's real because you've actually seen it. However, all those other things, all science fiction. All to make you believe that they are powerful and they can do anything. And nobody even knows how it. That's called a bluff.
Mm-hmm.
Bicycle bot.
Yeah, love it. The waving.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
when I said tiny robots, I wasn't talking about nanobots, though. I just mean like drones with, syringes full of
okay.
needles or grenades attached to them.
Oh, well, that, yeah, sure. I mean, they're using those kinds of drones right now in the war. Right? Just a drone flying over, dropping a bomb. It's being
That's where
used. The footage is all over the place.
Yeah, but no, I didn't mean dropping a bomb. Like, I mean, the drone is the bomb. Like, you could just put a grenade on a drone and murdering someone with that. I mean, in a
It's
certain
much
manner
more
of
efficient to
speaking,
just drop
you
it,
know,
and then you can drop multiple bombs. And they're doing it right now. They're doing it in Ukraine.
the
They're doing
point,
it in Israel.
yeah, dude, you're not listening. Chill.
Doesn't
The
have to
point
be
I
a
was just
bomb
simply
itself.
trying to. Never mind.
I get
go
the
on,
idea,
Orion.
but
Don't
it
be
doesn't
like
have
that.
to be it doesn't have to be a suicide drone. It can literally have multiple targets and go back. Why the hell would you have it automatically
point-
blow itself up?
So the point I was trying to make is that with the lack of it, with the difference of it being much more messy, it's just a similar way to kill someone as the heart attack gun. If you were to actually make the heart attack gun, it's killing someone at a distance without a bullet.
Well, it turns out that just having drones that just drop basic bombs or hand grenades, as you said, is much more cheap and effective. And that's why they're using that right now.
Yeah, it's funny that you guys are going into this. This is super random, but whoa. Hold on a second. Let me mute up.
It'd be kind of funny if they had, sort of a countermeasure for the heart attack gun. If they made the heart attack gun, like something to counteract that. Do they say that they use sound waves to do it, or some other kind of? They didn't say radio. Yeah, they said they were trying to use sound waves to do it. But I'm like wondering, what would be the countermeasure to that? Something to cancel out those sound waves, I guess.
I'm gonna go with a tinfoil hat. No, but I mean, why the hell? Like seriously, like it doesn't exist. It can't exist, dude. Look at how many people are dying of heart attacks right now. Did they use a heart attack gun for that? No, they just gave you vaccines.
I remember you gotta speak in code when you talk like that.
Yeah, the juice, bro. The juice, Arwen.
Yeah, and they got the other kind of juice too. The one that's just full of sugar. I think that may have contributed to their heart failure as well. To be fair.
The point is there's no heart attack gun needed, if it even exists. They're doing it other ways. If that thing existed, it would now be in the hands of people and get notifications of like places being infiltrated and all the guards lie dead without a wound. all died of heart attacks. Yeah, we don't get those types of messages ever because it doesn't exist. And if it did exist, it would absolutely would it be used, and it isn't. Or maybe the things were just too dangerous, and every time you use it, you risk like inducing a heart attack in yourself. That could be it too, you know. Maybe it just didn't work. But whatever it was, whether it was using, and that's a fact.
Is it me or you're just randomly cutting Arwayne or Arwin?
I can hear him fine. I think it's
No?
you.
Yeah, I'm running a Tron script trying to see what's up, and maybe it's just disconnecting me.
You're sounding a little
Oh.
crackly.
Come on, Tron. That's a Chappelle thing. I'm not sure if you're familiar.
I know Chappelle, but I didn't remember that sketch.
There was two. I posted the one GIF in the chat. It's the
How
one
are
where
you
they
so
had
quick?
reparations.
How are you so quick with the content, man? Do you type real fast and have a folder of everything organized? How you do it, man? It's
Hey,
impressive.
you know, a good magician never reveals his secrets, sir.
Okay, man, keep the mystery up. I love it anyways.
Yeah, there was two
I think
episodes,
you have
but they
a
did a
I
Go
think
ahead.
you have a voice to text program that's always on, trying to automatically look up content.
It's my brain. The GIF thing in the
The gift
Discord,
that
the
keeps on
integrated GIF
gifting.
thing. Hey, there you nice. I see what you did there. It's just the integrated GIF folder there. You just got to know what to search for. But yeah,
Do
they
you know
did.
which one was the original gift that keeps on giving? It was syphilis.
Oh my!
Oh my!
We're like GIFless. All right, I'll stop.
Let me tell you, it's not fun when you have to shoot yourself penicillin in the ass and almost faint from the pain.
Yikes!
They've told me. A friend told me. That's where the phrase "one night with Venus, all your life with Mercury" comes from, because they used to try to treat syphilis with mercury vapors. So one night with the Venus, and then the rest of your life with Mercury. You know, chemical terms are like these. Fun.
Science. That's real science right there. I gotta mute up for a second, folks. Be right back.
See you, man.
Wow. It's a great conversation, but I'm a little knackered. This is talked for like 2 hours.
Yeah, man. Have a good rest. Yeah, it's energy intense expenditure debating here sometimes, talking to people.
Are there any Globers in here?
They were. They just span off through centripetal forces out of the Discord.
Just checking out my fan mail right. Want to hear some of those emails that I get? Want to hear what they're talking?
Go for it.
I'm gonna regret this though.
Then that makes it even better for us.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do it. It sucks too much.
Just find one family friendly or something or whatever.
Yeah,
It's your
good
idea.
luck with that. No, I'll just send this one freaking sentence. Really great content today. I counted numerous death wishes, several demands that viewer commit suicide, and only a little bit of big. So you abandoned your. I don't
It
know where
keeps
the hell
cutting
he's
up.
getting that.
It
Right?
keeps randomly cutting out for me. I don't know what's wrong.
Maybe that's better.
It might. It's on your end, and our one's coming through clear over here.
But you're not cutting out at all for me. It's weird.
You are, in your mic is also doing that choppy,
You're
like the
crackling, yeah.
the crackling thing again. But I can hear you. I mean, you've been coming through for me. It's just crackly.
Right, but this is the type of emails, and of course he gets it wrong where else, because he says, "Oh, you're getting money from Denmark." Dumbass. But I'm so hypocrite. Nah, I'm not even gonna. It's just I get this shitty type of email, and it's pure grabbler. It's like the same type of whiny gamma complaints that Owen Benjamin gets, right? It's exactly like that. It's just like there's literally nothing you can say to do anything with it. Just so negative. It's just pure. And why? Oh, and it ended, of course, with "I am a Nazi." Anyway, that's my spam. And now it's gone.
You guys still hear me choppy?
Nope. Sounds
Hell no, you sounding good now.
Yeah, it's since every time I use the program to make music, I need to change latency on my sound card. It fucks up the buffer, whatever thingy, and there's crackling.
Oh.
Anyway, I'm gonna go. It was a great conversation. I'll be back. Please make sure I don't end up banned again.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but I'll keep an eye
Yeah,
on that.
somebody's just waiting for me to go so they can put me on the cognitive dissonance list again.
Jerks. Bunch of jerks.
It happens every time now. Every time I try to
I'll
get back.
I'll try to do some investigation and figure out who the hell that is.
That would be cool.
Some stickler. Well, yeah. All right, Aaron. Yeah, appreciate the
Yeah, great
conversation.
talking to you.
Yep,
See you
likewise.
around.
Peace.
Have a good day.
You too. Man, I just had deja vu. Weird. Be right back though. I gotta finish up some stuff. All right, guys, I got a jet, but I will catch you all on the flip side. Shout out to Arwen and some of the other guys in the panel. Enzyme. You guys
See
are
you,
the
man. Take care. Pleasure.
Likewise. Hey, go work on that project. Send it over when you're finished, and yeah, we'll do a little lyric review or something in the future.
Thanks, bro. I'm still settling in and being productive, so I'll do that for sure. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
All right, you guys take care.
I'm gonna bounce too. That was a reminder. I need to get to work. You guys take care.